Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this Wednesday, December 4th. Let's go ahead and bring you all a preview of the upcoming stories today as we take this Live Now look from Washington, D.C. Happening again today. The House will begin another round of votes to elect a new speaker. So the House of Representatives is on hold right now. The chamber cannot proceed with any business until it elects a speaker, and that task has ignited a bitter conflict among House Republicans. So Fox's Doug Luzader will join us in our 7 a.m. hour to discuss further. We're also tracking President Biden as he has returned from his holiday vacation. Today, he is traveling to Kentucky to meet with Mitch McConnell as the two speak on infrastructure plans and laws. And we're also keeping in close contact with our colleagues at Fox Weather as powerful storms rip through the South. But for now, let's begin the 7 o'clock hour with the latest news from Washington, D.C. Again, Republicans have taken over the House, but there's still no GOP leader in place as the next House Speaker because the party cannot agree on who should hold the gavel. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us a closer look at where things stand this morning.
Kevin McCarthy needs a majority of votes with his name on it, but now rounds into voting and his grip on the party is starting to slip. Patiently and then not. Newly elected representatives and their families waited through 3 rounds of votes for the Speaker of the House. Instead, the 118th House of Representatives adjourning Tuesday evening with no winner of the gavel and no one taking the oath of office.
I have the record for the longest speech ever on the floor. I don't have a problem getting a record for the most votes for Speaker, too.
The Republican Party's messy infighting spilling over.
The Republican dysfunction is what it is: chaos, crisis, and confusion, along with craziness.
Even the House clerks that have to tally all 434 votes each round started to grow weary.
My hand's starting to cramp.
A small group of Republicans say Kevin McCarthy is too close to the establishment.
If you want to drain the swamp, you cannot put the biggest alligator in charge of the exercise. I'm a Florida man and I know of what I speak.
In the first 2 rounds, 19 Republicans voted for someone other than McCarthy. In the third, 20 Republicans had jumped ship, rallying around Ohio's Jim Jordan, who himself supports McCarthy.
If you can't close this deal, at what point do members start looking elsewhere?
The House will return at noon Eastern on Wednesday to vote for a 4th time. What's unclear is if McCarthy will have been able to sway any votes by then. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And lawmakers are calling for the Biden administration to act. Some people who live near the United States-Mexico border say that they're concerned for their safety, and residents are seeing migrants run across the border almost every day. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more on this story from El Paso, Texas.
We spoke to a man who lives in apartments right across the border. He says migrants have repeatedly tried to break into people's apartments, and recently things got scary when he went to leave for work one morning.
I'm jumping in my truck and I get to the light and all of a sudden somebody jumps out of the back of my truck. I don't scare easily, but that did. I mean, right after it scared me, I could just imagine if I did have my kids. You know, my oldest is not too bad. He's 15, 14, and 10. You know, those are my kids' age. And so my 10-year-old was in there.
Thomas Barkley was born and raised in El Paso and has been living in that apartment for almost 3 years. He says things have gotten worse over the last year, and it's not uncommon for migrants to come knocking on his door in the middle of the night. Barkley says he knows most migrants are coming to the U.S. to escape danger or for better lives, but he's also seen firsthand that some are committing crimes, and that's what concerns him. Meanwhile, it's been a cold and windy last 2 days in El Paso, and there are still hundreds of migrants living on the streets downtown. Some migrants have set up tents for warmth, and people are a lot more bundled up with anything they can find. And almost everyone has an American Red Cross blanket at these makeshift camps. Keep in mind, a lot of these migrants are from countries that are warm year-round, and many have never seen cold weather. Migrants like Pilar from Ecuador and Jose from Nicaragua say their recent journey to the U.S. was brutal and traumatizing, and they just want to work and get ahead.
We come by transport traveling through the jungle. We came here because my husband is threatened. He cannot return to Ecuador.
When I got to Mexico City, I took the train for 6 days in the cold and hungry. And thank God I am here and hoping that everything will work out for me now because my family is alone and are waiting. One day, I hope to bring me, my family, and my 2 children to this country where we can advance and grow as people and achieve our plans.
Both Pilar and Jose are living at one of the many shelters in El Paso. Pilar is 4 months pregnant and is waiting for her husband, who was detained on the way here. Jose is hoping to find work so he can bring his wife and kids here. In El Paso, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Thanks, Madison, for joining us with that update. The time is now 7:10 a.m. Welcome into Live Now from Fox, your source for top stories and breaking news taking place from coast to coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us here. The time is now 7:13. Let's move right along with the top stories that we are following this Wednesday morning, continuing to bring you all an update on that heartbreaking story, Damar Hamlin, who is still in critical condition, but support is pouring in. The Damar Hamlin Community Toy Drive, which had initially only had a goal of raising $2,500, has now surpassed $5.5 million in donations. Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin also announced on Tuesday that all proceeds of Hamlin's number 3 Bills jersey will go to Hamlin's Foundation, Chasing M's Foundation. Hamlin's jersey is the highest selling jersey in any sport on Fanatics since the event that took place Monday night. Here's more on his condition.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin remaining sedated and in critical condition Tuesday following Monday night's game against the Cincinnati Bengals. where Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest after tackling Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins in the first quarter.
Well over 1,000 people per day in the United States have cardiac arrest, and survival is typically less than 1 in 10 if this happens unattended. But if CPR can be provided, survival can be 3 times higher.
And that's exactly what happened. After collapsing on the field, medical crews performed CPR and used a defibrillator before an ambulance transported the 24-year-old to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. Hamlin's uncle calling the ordeal heartbreaking.
They got him on a ventilator, so they're trying to get him to breathe on his own. But I'm thankful that he's still here, he's still alive, and he's still fighting.
Meanwhile, outside the hospital Tuesday,
at this moment, I'd like everybody to take a moment of silence.
Fans of various NFL teams came together for a vigil honoring Hamlin. A flood of emotions releasing at 8:55 p.m., exactly 24 hours after Hamlin hit the ground after colliding with Higgins during Monday's game.
He is going to pull through. I'm not giving anything negative.
Higgins tweeting his thoughts for Damar and the Hamlin family, writing in part, quote, "I'm praying that you pull through, bro." Monday's medical emergency caused NFL officials to postpone the Bills-Bengals game. So far, no further decisions have been made about if or when the game will resume. Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest after making a tackle last night. The medical emergency forced the league to suspend a very pivotal game that quickly lost significance, and they postponed it indefinitely.
Joining us now to talk more about this is Fox 11 Sports Wrap co-host Ron Pitts. He played cornerback in the NFL. His sons recently played college football. His dad, Elijah Pitts, also played in the NFL. His son Lee played defensive back at the University of Sioux Falls, University of Arizona, Azusa Pacific University. Shea played defensive back at his alma mater, UCLA. Ron Pitts, welcome back to the Special Report. Good to see you. I know you were watching this game with your sons last night. As a former player, as an NFL broadcaster, as a father, what was that moment like for you?
Shocking. I'm still in disbelief, along with many of my former teammates and coaches, and the rest of the sports world right now. I've been playing football like all my life. Okay, born and raised into professional football with my father being a coach and a former player, and I've seen a lot. Alex, Marla, I've seen injuries. I've seen guys get concussions. I've seen guys get knocked unconscious, broken bones, compound fractures, all of that kind of stuff. But I've never seen this happen. And when you look at the reaction from the players on the field, I knew immediately this was something very different, something that these guys had never seen before. You understand, this is a tough man's sport. It really is. You're taught to endure pain mentally, physically, emotionally, and even sometimes spiritually in this business, and go to the next play. That's the mentality. No matter how bad you're hurt or hurting, pick yourself up, keep going, let's go to the next play. But when this happened last night, you knew it was something different. And when it's one of your teammates or even a guy you're playing with, that's what amazes me, a guy you're playing against. This was the enemy, literally seconds before this happened. And now guys from both teams locked in arms, guys sobbing from both teams. It just took me to a different level, a place that I had never been before, to be quite honest with you.
Does this give you pause as a parent to allow your sons to continue to play this game that you say is a tough man's game? And for parents, we talked to plenty of them today that are now rethinking the idea of letting their sons or play tackle football. What do you say?
Well, first of all, we have to be careful because we don't know exactly what caused Damar's situation. Because if you look at the tape closely, after the contact, he got up. And not only got up, he adjusted his equipment, his face mask, and then it looked as though he started to walk, back toward the huddle and then fell backwards unconscious. So while you can't say that the hit and the contact didn't have anything to do with it, there could be other factors involved here, and that's where I don't want to get into that medically because I don't know. I'm not a medical professional in that vein, but it was clear that from that point on, the players now saw the medical teams from both, teams out there working frantically trying to help him. Okay, and the reports came out, of cardiac arrest, and so there was a heart stoppage that they did get going again, and that's when they put him into the ambulance. But just that part of it alone, guys, an ambulance on a field. Right. I've never played in a game where an ambulance came on the field. Sure, I've seen guys get carted off, and I've gone through that. I never personally had to have that happen, but I've seen that. But when an ambulance comes on the field and CPR is given and guys see that, that's a whole nother level. And I'll tell you another thing. I knew something was definitely wrong when the coaches went across the field, met, talked, and they were covering their mouth. And I could tell by their body language that there was something big time wrong. And I think people are starting to guess, well, is the game going to go on? Are they going to pause for any? That wasn't even anywhere in my thought process. I knew right then that game was over. And of course, the league came out today and officially said that game is done. It's considered a no contest. And we will worry about rescheduling the rest of everyone's schedule and pushing things forward and whatever later on. But for right now, the concern is Damar Hamlin and his safety and where he is right now, and can he come out of this thing and back to normal or a semblance of normal?
That being said, and obviously that's everybody's main concern now, the NFL is a very, very big business that's very important to a lot of folks. The games are on a lot of different levels. Where does the league go from here? And do you think we're going to see football on Thursday night, on Sunday night, on Monday night, in this week?
I don't know the answer to that question, Alex. I really don't. I know, and we all know that the league is a financially driven entity, and it does very well. And it does very well because these games go on no matter what. You know the emotion of this? The emotion of this as a broadcaster, as a person who had been through something like this before, I equated this to 9/11. Because I was calling games for Fox at that time. And this is what that felt like to me when you found out what had happened. It was just that horrific feeling of, oh my goodness, what is this? What happened? And what happens next? And that's where everyone is at right now. 32 teams, 32 owners, 60 some players on each team are sitting right now literally on pins and needles because they know one of their comrades is in a hospital and may not make it. And Marla, to answer your question about my sons and how I've talked to them about this, as I said, I grew up in this business, and for me it was okay. My father played, so yeah, it's like a person whose father was a lawyer. It's like a person whose father was a doctor. Yeah, I wanted to aspire to be like my father. And I think I had the blessing of learning how to play the game the right way, the safe way, the correct way, for the right reasons. And I tell you, every time my boys are playing a game, I call them the night before and, we talk a little bit. I say, I love you. And then I say, the last thing I always say to them, keep your head up. Because in the last 10, 15 years or so, the big issue has been head injuries, concussions, neck injuries, things like that, and those are always exasperated by head, down
trauma,
when you're tackling for them. Right. So no matter what, even in their 20s now, I say, hey, good luck, love you, blah blah blah.
Keep your head up.
Keep your head up. That's what I always say. So,
Ron, we gotta
I know
go.
that I've been able to. I'm sorry, Alex?
I think we got to go. We're out of time.
Yeah,
but,
unfortunately.
We appreciate your perspective.
And your boys are lucky to have you. You keep your head up, and we appreciate you. Thank you for being with us tonight, Ron.
Appreciate it.
Buffalo Bills safety.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team for bringing us that update. Taking a live now look at our XRAD weather forecast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll check in with our team in Atlanta who's monitoring severe weather conditions overnight. We've witnessed several tornado watches and warning in southern states as severe weather outbreaks continues. We'll have that story right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing to track severe weather that is sweeping the southern portion of the nation today as possible tornadoes touch down in Alabama and parts of Georgia this morning. Let's head out to Atlanta. Fox 5's Atlanta's Mark Teichner is joining us now as he follows the path of these dangerous storms. Good morning, Mark. What are you seeing this morning?
Yeah, good morning. We've been driving around all morning long, checking out the road conditions here in Atlanta. You can see that there is rain that has been falling. This is actually not the worst of the rain that we have seen. It has been simply coming down in sheets and has made driving conditions at times pretty much impossible. We have seen tons of accidents, as you can imagine, as a result of that. We have also seen some flooding. We, during the overnight hours, saw a car that was completely submerged underwater as a result of it trying to travel in these dangerous conditions. And really, it's a situation where the water is so deep at times you don't know how deep it is when you're driving down the road. We've also dealt with a number of downed trees. In fact, one area, the streets have been blocked for a number of hours because they had about 20 trees that came down. That's in suburban Atlanta. We actually just left another house that was hit by a tree here in northwest Atlanta, which is where we are driving around. Now, the good news is that we are hopefully getting close to the end of all of this, at least here in the Atlanta metro area. The bad news is that it is simply destroying the rush hour, as you can imagine, with all of these accidents. In fact, we're really encouraging folks, if at all possible, to stay home for a few more hours. Let the storm fully go through before you have to go out onto the roads. For now, that is the latest from here in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now for Fox.
All right, a huge thank you to our entire Fox 5 Atlanta team. Moving right along with top stories this morning, Idaho slaying suspect Brian Kohberger making his first court appearance on Tuesday, formally agreeing to be extradited in the coming days. He will soon be returned to Moscow, Idaho, for murder charges. This as Indiana police released video of a traffic stop that took place as authorities were investigating the quadruple murder. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has more from outside of the courthouse in Pennsylvania.
New video emerging of Indiana State Police pulling over Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger. At the time of this December 15th traffic stop, the 28-year-old and his dad were in the white Hyundai Elantra at the center of the quadruple murder. The pair telling the trooper they had just been pulled over minutes earlier, both troopers letting them off with a warning. The father and son making that cross-country road trip from Washington to Kohberger's family home in Pennsylvania about a month after the slayings of Xander Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Ethan Chapin.
Yeah, it's a long haul.
Tuesday afternoon, Kohberger appeared before a judge in eastern Pennsylvania days after he was arrested at his parents' house. Wearing that red jail jumpsuit, he acknowledged that he's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and a burglary charge. The criminology PhD student showing little emotion as he signed papers waiving extradition.
Having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents.
Pennsylvania authorities say they have up to 10 days to extradite Kohberger, but are staying tight-lipped on details, citing security concerns.
We're currently working on that in coordination with authorities out in Idaho.
Once Kohberger is back in Idaho, that's when the documents will be unsealed and we'll learn new details about the charges he's facing. Kohberger's attorney says his client is confident he'll be exonerated. Reporting in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And Dan, thanks so much for that report there. Let's talk about this even further with retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Koffendorfer. She has joined us on the program before. And Jennifer, thanks so much yet again, because there have been so many kind of twists and turns and nuggets of news in this story since the arrest of Kohberger on Friday. My question for you first, though, and we're going to kind of work through the timeline here, but let's get to what's going to happen tomorrow. He's waived his extradition hearing there in Pennsylvania, so that will be relatively easy, yes?
Yes, it's just going to be a formality of really both attorneys getting up, introducing themselves to the court, and then the extradition is going to be waived. So it'll be a very quick hearing and, quite frankly, a formality at this point.
Okay, so let's take our viewers back to last Friday. We got the news that he was arrested, Kohberger, 28 years old, in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. And so you have to kind of go from Washington State to Idaho to Pennsylvania. How do you think, because law enforcement officials have not necessarily given us a glimpse of what led them to Kohberger in the first place, do you expect that information? Do you think they'll provide that?
Well, not at this hearing, but we're going to see it as soon as he returns to Moscow to face these charges. We're going to see the release very soon thereafter of the probable cause affidavit. And in that affidavit, it's going to give us a lot of gems as to how we got here, exactly how and when the vehicle was discovered, how and when they got onto Mr. Kohberger, how the evidence led them to having enough probable cause to arrest him for these crimes. So we're going to see a lot of nuggets, but also expect there to be a lot unanswered questions. So it's not going to be completely a reveal, but a partial reveal into this case.
Of course, everyone is waiting for the probable cause affidavit, and that is really the burning question on so many of our minds, because until that is released, that will happen when he is back in Idaho. But maybe that can offer some type of semblance of what the connection was, if any. No one knows that at this point in time, maybe law enforcement. If Kohberger knew any of these 4 victims, had ever met any of these 4 victims, that is the burning question.
Well, yes, and we've heard snippets of possible connection to Kaylee from Mr. Gonsalves.
Right.
He has intimated that there is a connection there, although he doesn't want to discuss what that is at this point. And I think that that will come out in the probable cause affidavit, likely, at least in part.
Yeah, and I had a question as well, because there are some outlets that are reporting that Kohberger, he stayed in Washington State there on the campus of the university. He kept going to class, and then only until before Christmas did apparently he and his father drive back to Pennsylvania to celebrate the holidays. Does that seem peculiar to you at all, that he would stay that close to the crime scene?
No, not at all. You know, he lived just about 15 minutes from Moscow. He was truly a part of in and around that community. And it would make total sense for me for this type of a criminal. This is the quintessential narcissistic type personality that truly believes he's going to get away with this, that was probably invigorated by committing this crime, with establishing even more confidence in himself. And he would have carried on just as usual.
Okay. You know, Jennifer, you know as well as I do that this element of his background, that he was studying criminology at Washington State, he was a graduate student. You know, do you think we're looking into that too much? Is that just a weird coincidence? Do you think investigators are putting any stock into that? What are we to make of that? It is quite bizarre.
Well, we've seen it with some other notable killers that are very well educated and educate themselves specifically in the areas of criminal law and in criminal justice. So while it isn't, it's not rare, but it's not the usual, certainly. And no doubt he immersed himself in this field, and no doubt that that helped him. I try to equate it to, as an example, someone who wants to be a great chef. He goes to a great culinary school. He studies under great chefs. He admires great chefs. And it would seem that he immersed himself in this environment, probably with a very deep burning desire to commit a crime like this for, I would believe, a long period of time.
Okay, so you no doubt have looked into, you know, his character profile, his behavior, his personality, his disposition. What stands out to you? Is this kind of cookie cutter, or were there signs?
Well, I think there were signs based on some of the actions that he had prior to the crime. As an example, he was apparently at a bar and either somehow, I don't know if I want to use the harass, but it was termed as was flirting too aggressively, I think was the exact verbiage. He was not put on a list where he couldn't return to that bar. So he displayed some signs. We're obviously now hearing from some of his classmates the difference between his attitude and outward appearance and so forth before the crimes, and then after the crime, seemingly more invigorated, more talkative. So that to me is a very clear sign of somebody that has had a change in their demeanor and in how they act post such a traumatic type of event that really seemed to invigorate him. And I would expect that for this type of a killer.
Jennifer, you and I both also well know how much criticism the local police department got and law enforcement officials got in the 7 weeks before they made the arrest. I mean, in hindsight, they seem to have been methodical, scrupulous, meticulous. So how do you, I guess, score or rate them now?
Well, I rate law enforcement always on results, and we have a great result here. And, you know, I thought that they were too scrutinized, honestly, through the process. Everybody wanted a law and order type of result in a day or two. Quite frankly, I'm surprised we're here at only about 7 weeks. They've done a tremendous job. There was a tremendous amount of law enforcement on this that they had to manage. 62 agents. There were, you know, couple of dozen of state police, the entire Moscow department was working on this, plus all the behind the scenes FBI analysts and support figures that help make all this evidence get looked at and seen in the proper order. It was a huge undertaking, and what's really impressive is what was at stake. They knew, we all knew, they had a murderer capable of killing with a knife 4 individuals. This is very rare, and they knew a lot was at stake for the safety of the community. So I score them high, and nothing is ever going to be perfect. But I'm glad to see that they brought this case at least on the road to a conclusion.
Jennifer, we did get a statement in from Kohberger's family, and we're learning there's some reporting to suggest that his parents and 2 sisters will be in court tomorrow. They're in Pennsylvania for this hearing. What did you make of this statement? If you didn't read it, I can read it out yet again. But is this typical? What did you think of the parents' reaction? I mean, they're going through hell on earth, no doubt.
Right, exactly. Well, I try to always look at other parents. How have they reacted? So the closest case that was high profile like this and involved a horrible, vicious killing was the recent Gabby Petito case. And I see a complete juxtaposition in terms of how the parents of the accused is acting. First of all, they gave a statement, the Kohbergers gave a statement regarding their regret, remorse, sympathies, condolences to the families of these victims. And I thought that was very appropriate. They are standing by their son. It is very likely, it certainly has to be looked into, that they had no idea that their son did this. That has to be, that's to me how you have to look at a parent in this situation, unless information comes forward that they were somehow helping him in terms of harboring or aiding and abetting in some way, which we have no evidence of that. So I think it's quite appropriate that they would attend their son's hearing, and seemingly they think he's innocent.
Yeah. We are hearing from our Fox sources that law enforcement told them that, you know, they're ruling out anyone else, you know, connected to this. They're not looking for anyone, at least at this point in time, that they have said, but they are still seeking tips and information from the wider public about, you know, who Brian Kohberger is, more on his background, more on what he was studying, more on who he is as a person, people that he knew, etc. Last question, though, Jennifer, for you. What will you be watching for tomorrow in court?
Well, I want to see the expressions. I want to see the demeanor. I am more looking forward, obviously, the hearings in Idaho, and I really can't wait to hear what was found on these search warrants, particularly the ones that were served in Washington on his apartment. I think that is going to be telling. I would expect, if he committed these crimes, there to be DNA and evidence from the victims. I would expect blood evidence. I would expect possible trace evidence, including fibers. I would expect amazing digital evidence from the computers they've seized. I would love to see everything he has Google searched. I would love to see his phone evidence, text messaging, if, as is being purported in social media, that he has been a part of several groups under pseudonyms that were actually him talking about these crimes. There is a treasure trove of information that should be at that apartment if he committed these crimes.
All right, Jennifer Coffendorfer, we appreciate your time. We'll definitely be speaking again. This story is not going anywhere. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And Dan, thanks so much for that report there. Let's talk about this even further with retired FBI Special Agent
Okay.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:45 a.m. as we take this Live Now look from Capitol Hill. It is now day 2 of a House without a speaker. Half of Congress is at a standstill right now as Republicans struggle to settle on a new leader. Joining us now live this morning from Capitol Hill is Fox's Doug Luzader. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning. What's happening right now is something that we haven't seen around here in a century, and the House is just going to keep at this until someone gets enough votes.
The House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
And with that, the House threw in the towel yesterday after 3 votes that never got Republican Speaker nominee Kevin McCarthy over the finish line.
Look, I have the record for the longest speech ever on the floor. I don't have a problem getting a record for the most votes for Speaker, too. Thank you all.
You have to go back to 1923 to see that kind of drama when a Speaker wasn't elected on the first ballot. But McCarthy is facing a wall of fellow Republicans who are blocking his ascension, demanding rules changes and committee assignments. And that opposition actually grew by the final ballot of the day as Florida's Byron Donalds added his voice.
Once it becomes clear that McCarthy doesn't have the votes, then you have to start thinking about alternatives.
He and other GOP holdouts are backing Ohio's Jim Jordan for Speaker, but Jordan supports McCarthy.
He may not want it right now, but George Washington did not want to be president. He did what was right for his country.
Frustration is growing among McCarthy's supporters.
This is really an inside baseball DC swamp kind of exercise in total BS.
Democrats have unanimously backed their own candidate, New York's Hakeem Jeffries, who said what's playing out now is chaos.
Sad day for democracy. It's a sad day for the American people.
Doug, so this is definitely a historic fight. What happens if the GOP continues to fail at electing a new speaker? Could this back and forth process go on indefinitely?
Well, you know, there's not a whole lot of precedent for this. I think the last time this happened 100 years ago, it took about 9 ballots, but we've seen this also become protracted. In the mid-1850s, it went for almost 2 months. So there's really no outer limit here, and the House can't do anything until this matter is decided.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader joining us live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. Now taking a live now look from our XRAD weather forecast as severe storms continue to sweep across the South. Let's check in with our colleagues at Fox Weather.
But we had a brief window of freezing rain mixed in there. And so that means that this is wet snow, but also a little bit of a crunch to it, which can lead to issues when it comes to snow removal. Take a live look outside right now. It looks pretty brutal. Temperature-wise, we're at 31 degrees, which is actually fairly mild. For all of you that live in Minneapolis, you can handle colder conditions. But because we're sitting at 31, again, this is some heavy snow that you will be removing today. Temperatures only warming up to 33 degrees, so not a lot of melting that's going to occur as we go into the afternoon. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, we had some very heavy rain move through this morning. In fact, a line of strong storms. And behind that, we have a steady rain that's continuing across the city. So we have a flash flood warning in effect all the way through lunch. Street flooding is going to be a concern until then. So please, if you are heading out, you have to allow for extra time because you might have to reroute to get around some flooded roads. Never a good idea to be driving through flooded rain or flooded roads. So please find another direction. The good news is the evening commute, it's going to be a piece of pie compared to what we have this morning. I mean, Jason, we're going to clear out quite nicely. In fact, we'll see sunshine with temperatures in the upper 60s. We just have to get between now and lunch. That's really the tough go for Atlanta today.
Well, let's head back to the upper Midwest. It was a scary scene last night in Minneapolis when a Delta Airlines flight heading in from Cabo San Lucas skidded off the taxiway as it was moving off of the runway as a winter storm was moving through. Now, the plane's nose gear had went about 30 feet off of the pavement, and it was left stuck in the snow off the taxiway. And by the way, if you're wondering, the taxiway is what is used to get to the gates after you land on the runway. Now, the plane skidding off of the runway, it does happen about once a year, and pilots do use different methods in order to stop a plane once it has landed. Now, many planes will, of course, use the brakes, right? The brakes are very similar to what you have on your car, but they'll also use a couple of other things, including what we call a spoiler, as well as a reverse thrust. Now, typically, whenever a plane flies, this air is actually pulled through the engine, and then it's blasted behind it, and it provides the speed that you need here. But what ends up happening, unfortunately, sometimes as you'll land, because of inclement weather, sometimes the planes cannot activate their brakes and they end up skidding. So what the planes will do, or I should say the pilots will end up doing, is they can activate their spoilers. And typically you'll see this happen every time that you land. It looks as though the wings of the plane are breaking off. In fact, they're actually not. They're separating, and it's creating what we call drag. A very similar thing will happen if you put your hand outside of the window. Notice that the faster you go, the more of the pressure that you'll feel, and that will end up slowing down your body or pushing against your body. That is exactly what's happening with the plane. Also, you have what we call reverse drag. And with reverse drag, or I should say reverse thrust, what will happen here is that instead of the air being pulled throughout the engine, you'll notice that it looks as though the engine ends up breaking apart there. And then what will happen is the air will move partially through the engine, and then it'll be pushed out in the center. That ends up also, again, increasing the drag here. Now, during inclement weather, sometimes we will get reports similar to what happened in Minneapolis. And that's why the FAA created what's called the Engineered Material Arresting System, or EMAS. Now, it uses crushable material that is placed at the end of the runway to help the plane stop very quickly. So this is a look at LaGuardia here, and we have this happen here at the end of the runway. The reason why you want that EMAS system in place is because if the plane has trouble coming to a stop there, unfortunately what would end up happening is that plane would end up either in the ocean, or it would end up slamming into a nearby building, or much worse, into another plane. Now, you may remember at New York's LaGuardia Airport, then Republican vice presidential candidate Mike Pence's plane, it skidded off the runway during a rainstorm, and as the plane was landing, it hit a slippery portion of that runway, and it hit that crushable material. The good news here is that there weren't any injuries. By the way, if you're wondering, the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport does have a similar system for their airport that is in place, and that was, part of the reason why we haven't been seeing more situations like this. And their system did get an upgrade back in 2008. All right, so let's talk about what's happening in Minneapolis this morning, as well as Atlanta. So we've been seeing cloudy skies as well as some rain showers. Now, the good news for those of you in Atlanta is we have seen that ground stop has been lifted about 24 minutes ago. But over in Minneapolis, we do have a ground stop that is in place. The reason why has to do with the weather. So we've been seeing some snow as well as some ice. And as a result of that snow, take a look at some of the flight delays that have been happening there. 8:44 right now in terms of all of the delays. All right, let's take a live look this morning at L.A. And Britta, we got a whole lot of rain on the way.
We do. It's a wet start, and we have a lot more to get through. So coming up next on Fox Weather First, we'll let you know all the details on the massive storm that's going to be pummeling the West Coast. Stay with us.
The time is now 7:54, and we will check in with Fox Weather simultaneously throughout the day as we continue to track this line of severe storms, which are producing tornadoes. We're seeing flash flooding from the Midwest to the Gulf Coast. Right now, a tornado watch is posted until 12 p.m. Eastern for parts of southern and eastern Alabama, the western and central Florida Panhandle, and western and central Georgia. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll bring you all up to speed on top stories right after this. Approaching the 8 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's continue on with our top stories. Idaho slaying suspect Bryan Kohberger making his first court appearance on Tuesday, formally agreeing to be extradited. In the coming days, he'll return to Moscow, Idaho for murder charges. This as Indiana police release video of a traffic stop that took place as authorities were investigating the quadruple murder. Here's more.
New video emerging of Indiana State Police pulling over Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. At the time of this December 15th traffic stop, the 28-year-old and his dad were in the white Hyundai Elantra at the center of the quadruple murder. The pair telling the trooper they had just been pulled over minutes earlier, both troopers letting them off with a warning. The father and son making that cross-country road trip from Washington to Kohberger's family home in Pennsylvania about a month after the slayings of Xander Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Ethan Chapin.
Yeah, it's a long haul.
Tuesday afternoon, Kohberger appeared before a judge in eastern Pennsylvania days after he was arrested at his parents' house. Wearing that red jail jumpsuit, he acknowledged that he's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and a burglary charge. The criminology PhD student showing little emotion as he signed papers waiving extradition.
Having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents.
Pennsylvania authorities say they have up to 10 days to extradite Kohberger, but are staying tight-lipped on details, citing security concerns.
We're currently working on that in coordination with authorities out in Idaho.
Once Kohberger is back in Idaho, that's when the documents will be unsealed and we'll learn new details about the charges he's facing. Kohberger's attorney says his client is confident he'll be exonerated. Reporting in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Thanks, Alexis. And here's the full update from Pennsylvania State Police.
First Assistant District Attorney, Monroe County, Mike Mancuso. After the speakers have finished, we will then take a handful of questions. Colonel Vanchik.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Robert Ivanchik, Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police. While I monitored the investigation into the horrific murders of the University of Idaho students, I did not imagine the investigation would lead to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My heart goes out to the families of the victims, their friends, the community of Moscow, and the University of Idaho. No words can heal the pain associated with the loss of a child. Their young lives were ended far too soon. In law enforcement, we understand the best thing we can do for victims and their families is to follow every lead, collect every piece of evidence, and bring those responsible to justice. I am proud of the members of the Pennsylvania State Police who were able to help in this investigation. The cooperative relationship between our local, state, and federal partners stands the test of time. The officers, troopers, and federal agents work together tirelessly, putting in long, difficult hours. Communication and cooperation are imperative to success and to ensure the integrity of the case remains maintained. The culmination of that cooperation ultimately led to take the suspect into custody and afforded the families some sense of peace they deserve. I want to thank the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and our partners in the Federal Bureau of Investigation for their support, assistance, and coordination. I also want to recognize the Monroe County District Attorney's Office. And finally, I need to acknowledge the members of the Pennsylvania State Police, specifically members of Troop N, our Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and our Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, who assisted in safely taking the suspect into custody in the early morning hours of December 30th. As previously indicated by Chief James Fry of the Moscow Police Department, specific details regarding this investigation cannot be released until the suspect is extradited to Idaho and presented with the probable cause affidavit. At this time, I will turn the microphone over to Major Christopher Paris, commander of Area 3, who was involved in the coordinated efforts to take the suspect into custody.
Thank you, Colonel. Area 3 comprises troops F, P, N, and R, and is made up of 1,000 approximately of the women and men, civilian and enlisted, in the northeastern part of Pennsylvania. I'd like to introduce to my left Captain Norm Kramer, who's the commander of Troop N Hazleton, which is comprised of Carbon, Monroe, Columbia, and parts of Luzerne counties. I would like to reiterate, as the Colonel said, that Idaho law prohibits any release of information contained within the affidavits. So we're going to do our best today to talk about what phase we are currently in the investigation, and it has entered a new phase with the waiver for extradition. And the continuing primary goal is the seeking of justice through successful prosecution and conviction, bearing the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So with that in mind, we're trying to balance essentially two things: the public's desire for information against the need to maintain the integrity of the investigation and protect the suspects, accused at this point's due process. So I'll now attempt to give you an operational picture with the best information I can release at the time. So this begins when the Pennsylvania State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation troopers were contacted by the FBI about assisting with surveillance of the accused in this case. I'd like to take the opportunity to specifically thank several individuals. Special Agent in Charge Jackie McGuire and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Dave Carter from the Philadelphia Field Division, as well as Supervisory Special Agent Bill Vigorito of the Scranton RA. We're very lucky in PSP to have a collaborative relationship with the Bureau, both in Pennsylvania and beyond, and their people are absolutely excellent. So as the investigation progressed, Troop N Criminal Investigation Section, commanded by Captain Kramer over my left shoulder here, began to collaborate with authorities in Idaho. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Lieutenant James Curto, who was here today, Sergeant Anthony Ferdinand, Corporal John Chulak, who is not present with us, and Troopers Leary and Knoll, who are here with us today. It was through this collaboration and the charges pending in Idaho that those troopers were able to obtain search warrants and a fugitive from justice warrant that was prepared here in Monroe County for the location in Chestnut Hill Township and the fugitive from justice warrant for Mr. Koberger, respectively. I'd like to acknowledge the Monroe County District Attorney, David Christine, as well as First Assistant Mike Mancuso and their entire office. The support that we received was absolutely excellent. Once those warrants were obtained, the Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, BESO, coordinates our Special Emergency Response Team, CERT. They were selected to serve those warrants, the 3 search warrants and the fugitive from justice warrant. To define what CERT is, it's a full-time tactical team maintained by PSP to deal with high-risk warrant situations, barricades, and other incidents requiring specialized tactical training or other capabilities. From their perspective, we essentially task them to go out and serve a arrest warrant for someone accused of a quadruple murder. They're activated several hundred times a year throughout the Commonwealth. We don't typically hear of their work in a forum like this because they serve the warrant, the person's taken into custody, and they go about their assignment. They are the ultimate professionals. It's a volunteer team. They're highly trained and highly motivated. Captain Norm Kramer, over my left shoulder, was assigned as the top comm for the CERT activation, which means he was responsible for coordinating our tactical preparations. So, tactical assets were then staged in the county, in Monroe County, into the evening of Thursday, December 29th, last Thursday. And in the early hours of Friday, December 30th, those warrants were executed at the location. Mr. Koberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI Evidence Response Team for processing. Mr. Koberger was then turned over to the Monroe County Prison, where he has remained in their custody since. I'd like to thank the Monroe County Sheriff and the Stroud Regional Police Department for their support as well during the extradition process. Arrangements currently are being made to deliver Koberger back to Idaho, where he can have continued due process and face these charges. So it's with that I will turn it over to First Assistant Mike Mancuso.
Thank you, Major. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Mancuso with the DA's office, the First Assistant District Attorney. I want to give my condolences to the families of the victims out in Idaho for their loss. It's my sincere hope that this marks a clear step in the right direction of effectuating justice for those folks. My office's role was relatively recent. We weren't advised of the presence of the defendant in our county until only a couple days before the apprehension of the defendant. But when we were told, we came together and worked very closely with Captain Kramer, who did an excellent job in almost like a clockwork operation. Part of my duties were to ensure that 3 separate search warrants were issued. Those affidavits attached to those search warrants are still under seal, so I can't discuss their contents with you. But one was for the person of Mr. Kohberger, collecting DNA and photographs, that sort of thing. One was for the white Elantra vehicle, which I understand has been seized and is being processed. And one was for the address, the residence itself that he was living in with his family. I was at the scene, and I have to say that Major Paris and Captain Norm Kramer did an outstanding job in coordinating the efforts, not only of the numerous Pennsylvania State Police troopers there, but officers from other jurisdictions and disciplines within those jurisdictions to make this a very smooth, highly competent professional operation. It is a quirk, apparently. It's not in the norm of the states I'm familiar with that Idaho does not release their probable cause affidavit in support of their arrest warrant until after their defendant is returned to that state. But having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents. So that's a significant development. Beyond that, looking at the scope of the situation and the ties this defendant has to my county, I would hold our office at the disposal of the Idaho authorities to help facilitate a complete background investigation into the defendant, both activities prior to the murders occurring within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. So we stand ready to assist with that effort on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
We can now open it up for questions.
Can you tell us what state police specifically did, or can you give us any indication as to the operations of state police when you were notified? And you talk about putting tactical in the area. How long were they there? And what's the?
We're not in a position to give you an exact time. It was at some point prior to when the surveillance was taken, as the investigation progressed to a point where search warrants could be obtained and the probable cause for those search warrants and an arrest warrant, a fugitive from justice warrant based on the arrest warrant out in Idaho were obtained. We began to take the tactical steps to plan to serve them.
Were you collecting evidence prior to his arrest?
At this point, like we said, it's very much pertinent to what's in the affidavits, which we cannot speak about.
What's it about his demeanor when the arrest actually happened?
Present sense impression, as likewise ongoing investigation, can't discuss it.
Rob Mann, 69 News. How is Kohberger being transported back to Idaho?
Those arrangements are being discussed right now, as well as the logistics. The court order says, those of you who heard it today, it's within the next 10 days, so we're currently working on that in coordination with authorities out in Idaho. Sir?
The defendant's mother in the court.
I can't comment. I don't know.
Is he being held in the Monroe County jail until he's extradited, or was he removed to another?
No, he is lodged in the, since he was dropped off there Friday morning, he's resided in Monroe County Prison.
Still, and until he's
Correct,
extradited,
yes.
he'll be there?
Are the marshals moving him, or which group is
At this point, that's still being coordinated between the state police and the authorities out there. We don't know.
Will the affidavit be unsealed when he arrives in Idaho?
I don't want to speak out of my lane. When I watched the press conference on Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, I was alerted to the fact that, according to Idaho state law, that the affidavits have to be served to him once he's extradited back before they could be unsealed.
Has anyone else been arrested?
Ongoing investigation, ma'am.
Has a motive been determined?
I can't comment on that either. I apologize.
Who transports him, sir? Does Pennsylvania State Police, the Monroe County Sheriff's Department?
He's presently back. He was transported from the courthouse by Monroe County Sheriff, and the logistics of who's going to transport him out to Idaho are still being discussed. We don't know yet.
Can you confirm the time of his arrest and how much law enforcement presence there actually was?
I would say it was in the early morning hours of Friday, December 30th. Tactical assets on scene were probably in the neighborhood of 50.
Were you afraid he was going to get tipped off before you got him?
I would say overall about this entire operation, and the credit goes, this is a part that the state police played humbly. You look at Moscow Police Department, 38 sworn, 19,000 leads, the video evidence that they had to develop in order to put that out, all public source information. But when you talk about the service of a high-risk warrant for someone who's committed or alleged to have committed 4 homicides, there's nothing routine about that. And all of those tactical steps that were taken were in conjunction with the best efforts of the authorities, local, state, and federal, both in Idaho and here, to ensure that we could do it safely and to ensure that we could get him into custody and that those service or the search warrants could occur.
Sir, can we ask you a question of the First Assistant District Attorney? Mr. Mancuso, you described having read to a degree the contents of that affidavit of probable cause, and that you possibly speculated or theorized that he wanted to get back to read that as well, since he can't read that. Can you give us an indication, though, of the seriousness of what you did read? I know you can't talk about it, but can you share with us something?
Yeah, I can't get into the details, sir, but I can say it involved the defendant's connection to a scene of a crime consisting of 4 murdered people. So that's the significance of it.
Can you confirm that there is a connection between Brian Koberger and any of the victims?
I can't discuss that, ma'am.
How confident are you that he is guilty of these crimes?
That wouldn't be my place to say. Certainly confident enough that there was ample probable cause for the issuance of the various warrants in the case.
What was your reaction when you heard this? You've all talked about you followed this. This happened states away. When you get that call, or you all get the call, that this person could be right here in your home area, what's your reaction?
Well, I was surprised. Really, Monroe County, of all places, it hits close to home. It's a normal human reaction, I would think, under the circumstances.
Do you know when he and his father left Idaho or Washington and drove to Pennsylvania, what that date was?
No, I don't know the exact date, ma'am.
Approximately, we understand the middle of December, is that correct?
I think that's approximate.
And what about, we had heard reports that they were stopped not once but twice on the highway. Can you elaborate?
I'll defer to his Pennsylvania public defender on that.
Do you have reason to believe that Koberger is connected to other crimes and unsolved mysteries in the area?
I wouldn't answer that question at this time.
When you start looking at some that may be unsolved, where he was around.
That would be a normal thing to do.
Question for the PSP here. Said he was taken without incident. Was it safe to say that, I shouldn't say it's safe to say, but did it seem like he was expecting?
I wouldn't comment on what his present sense was. I would just comment that the professionalism of the CERT team and their tactical training definitely proved in a situation like this to do it in the most tactically sound and fastest way possible.
Was there anybody else in the house at the time?
His parents were in the house at the time.
Did they say anything to you?
Again, present sense impression. I can't comment on that. Ongoing investigation.
He break down the door.
Force was used. The warrants were issued for evening search warrants, which in Pennsylvania requires additional probable cause in order to serve them at the hours of darkness. I would defer to the first assistant to talk about the legal burden that you bear in order to obtain those, but from a tactical standpoint, based upon all of the briefings that we had developed and all of the intelligence we had developed, we thought that was the best time to serve it.
And what tipped off that Pennsylvania was involved with this?
They were alerted by the FBI. Troopers in the Bureau of Criminal Investigation were alerted.
Anything on like his social media pages that tipped anything?
I can't comment. I don't know.
So has your parents been cooperative in this whole process?
Can't comment. Ongoing, like I said. The state police's role here was to serve the warrants and assist with the surveillance, which we've done. We've been part of major investigations. You know, these are men and women who take an oath to protect their communities and the Commonwealth here. We're very humbled with the opportunity that we had, given a case that has really gained international attention, to play a small part in it. And our hat is off to Moscow PD, again, with the size and the complexity of this investigation and the work that they've done to get us here today. And this is only the beginning of the next step.
If it's determined that anyone here in Pennsylvania either helped to conceal or dispose of any evidence, then you would be a part of this case, or would it go to...
I would say that we would pledge whatever support we can for ongoing investigations with the Idaho authorities here in Pennsylvania. Absolutely, we would help them in any way we could.
Were there any weapons found from the home?
I don't want to get into what was actually seized in the house pursuant to the evidentiary nature of it.
Can you give any insight into why you all decided to go in overnight to make the arrest?
Those are tactical decisions in terms of base surveillance. I don't want to give out too many tactical factors that go into that situation, but obviously surveillance was conducted, and we wanted to go in at a time when we thought it would be the safest for everybody, safest for anybody else in the house, safest for Mr. Koberger, and safest for our people.
There was an interesting question asked earlier about the care that needed to be taken to not tip the suspect off. Could you describe how long that lid had to be on things and how many people were involved in it? Like, how many people knew and for how long?
So I would say, I would answer the question this way. I don't want to get into a timeline in terms of when we were notified by the FBI and when the surveillance began. Obviously, we know on Thursday night into Friday morning is when the warrants were served. I would say, as a credit to the professionals both standing behind me and others not here, many others not here, the information was held very close, and we did not want to have any situation where Mr. Koberger potentially would be tipped off. So as a result of that, I would say a close number of approximately 7 to 8 individuals, maybe 10 on the most within the PSP side of this operation knew about it.
And for days, can we say? Or?
I would say for a period of time. I would not feel comfortable commenting any more than that, for a period of time. And then as the tactical assets were brought in, people were briefed.
When the movement plan is finally decided, will there be an announcement? Will
not from the state police. So we would defer to Moscow and the authorities in Idaho.
When he starts leaving Pennsylvania.
Well, we have security concerns now, obviously, to move any prisoner. Anytime you move somebody from a secure prison to another place, we don't want to. There won't be an announcement from the state police in terms of those logistics, but they're being worked on right now.
Can you give us your best guess when you think he might be moved, roughly? Tomorrow?
We would like to do it as soon as possible, but the court order says 10 days. We have 10 days to coordinate it.
Can you potentially be on a plane tonight? Is it possible he could be on a plane tonight? That's a possibility, right?
I can't. I would think that's probably not likely.
A private plane, or would you fly commercially?
We're looking into that right now.
Can you confirm or deny that a window was broken in order to gain access into the home?
There were multiple windows that were broken, I believe, to gain access, as well as multiple doors. I think the video of the house after the fact confirms that, and that would all be part of the tactical plan based on the floor plan of the house, et cetera, and what the CERT operators would do to serve those warrants.
Was this suspect on your radar before, and are you looking at any connections?
I wouldn't comment on that based on the ongoing nature.
But how about did he have a criminal past? According to the UJS, I didn't see anything.
I can't comment on a person's criminal history during an ongoing investigation.
Sorry, Mr. Mancuso said that you stand ready to assist in giving a complete background of the defendant. What specifically is law enforcement interested in?
That'll be the last question after Mr. Mancuso answers.
In any case of this nature, and I prosecuted a fair share of homicides, double homicides, that sort of thing, you want to look at any evidence of possible motive. You want to look at any evidence of a pattern, of modus operandi or method. You want to get into the subject's character, mental state to the best you can, that sort of thing. So it'll be an all-encompassing effort, which we stand ready for. Okay.
How do you do this?
We have our ways. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The battle on the House floor involving members of the Republican Party trying to elect the next Speaker of the House. A GOP leader, Kevin McCarthy, made last-minute concessions to those in his party who opposed his nomination, but it wasn't enough. The new Congress is now beginning with a high-stakes showdown that could possibly last days. Let's catch up with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft for more.
Further with legal analyst Andrew Lieb, friend of the program. Andrew, thanks so much for being with us. You've been following this today, watching some fireworks on the House floor. McCarthy could not 3 times garner 218 votes, and the tally against him went up as each vote took place. They'll adjourn they did adjourn, and they'll reconvene tomorrow at noon Eastern on the House floor for a 4th ballot. What are your overall impressions? What does this say about the Republican Party, do you think? This is the first day of the Congress.
First of all, like you said, the 20th Amendment says this is the first day of the Congress, but we're going to learn that no matter what we get, if we get a House Speaker, we're certainly not going to have a Republican leader. So it doesn't make a difference right now as the Republican Party is in shambles, as we're seeing each vote, it's coming out worse. In the last vote, as you just said, he went from losing 19 to losing 20 votes. He had needed to get 218 votes. The guy's not even close, and he's making concessions left and right. And I think it all ties together most marvelously like this. One of my favorite TV shows I was watching last night, 1923, that's the Yellowstone, the Duddons. The last time we had it go into another round for a speaker was 1923, 100 years ago. This is a mess.
I mean, Live Now looked there. Like you said, this, a lot of us obviously have not seen this in our lifetimes. But this could go on for days. Now, we're hearing from Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent that the longer this goes on, the less amount, I guess, of members could be present. Some have to go home for the weekend. There's only 434 right now. They do a roll call vote alphabetically, and they did it 3 times today. So Chad Pergram is saying the chances are quite slim for McCarthy if members can't be there present to vote for him in the next couple of days.
Well, there's 2 thoughts about that, Andrew. The first one is the record. What's the record? You said days. This could go on for months. In 1855, it went 133 rounds, or 2 months long. And as a citizen, you're a citizen, I'm a citizen, I'm concerned. I'll tell you why. Our Congress can't do anything this entire time. Until there's a speaker, we can't get any work done in Congress, which is ironic because these never Kevin people are all about sticking up against the elites that aren't getting any work done in Congress. So they're actually self-sabotaging and stopping any work getting done in Congress. But a second irony that I just need to point out is a concession Kevin was forced to make is he was going to fix proxy voting, which is the whole issue we're now discussing because they're not going to have people to vote. This is going to go for a very long time, I'm afraid, unless a new consensus speaker emerges.
Yeah, there was some talk as well, some House members, speaking on the record to some reporters, Republicans, that is, that this is not about ideology. This is not about policy. This is, parliamentary procedure. These are rules that govern the conduct on the House floor, and arguably you could make the case that the American people don't care about the rules on the House floor about how they do their business. They care about the policy at hand. That's why Republicans took back a very slim majority in the House. They're back in power, yet they seem to be tripping over themselves here, even with the power.
I think they're getting part of the allure of Trump right and part of the function wrong. What Trump went to power with is that this swamp, this corruption, was getting nothing done. And they're right to go and pigeonhole Kevin with his coiffed hair and him looking like he's in the elite. And they're saying, yeah, but really the American people, I think, don't care if someone looks good, looks bad, is elite, is not elite, is educated, is uneducated. They care if people roll up their sleeves and do work. And this is a terrible move, a terrible lens on the Republican Party, particularly when you're seeing Hakeem Jeffries getting unanimous consent on the Democratic side. And mind you, he got more votes for Speaker than McCarthy. Scary stuff for the Republicans. They got to get their act together.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the impasse seems somewhat intractable here because you were kind of juxtaposing with the Democrats. Speaker Nancy Pelosi would never let her, I guess, caucus out of line like this. But Kevin McCarthy cannot seem to get more people on board, and he needs to do just that. Who knows what, backroom deals are being made until they reconvene at noon tomorrow. But this is at an impasse.
I think they should all be putting on reruns of House of Cards tonight and understanding how to whip up those votes. Because how he goes into the vote with knowing that he's not going to get at least 5, and he couldn't lose all 5. At least 5 never Kevins is just crazy to me. They have to be making, as you said, backroom deals, but they should have been doing this weeks ago. It's a bad look because no matter what happens now, the concessions, how handcuffed he's going to be, the Republicans are not going to be strong. And right now, what they need to go into the presidential election up next is they need strong legislation and getting things done. That's what the American people want. They want people working for them, not against them.
And for some of these holdout Republicans, they nominated Jim Jordan, the Republican from Ohio. Jim Jordan said as much on the floor at the lectern that he does not want to be Speaker. He nominated Kevin McCarthy in the second ballot. Matt Gaetz then went right away and nominated Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan wants to sit as chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. That's what he wants. Maybe he secretly wants to be Speaker. Who knows? But you still had 20 House Republicans vote for him. Maybe they can reach some type of an agreement, but Jim Jordan's kind of, he needs to, would you say he needs to get more outspoken about this for Kevin McCarthy?
I think he needs to get more outspoken. I'm not going to go as far as to Kevin McCarthy. He needs to go more outspoken because how is he getting 20 votes on this last third-round vote? He picked up a vote from Byron Donalds of Florida in this last vote. How is he picking on votes when he's saying, I don't want the job? They're voting for someone saying, not me, I don't want it. And it's just insane to me. At least Andy Biggs had wanted to become elected the Speaker. At least he got some of the votes the first time. Vote for someone who wants the job, not someone who doesn't want the job. So I think Jim Jordan needs to come together with McCarthy, and they have to come with leadership, and they have to whip votes tonight. Like I said, watch House of Cards, figure out who they're going to get behind, because something needs to change, because the American people will never vote for a Republican president if we're 2 months later from now, like back in 1855, and we still don't have a Speaker. They need to get a Speaker now.
Yeah. And speaking of that, all the new freshman members were there in the chamber today because they still need to get sworn in to do the job they were elected to do once the Speaker situation is set. Of course, one of those is Congressman-elect George Santos. We all know, and we've been covering very extensively, the scandals that have plagued him, to say the least. Fox's Madeline Rivera has a look on his first day at Capitol Hill.
Republican Congressman-elect George Santos avoided a throng of reporters standing outside of his office Tuesday. His future in Congress remains in question, shrouded in scrutiny as he battles allegations that he misled the public about his past.
New Yorkers deserve better. Our conference deserves better.
Santos has admitted to lying about graduating from college and has confessed about never working directly for Goldman Sachs and Citigroup. He's facing investigations from federal and local prosecutors. Now, Brazilian authorities say they're planning to revive fraud charges against him from 2008, when a 19-year-old Santos allegedly bought items at a clothing store with a stolen checkbook, according to the New York Times. As multiple House Democrats call for Santos' resignation, several Republicans are also slamming his credibility.
His conduct is embarrassing and unbecoming. And it is certainly a distraction.
Complicating the issue, though, was House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's daunting bid for Speaker. He's fighting for every Republican vote, and Santos is vowing to support him.
Santos. McCarthy.
Any challenge regarding Santos may have to wait until after the Speaker vote is complete. Once the House swears in Santos, it could also move to expel him, so it could be a doozy of a few days on Capitol Hill. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. Let's bring in Andrew Lieb yet again to talk about the talented Mr. Santos. That's what a lot of people are kind of referring to him as, kind of a nod to that movie with Matt Damon. But there's been a lot of movie TV references in our conversation today. Andrew, what do you think the House, what do you think congressional leaders are going to do? There's been talk of maybe bringing him in front of the House Ethics Committee. We know investigations have been started at the Nassau County level, the DA there, also the Brooklyn U.S. Attorney's Office. It's not looking good for Santos.
Let's start off with he represents the 3rd District in New York. That's Long Island, the Gold Coast. This is where we read about the Great Gatsby. That's the area he's coming from, not too far from where I live. Mr. Santos, today, I believe, Brazilian authorities are telling us that they're now revising a 2008 fraud case against him. So not just Nassau DA, not just federal charges, but also Brazil. That all being said, the only people that can remove him from office appears to be the Congress. That all being said, except if there's an eligibility issue, which some people are flouting with potential citizenship or otherwise. But here's where we're going. Even if he gets arrested, even if he goes prosecuted, even if he loses, even if he goes to jail, except for a constitution eligibility requirement, he could still remain in Congress as a felon unless Congress removes him. So the real question is, after whoever becomes the speaker, are they going to start doing proceedings to bring him in and then send him packing? I want to know if that's going to be happening next.
Yeah, and of course, there's still a lot of questions about, his financial dealings, campaign donations, his, allegations of his personal wealth after so many embellishments in his resume. That all needs to be looked at, too. According to, New York Republicans, Santos is already committed to not running for re-election, apparently, in 2024. But this is quite a headache, especially for House Republicans. As we've seen all of that unfold today on the House floor, Santos was kind of the sideshow.
It is a disaster for them. Even though he's a sideshow, he's an ever-present sideshow. And I watched a great interview on Fox News with him, and he was asked to explain himself. Why is he doing this? Explain this finance thing. How do you work at Citi? How do you work at Goldman when they say you don't work for them? And he condescended to the American people in that interview and said they couldn't understand. I'm paraphrasing. But how do you say that? You double down in stupid. That's what this guy keeps doing. Anytime there's a layer where you're like, how does he do it? He goes further. We saw that he's been supporting the Don't Say Gay. We saw that he says he's been out and respected at all times. He said for 10 years, then it comes out 2019, he gets divorced from a woman. The schools he said he worked for, no one's heard about. No one at the school knows of him. No one knows who he is. It's Catch Me If You Can. That's the TV reference, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll see what happens, when he's in Congress, if he will be stripped of his committee assignments, if there will be, a vote to maybe censure. That all remains to be seen. He's not even sworn in yet because of everything that's been happening. But politicians, they tell, big lies, small lies all the time. I would be hard-pressed to find one that tells so many lies about his own personal resume, things that are easy to look up and check with the people in their lives. So I guess the case of George Santos continues. We'll see if he makes any statements once he is sworn in and once he takes office. What will you be looking for next in, I guess, the case of Santos?
I just need to echo something you just said, because I think this is where the American people can't handle it. It's not that he's lying about policy or even military and what he did and what medals. He's lying on things that we all need to put on our resume. Where did you go to school? Where did you previously work? It's like spitting in our face and telling us it's raining. It's the simplicity of the lies that's driving us nuts. So where am I looking for it to go next? I think he's going to get prosecuted for one of these days, if not by the AG in New York, who's also looking into him. But I would hope whoever the speaker is, they control their caucus. How do they control their caucus? They, as you pointed out, refer him to an ethics investigation. Number one, we have to clean house and make this above the swamp. That's the future of this house.
All right, I think that's kind of the theme of today is it's quite hard to control your caucus and your members. Andrew Lieb, thanks so much for being with us. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks much.
Let's talk about this.
The time is now 8:39 a.m. as we take this live now look from New York, New York. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us here on this Wednesday, December 4th. We are continuing to follow a string of headlines and top stories this morning, but let's revisit a major story that broke overnight, the situation with NFL star Damar Hamlin, who is still in critical condition after collapsing during a game and suffering cardiac arrest. So let's check in with our news partners with Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're going to bring us a little bit more.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest after making a tackle last night. The medical emergency forced the league to suspend a very pivotal game that quickly lost significance, and they postponed it indefinitely.
Joining us now to talk more about this is Fox 11 Sports Wrap co-host Ron Pitts. He played cornerback in the NFL. His sons recently played college football. His dad, Elijah Pitts, also played in the NFL. His son Lee played defensive back at the University of Sioux Falls, University of Arizona, Azusa Pacific University. Shea played defensive back at his alma mater, UCLA. Ron Pitts, welcome back to the special report. Good to see you. I know you were watching this game with your sons last night. As a former player, as an NFL broadcaster, as a father, what was that moment like for you?
Shocking. I'm still in disbelief, along with many of my former teammates and coaches, and the rest of the sports world right now. I've been playing football like all my life. Okay, born and raised into professional football with my father being a coach and a former player, and I've seen a lot. Alex, Marla, I've seen injuries. I've seen guys get concussions. I've seen guys get knocked unconscious, broken bones, compound fractures, all of that kind of stuff. But I've never seen this happen. And when you look at the reaction from the players on the field, I knew immediately this was something very different, something that these guys had never seen before. You understand, this is a tough man sport. It really is. You're taught to endure pain mentally, physically, emotionally, and even sometimes spiritually in this business. and go to the next play. That's the mentality. No matter how bad you're hurt or hurting, pick yourself up, keep going, let's go to the next play. But when this happened last night, you knew it was something different. And when it's one of your teammates or even a guy you're playing with, that's what amazing, a guy you're playing against. This was the enemy, literally seconds before this happened. And now guys from both teams locked in arms, guys sobbing from both teams. It just took me to a different level, a place that I had never been before, to be quite honest with you.
Does this give you pause as a parent to allow your sons to continue to play this game that you say is a tough man's game? And for parents, we talked to plenty of them today that are now rethinking the idea of letting their sons or play tackle football. What do you say?
Well, first of all, we have to be careful because we don't know exactly what caused Damar's situation. Because if you look at the tape closely, after the contact, he got up. And not only got up, he adjusted his equipment, his face mask, and then it looked as though he started to walk, back toward the huddle and then fell backwards unconscious. So while you can't say that the hit and the contact didn't have anything to do with it, there could be other factors involved here, and that's where I don't want to get into that medically because I don't know. I'm not a medical professional in that vein, but it was clear that from that point on, the players now saw the medical teams from both, teams out there working frantically trying to help him. Okay, and the reports came out, of cardiac arrest, and so there was a heart stoppage that they did get going again, and that's when they put him into the ambulance. But just that part of it alone, guys, an ambulance on a field. Right. I've never played in a game where an ambulance came on the field. Sure, I've seen guys get carted off, and I've gone through that. I never personally had to have that happen, but I've seen that. But when an ambulance comes on the field and CPR is given and guys see that, that's a whole nother level. And I'll tell you another thing. I knew something was definitely wrong when the coaches went across the field, met, talked, and they were covering their mouth. And I could tell by their body language that there was something big time wrong. And I think people are starting to guess, well, is the game going to go on? Are they going to pause for any? That wasn't even anywhere in my thought process. I knew right then that game was over. And of course, the league came out today and officially said that game is done. It's considered a no contest, and we will worry about rescheduling the rest of everyone's schedule and pushing things forward and whatever later on. But for right now, the concern is Damar Hamlin and his safety and where he is right now, and can he come out of this thing and back to normal or a semblance of normal?
That being said, and obviously that's everybody's main concern now, the NFL is a very, very big business that's very important to a lot of folks. The games are on a lot of different levels. Where does the league go from here, and do you think we're going to see football on Thursday night, on Sunday night, on Monday night, in this week?
I don't know the answer to that question, Alex. I really don't. I know, and we all know that the league is a financially driven entity, and it does very well. And it does very well because these games go on no matter what. You know the emotion of this? The emotion of this as a broadcaster, as a person who had been through something like this before, I equated this to 9/11. Because I was calling games for Fox at that time. And this is what that felt like to me when you found out what had happened. It was just that horrific feeling of, oh my goodness, what is this? What happened? And what happens next? And that's where everyone is at right now. 32 teams, 32 owners, 60 some players on each team are sitting right now literally on pins and needles because they know one of their comrades is in a hospital and may not make it. And Marla, to answer your question about, my sons and how I've talked to them about this, as I said, I grew up in this business, and for me it was, okay, my father played, so yeah, it's like a person whose father was a lawyer. It's like a person whose father was a doctor. Yeah, I wanted to aspire to be like my father. And I think I had the blessing of learning how to play the game the right way, the safe way, the correct way, for the right reasons. And I tell you, every time my boys are playing a game, I call them the night before, and we talk a little bit. I say, I love you. And then I say, the last thing I always say to them, keep your head up. Because in the last 10, 15 years or so, the big issue has been head injuries, concussions, neck injuries, things like that. And those are always exasperated by head, down
trauma,
when you're tackling for them. Right. So no matter what, even in their 20s now, I say, hey, good luck, love you, blah, blah, blah.
Keep your head up.
Keep your head up. That's what I always say. So,
Ron, we gotta go.
I know that I've been able to. I'm sorry, Alex.
I think we got to go. We're out of time.
Yeah,
but
unfortunately,
we appreciate your perspective.
And your boys are lucky to have you. You keep your head up, and we appreciate you. Thank you for being with us tonight, Ron.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back into Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the latest on the man charged in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Joining the program now is Dr. Carol Limberman, a forensic psychiatrist, a trial expert witness, and she's also a body language expert. So, Dr. Carol, thank you so much for joining the show and offering your context and analysis. I do want to begin with the video that shows Kohberger walking to the courtroom. He's wearing that red jumpsuit, and I would love to play it and see if you could maybe offer a little bit of analysis, maybe some red flags that you're seeing. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Yeah. Well, that actually is him walking in the halls of the court after he had spoken to the judge. And, you know, he has this deadpan look. Most of the pictures and video that we see of him he has this deadpan look at his people who knew him, or even his current classmates said he has this, that's how he is. In this picture, that's when he's walking to the courthouse, and you see that he looks for a second at the reporters. They're calling to him and asking him, you know, why did you do it, and so on. And but other than that, he then quickly looks straight ahead, turns toward the courthouse, and has this robot-like walk. And the only time that we have seen him, other than this kind of robotic sort of face, in these court pictures, though, you do see some indication of his anxiety. For example, his biting his lip, in walking in the hall. In the other picture, he was blinking some. Those are some indications of anxiety. But the main picture, video where he looks other than deadpan is the one where the second arrest, well, not really an arrest, but where the police stop him in Indiana, he and his father driving to Pennsylvania, and he looks at the policeman and he is panic-stricken. Panic-stricken face. Yes, there we go. That because he doesn't know whether the police know that he is the one who committed the crime, or is going to be accused of committing the crime. And they didn't at that time. They didn't know about the license plate and so on of the car, but he didn't know that. And clearly right there, he's expecting maybe this is going to be it. This is going to be the arrest. And his father, in contrast, his father has this very strange affect. He tells the policeman about some crime that happened in Washington, not the 4 students who were murdered, and how his son is going to school in Washington. Very strange. I think we're beginning to see that a lot of strange things about his father. Like at the courthouse yesterday, he wore these strange clothes, not appropriate really for going to court where your son is being accused of murder.
It's interesting that you mentioned the father. Do you think that perhaps he had some knowledge about his son possibly committing these crimes?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that. I think, the father is perhaps in denial, but it's so strange that he would fly to Washington right after the crimes and drive back across the states. Was this on the father's bucket list, that he wanted to go cross country? Did he hear something in his son's voice that sounded a bit off and he was worried about his son driving all the way? Or did he have some inkling about the son? He had to have heard about the white Elantra. He knows that his son has that car. He drove all the way in that car. Perhaps even when the policeman stopped him, that was the father's nervousness, talking about all of these things, that perhaps the father also was worried that the policeman was going to arrest his son.
So let's talk about the court hearing that took place yesterday, because there was something interesting that happened. Kohberger mentioned that he does not have a mental illness. When asked by the judge, he said no, he doesn't have a mental illness. How could this possibly play out in future court hearings and proceedings?
Yes, the judge, that's a normal thing for the judge to ask. She has to make sure that the defendant is of sound mind when he's agreeing to extradition, which was what the hearing was about yesterday. So that was the question, is there anything, do you suffer from any mental health diagnosis or take any prescribed medication that would interfere with your being able to consent to waiving extradition? And he said no. Now, he said that presumably because he wanted to be extradited and get to Idaho, and probably to see the what was written up in the arrest warrant and so on, for why they, what they suspect about him. But his defense attorney, who he's going to get in Idaho, will most likely try for an insanity defense, which, as an expert witness myself, a psychiatric expert witness who has been hired by the defense oftentimes, for a psychiatric defense and not guilty by reason of insanity, or something where you can prove that the person didn't have the intent to kill. So that is going to get in the way of this future probable defense. But there is no way that, I haven't examined him, but it does not seem to me, certainly I've studied this case, It does not seem to me that he would be appropriate for not guilty by reason of insanity. He knew what he was doing when he committed that crime. I've talked about how he's an incel. Besides whatever other psychiatric problems he has, I think the main motive for this was that he is an incel and involuntary celibate who was enraged at these 4 students for being Stacy's and Chad's, what incels call the beautiful people, you know, the people who they think wouldn't give them the time of day. And so, but that does not mean, you know, that isn't a defense for, I mean, when he killed them, he knew what he was doing. And that's the thing. Did the person know the nature of his crime? And did he know whether it was right or wrong? And he did, for sure, at the time.
So let's talk more about his background and his past. We're still learning a lot, but based off of what has been revealed thus far, have you noticed any personality indicators that maybe could have foreshadowed this event? You mentioned the likelihood of him being an incel. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit further on that and other things that you've noticed throughout this course of getting to know about his background that could have possibly been indicative of these murders.
Sure. Well, for one thing, you know, an incel is a man who has had a history, a long history, really from the first time that they showed interest in a woman. Or these are men who feel deprived, unfairly deprived of women wanting to have sex with them or wanting to date them, and because they've been rejected all along. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. They build up rage as they get rejected more and more. And we don't know if we do know, I mean, there are things that have come out that kind of support that characterization of him. The fact that his cell phone was found pinging in the same places as these 4 students were, especially Kaylee. When he was young, when he was in high school, and he was overweight and he was considered a nerd and so on. But more than that, the girls bullied him, high school girls bullied him, threw things at him. And it went from there. A bar in his neighborhood in Pennsylvania talk about how the owner of the bar had to talk with him because he was harassing the women, the staff and the customers, trying to get them to, you know, pay attention to him, to go out with him, and so on. So there's a history of that. There's a subculture on the internet of these incels. The most famous incel was Elliot Rodger in 2014. He's the one who shot and knifed and ran over with his car a bunch of students at UC Santa Barbara. And he's sort of the incel hero. Now, the incels have already, just recently, they have started a free Brian Koberger campaign. So they recognize him as one of them. They feed each other's rage. And that, you know, the reason when I started talking about this at the beginning, because when they described the crime scene as so, not just knifing, stabbing, you know, which is very personal, but the fact that it was so brutal. And that is because he unleashed on them, in my opinion, all of the rage, you know, that he has been storing up in his 28 years. And, you know, obviously he has some other psychological problems as well. But, and we of course, we haven't learned very much about his family. And, you know, other than what we saw, we know one of his sisters is a psychologist. We know his father went bankrupt in 2010. I would say that probably the family member who influenced him most in a negative way was his father, but we can't really say, I don't know anything more about him other than that he went bankrupt. But, you know, perhaps there's some mental illness in the family, but we don't know that yet. We do know one thing that was interesting was that after the murders, the students in his criminology class talked about how he changed, how now he was more talkative, he was animated. And I had predicted that, well, I was talking about what people should look for if they think they might, if they're trying to help find the killer. And I said one of the things to look for would be a change in personality. He would have been introverted before the killings and then become more extroverted afterwards, because he would feel so proud of himself that he had gotten rid of some Stacys and some Chads, the beautiful people who the incels hate.
So let's talk more about his field of study, because we do know that he was studying criminology and criminal justice, I believe. Does this offer any insight into a motivation, possibly?
Yes. I think that his studies, first, he studied psychology as an undergrad and then criminology to get his master's. And then, of course, he's in this PhD program in criminology. I think it was two things. One, he was struggling with the demons inside of him, the murderous demons inside of him that wanted to commit a crime. He was struggling to try to damp those down, calm those. But on the other hand, at the same time, he was also trying to learn what he could about criminology and criminals and how to commit the perfect crime. I think that's what he was trying to do. He had these two impulses fighting with each other, and apparently the one where he wanted to commit the perfect crime won. And I think part of it, there's been talk about his teacher, who is a famous criminologist who's written a bunch of books and so on, and has collaborated with the BTK killer. And I think part of him, he wants to be his own book. He wants to have books about him. And I think he also fantasized about writing a book with this teacher about him and his crimes.
Wow. Anything else that really stands out to you with this case? And we've been trying to figure out what the connection could possibly be between the suspect and the 4 victims, but now you're giving us more insight into that. Anything else that really stands out?
Well, talking about that, Kaylee's father had said that she told him that she had a stalker. And and even there's a shopkeeper in Moscow, and where he said that her friends told him that they would walk behind her because she had a stalker. Now, why nothing more was done about that? But they should have listened to her father, really. But there's so much. What else? In his studies of psychology and criminology, that is what Ted Bundy did. Ted Bundy studied psychology first, and then he studied not criminology per se, but he studied law. And he studied that in Washington. And so it made me wonder whether, in fact, Brian Kohberger was following or trying to follow in Ted Bundy's footsteps and go to Washington to study criminology, in the same kind of way. The main difference, though, between the two of them is that Ted Bundy was not an incel. He was a charmer. He had women. He could get women. He did get women. That's how he was able to kill a lot of the women, because they came with him. They were attracted to him. So, but it is kind of, I wonder if it's just a coincidence that he went to Washington, or he really, especially since he was studying criminology, he knew about Ted Bundy, so perhaps doing that on purpose.
So next, United States Marshals will extradite him back to Idaho. That's when we'll learn more details about the murder, and we'll touch base with you as soon as that happens. Thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
could be able to track mine.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to follow the story, heartbreaking story out of Moscow, Idaho. The man charged in the murder of 4 University of Idaho students was in a Pennsylvania courtroom for extradition. Let's listen into the announcements that were made from Pennsylvania State Police.
Operations, who assisted in safely taking the suspect into custody in the early morning hours of December 30th. As previously indicated by Chief James Fry of the Moscow Police Department, specific details regarding this investigation cannot be released until the suspect is extradited to Idaho and presented with the probable cause affidavit. At this time, I will turn the microphone over to Major Christopher Paris, commander of Area 3, who was involved in the coordinated efforts to take the suspect into custody.
Thank you, Colonel. Area 3 comprises troops F, P, N, and R, and is made up of 1,000 approximately of the women and men, civilian and enlisted, in the northeastern part of Pennsylvania. I'd like to introduce to my left Captain Norm Kramer, who's the commander of Troop N Hazleton, which is comprised of Carbon, Monroe, Columbia, and parts of Luzerne counties. I would like to reiterate, as the colonel said, that Idaho law prohibits any release of information contained within the affidavits. So we're going to do our best today to talk about what phase we are currently in the investigation, and it has entered a new phase with the waiver for extradition. And the continuing primary goal is the seeking of justice through successful prosecution and conviction, bearing the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So with that in mind, we're trying to balance essentially 2 things: the public's desire for information against the need to maintain the integrity of the investigation and protect the suspects, accused at this point's due process. So I'll now attempt to give you an operational picture with the best information I can release at the time. So this begins when the Pennsylvania State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation troopers were contacted by the FBI about assisting with surveillance of the accused in this case. I'd like to take the opportunity to specifically thank several individuals. Special Agent in Charge Jackie McGuire and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Dave Carter from the Philadelphia Field Division, as well as Supervisory Special Agent Bill Vigorito of the Scranton RA. We're very lucky in PSP to have a collaborative relationship with the Bureau, both in Pennsylvania and beyond, and their people are absolutely excellent. So as the investigation progressed, Troop N Criminal Investigation Section, commanded by Captain Kramer over my left shoulder here, began to collaborate with authorities in Idaho. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Lieutenant James Curto, who is here today, Sergeant Anthony Ferdinand, Corporal John Chulak, who is not present with us, and Troopers Leary and Knoll, who are here with us today. It was through this collaboration and the charges pending in Idaho that those troopers were able to obtain search warrants and a fugitive from justice warrant that was prepared here in Monroe County for the location in Chestnut Hill Township and the fugitive from justice warrant for Mr. Koberger, respectively. I'd like to acknowledge the Monroe County District Attorney, David Christine, as well as First Assistant Mike Mancuso and their entire office. The support that we received was absolutely excellent. Once those warrants were obtained, the Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, BESO, coordinates our Special Emergency Response Team, CERT. They were selected to serve those warrants, the 3 search warrants and the fugitive from justice warrant. To define what CERT is, it's a full-time tactical team maintained by PSP to deal with high-risk warrant situations, barricades, and other incidents requiring specialized tactical training or other capabilities. From their perspective, we essentially task them to go out and serve a arrest warrant for someone accused of a quadruple murder. They're activated several hundred times a year throughout the Commonwealth. We don't typically hear of their work in a forum like this because they serve the warrant, the person's taken into custody, and they go about their assignment. They are the ultimate professionals. It's a volunteer team. They're highly trained and highly motivated. Captain Norm Kramer, over my left shoulder, was assigned as the top comm for the CERT activation, which means he was responsible for coordinating our tactical preparations. So tactical assets were then staged in the county, in Monroe County, into the evening of Thursday, December 29th, last Thursday. And in the early hours of Friday, December 30th, those warrants were executed at the location. Mr. Koberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI Evidence Response Team for processing. Mr. Koberger was then turned over to the Monroe County Prison, where he has remained in their custody since. I'd like to thank the Monroe County Sheriff and the Stroud Regional Police Department for their support as well during the extradition process. Arrangements currently are being made to deliver Koberger back to Idaho, where he can have continued due process and face these charges. So it's with that I will turn it over to First Assistant Mike Mancuso.
Thank you, Major. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Mancuso with the DA's office, the First Assistant District Attorney. I want to give my condolences to the families of the victims out in Idaho for their loss. It's my sincere hope that this marks a clear step in the right direction of effectuating justice for those folks. My office's role was relatively recent. We weren't advised of the presence of the defendant in our county until only a couple days before the apprehension of the defendant. But when we were told, we came together and worked very closely with Captain Kramer, who did an excellent job in almost like a clockwork operation. Part of my duties were to ensure that 3 separate search warrants were issued. Those affidavits attached to those search warrants are still under seal, so I can't discuss their contents with you. But one was for the person of Mr. Koberger, collecting DNA and photographs, that sort of thing. One was for the white Elantra vehicle, which I understand has been seized and is being processed. And one was for the address, the residence itself that he was living in with his family. I was at the scene, and I have to say that Major Paris and Captain Norm Kramer did an outstanding job in coordinating the efforts, not only of the numerous Pennsylvania State police troopers there, but officers from other jurisdictions and disciplines within those jurisdictions to make this a very smooth, highly competent professional operation. It is a quirk, apparently. It's not in the norm of the states I'm familiar with that Idaho does not release their probable cause affidavit in support of their arrest warrant until after their defendant is returned to that state. But having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents. So that's a significant development. Beyond that, looking at the scope of the situation and the ties this defendant has to my county, I would hold our office at the disposal of the Idaho authorities to help facilitate a complete background investigation into the defendant, both activities prior to the murders occurring within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. So we stand ready to assist with that effort on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
We can now open it up for questions.
Can you tell us what state police specifically did, or can you give us any indication as to the operations of state police when you were notified? And you talk about putting tactical in the area. How long were they there? And what's the
We're not in a position to give you an exact time. It was at some point prior to when the surveillance was taken as the investigation progressed to a point where search warrants could be obtained and the probable cause for those search warrants and an arrest warrant, a fugitive from justice warrant based on the arrest warrant out in Idaho were obtained. We began to take the tactical steps to plan to serve them.
Were you collecting evidence prior to his arrest?
At this point, like we said, it's very much pertinent to what's in the affidavits, which we cannot speak about.
All right, we are listening, taking a look back as Pennsylvania State Police continue to give an update as Brian Koberger will be extradited back to Moscow, Idaho, continuing to stay on top of this story. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and switch gears to bring you all a development in the Aaron Dean trial, a story that we have been following since day one here at Live Now from Fox. The ex-Fort Worth cop was sentenced to nearly 12 years for manslaughter of Tatiana Jefferson. Now, a jury found Aaron Dean guilty of manslaughter for the fatal shooting of Jefferson, who was a 28-year-old black woman, you may remember the story, while she was babysitting her nephew in a family home. Now, today, the mayor and city council member of Fort Worth are set to appear in court for speaking publicly about the trial. He's the former officer, again, who killed Tatiana Jefferson. They're both accused of violating this gag order issued for the case. The purpose of these types of orders is to protect the integrity of the trial. So joining us now live with an update is Fox 4 Dallas's Hannah Battagh. Good morning, Hannah. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning to you, live outside of the courthouse here in Fort Worth, where that hearing is set to take place later today. And this is an interesting development because today's hearing actually has nothing to do with, like you mentioned, the former Fort Worth police officer. It's actually about two city leaders here in Fort Worth, the mayor and a city council member. So the mayor, Maddie Parker, and that councilman, Chris Nettles, they spoke publicly once the verdict in the Aaron Dean trial was reached, but before they had reached the sentencing phase of the trial. Judge in the case actually paused the sentencing proceedings to call in the councilman. Gag order in this case was first issued in 2019. Parker and Nettles issued public statements the day Aaron Dean was convicted. Nettles' office put out a statement calling the verdict a slap in the face to the black communities. Parker called the verdict a measure of justice. Both face contempt of court charges. Now, it's going to be up to a judge to decide if the public statements violated the gag order. The punishment for violating it could be a fine of up to $500 and up to 6 months in jail time. The attorney for former officer Aaron Dean had actually argued for a change of venue for the trial because of the publicity surrounding this case. These two are not the only ones facing penalty for violating this gag order. The attorney for the Jefferson family, Lee Merritt, has a hearing set for tomorrow for the same reason. Now, today's hearing is set to start at noon. Reporting live in Fort Worth, I'm Hannah Battagh. Back to you.
All right, a huge thank you to Hannah and our entire Fox 4 Dallas team for bringing us that update. Again, that hearing taking place at noon, and we will be sure to bring you all every development as that continues. The time here is 9:22. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin suffered a cardiac arrest after making a tackle last night. The medical emergency forced the league to suspend, a very pivotal game that quickly lost significance, and they postponed it indefinitely.
Joining us now to talk more about this is Fox 11 Sports Wrap co-host Ron Pitts. He played cornerback in the NFL. His sons recently played college football. His dad, Elijah Pitts, also played in the NFL. His son Lee played defensive back at the University of Sioux Falls, University of Arizona, Azusa Pacific University. Shea played defensive back at his alma mater, UCLA. Ron Pitts, welcome back to the special report. Good to see you. I know you were watching this game with your sons last night. As a former player, as an NFL broadcaster, as a father, what was that moment like for you?
Shocking. I'm still in disbelief, along with many of my former teammates and coaches, and the rest of the sports world right now. I've been playing football like all my life. Okay, born and raised into professional football with my father being a coach and a former player, and I've seen a lot. Alex, Marla, I've seen injuries. I've seen guys get concussions. I've seen guys get knocked unconscious, broken bones, compound fractures, all of that kind of stuff. But I've never seen this happen. And when you look at the reaction from the players on the field, I knew immediately this was something very different, something that these guys had never seen before. You understand, this is a tough man sport. It really is. You're taught to endure pain mentally, physically, emotionally, and even sometimes spiritually in this business, and go to the next play. That's the mentality. No matter how bad you're hurt or hurting, pick yourself up, keep going, let's go to the next play. But when this happened last night, you knew it was something different. And when it's one of your teammates or even a guy you're playing with, that's what amazing, a guy you're playing against. This was the enemy, literally seconds before this happened. And now guys from both teams locked in arms, guys sobbing from both teams. It just took me to a different level, a place that I had never been before, to be quite honest with you.
Does this give you pause as a parent to allow your sons to continue to play this game that you say is a tough man's game? And for parents, we talked to plenty of them today that are now rethinking the idea of letting their sons or play tackle football. What do you say?
Well, first of all, we have to be careful because we don't know exactly what caused Damar's situation. Because if you look at the tape closely, after the contact, he got up. And not only got up, he adjusted his equipment, his face mask, and then it looked as though he started to walk, back toward the huddle and then fell backwards unconscious. So while you can't say that the hit and the contact didn't have anything to do with it, there could be other factors involved here, and that's where I don't want to get into that medically because I don't know. I'm not a medical professional in that vein, but it was clear that from that point on, the players now saw the medical teams from both, teams out there working frantically trying to help him. Okay, and the reports came out, of cardiac arrest, and so there was a heart stoppage that they did get going again, and that's when they put him into the ambulance. But just that part of it alone, guys, an ambulance on a field. Right. I've never played in a game where an ambulance came on the field. Sure, I've seen guys get carted off, and I've gone through that. I never personally had to have that happen, but I've seen that. But when an ambulance comes on the field and CPR is given and guys see that, that's a whole nother level. And I'll tell you another thing. I knew something was definitely wrong when the coaches went across the field, met, talked, and they were covering their mouth. And I could tell by their body language that there was something big time wrong. And I think people are starting to guess, well, is the game going to go on? Are they going to pause for any? That wasn't even anywhere in my thought process. I knew right then that game was over. And of course, the league came out today and officially said that game is done. It's considered a no contest, and we will worry about rescheduling the rest of everyone's schedule and pushing things forward and whatever later on. But for right now, the concern is Damar Hamlin and his safety and where he is right now, and can he come out of this thing and back to normal or a semblance of normal?
That being said, and obviously that's everybody's main concern now, the NFL is a very, very big business that's very important to a lot of folks. The games are on a lot of different levels. Where does the league go from here? And do you think we're going to see football on Thursday night, on Sunday night, on Monday night, in this week?
I don't know the answer to that question, Alex. I really don't. I know, and we all know, that the league is a financially driven entity, and it does very well. And it does very well because these games go on no matter what. You know, the emotion of this as a broadcaster, as a person who had been through something like this before, I equated this to 9/11 because I was calling games for Fox at that time. And this is what that felt like to me when you found out what had happened. It was just that horrific feeling of, oh my goodness, what is this? What happened? And what happens next? And that's where everyone is at right now. 32 teams, 32 owners, 60 some players on each team are sitting right now literally on pins and needles because they know one of their comrades is in a hospital and may not make it. And Marla, to answer your question about my sons and how I've talked to them about this, as I said, I grew up in this business, and for me it was okay. My father played, so yeah, it's like a person whose father was a lawyer. It's like a person whose father was a doctor. Yeah, I wanted to aspire to be like my father, and I think I had the blessing of learning how to play the game the right way, the safe way, the correct way. For the right reasons. And I tell you, every time my boys are playing a game, I call them the night before and, we talk a little bit. I say, I love you. And then I say, the last thing I always say to them, keep your head up. Because in the last 10, 15 years or so, the big issue has been head injuries, concussions, neck injuries, things like that. And those are always exasperated by head, down
trauma,
when you're tackling for them. Right. So no matter what, even in their 20s now, I say, hey, good luck, love you, blah, blah, blah.
Keep your head up.
Keep your head up. That's what I always say. So,
Ron, we gotta go.
I know that I've been able to. I'm sorry, Alex?
I think we got to go. We're out of time.
Yeah,
okay.
But
unfortunately.
we appreciate your perspective.
And your boys are lucky to have you. You keep your head up, and we appreciate you. Thank you for being with us tonight, Ron.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team for bringing us that update. Let's continue the conversation with Dr. Fahmi Farah, a cardiologist joining our programming live this morning. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. There are still so many questions surrounding what exactly prompted this cardiac arrest.
When I saw what happened on the field that night, he's so young, only 24 years old. So heart attack is less likely in someone young and fit. Some of the things you may have heard on the news lately, commotio cordis is one of them, which is a big blow to the chest that can cause abrupt stopping of the heart and can cause somebody to collapse and have a cardiac arrest. But there's something else. It's called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. What happened was actually a pretty classic presentation we typically see in young athletes sometimes. What this condition is a genetic thing, if that's what it was. People are born with it. They have increased thickness of the heart muscle, so heart is essentially enlarged. And when they get into situations like strenuous activities such as football, they can have arrhythmia like ventricular tachycardia and can collapse and have a cardiac arrest. So some of these things could be very common cause of what may have happened that day. One of the other things, I know that he did get a blow to his chest, and there's something called cardiac tamponade. So our heart sits in a sac. It's called the pericardium, and in a normal heart, there's not any space between that heart and the pericardium. But when there's a blow to the chest, such as what happened that night or in a motor vehicle accident, sometimes we can have blood building up between that space. And if the volume of blood gets large enough, it can cause the heart to stop and cause a cardiac arrest. So a number of things could have been the cause. We'll have to wait and see what the doctors say.
Definitely we'll have to wait and see. Now, another topic of concern is exactly how long he remained really unresponsive on the field. It took paramedics, EMTs, 16 minutes to get a heartbeat. How could this possibly affect his recovery?
It is, to give you some statistics, out of hospital cardiac arrest in general, they have very poor prognosis. Between 70 to 90% of out of hospital cardiac arrest patients don't even make it to the hospital. The fact that they were able to get a pulse back is a good thing. However, as you said, the fact that his resuscitation time was greater than 10 minutes, it's not a good thing. But the fact that they were able to get to him so quickly and the CPR was started in a rather quick manner within seconds of the collapse happening, that is in his favor. He did get a pulse back. He's in critical condition, but we hope that he makes it out of it. One of the other concerns we have is not just survival, whether he'll make it out of it, but the prognosis, the long-term prognosis, which is what kind of complications can come out of it. One of the major concerns we have when we have resuscitation time, long resuscitation time like that, is brain injury. When we have cardiac arrest, blood supply is of course cut off, and so the oxygen to the brain gets cut off, and our brain is very sensitive to that. So one of our key concerns here is his neurological function, how much of it he will retain. I hope that he does recover and that there are no neurological deficits, but only time will tell.
Absolutely, only time will tell. Now, you mentioned earlier the fact that he is 24 years old, an athlete at the peak of his career. Do you think that this would possibly aid him in the recovery? I know only time will tell, but talk to us about the factors that his current health condition could have on him making a positive recovery.
I think it is possible. I'm very optimistic. Being a cardiologist, I have myself resuscitated several patients, in fact, out of the hospital patients as well, and many of them have come to complete recovery, and they're living a completely normal life. Now, that being said, they're not athletes. So being a football player, it's high impact, cardiac workup. So I will have to see what time will tell us what kind of recovery he has. It may take him quite some time before he can get back to the field. Right now, I think our concern primarily is his recovery in the immediate setting.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Fahmi Farah, thank you so much for joining us and offering context and analysis. I'm sure the world will continue to offer prayers and support, again, as you just said, hoping for a positive recovery. So thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, guys, let's take a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will talk about just how much support has poured in for the NFL star following that incident. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all an update on Damar Hamlin, who is still in critical condition after suffering a cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football's game. So the Damar Hamlin Community Toy Drive, which had an initial goal of raising $2,500, has now surpassed $5.5 million in donations. Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin announced on Tuesday that all proceeds of Hamlin's number 3 Bills jersey will go to Hamlin's foundation, the Chasing M's Foundation. And Hamlin's jersey is the highest selling jersey in any sport on the Fanatics website since Monday night. So I think that really speaks to the level of support that Hamlin is getting. A lot of people really praying and rooting for a positive prognosis when it comes to his recovery. Let's continue to talk about this story. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is going to bring us more.
Bills fan, so I was certainly watching this, and I think the reason this game was a lot of eyeballs, on addition to being a big match between the Bengals and the Bills, for a lot of people, maybe non-Bills and Bengals fans, this was the finals for a lot of fantasy playoff games, so a lot of extra eyeballs on this particular event. So I was watching it, and I was kind of left in the dark, as many were, and maybe some details have come out since then, but yeah, by and large, we're still very much left in the dark.
Okay, Dan, you and I both well know that there was a lot of kind of sniping back and forth on social media yesterday about the decision-making processes that went into first pausing the game, then second to temporarily suspend it indefinitely, and then, of course, today to decide not to have it at all this week. Are we looking too much into that? Should we not be focusing on that right now?
It's tough. Obviously,
Okay.
The reality of football is there will be injuries in some way, shape, or form. We've dealt with this for now, getting close to a decade, the understanding that playing football will result in concussions. That's unavoidable. This kind of acute traumatic event, involving cardiac arrest doesn't really happen in football. Maybe it has happened, Andrew, in other sports like, baseball, or maybe like lacrosse, or maybe hockey, with the type of kind of flying object. Doesn't really happen in football, so I think people are still getting over that kind of shock. But at the end of the day, right, football, as they say, right, any given Sunday, right, the sport continues to move on, and it is a business that does have a very kind of rigid schedule, regular season, television contracts, the playoffs coming right around the corner. The reason, it is insensitive to some extent to just think about the scheduling, but there are, right, playoff ramifications for the Bengals, for the Bills, for other teams within the division. So yes, the most important consideration here is certainly Mr. Hamlin's health, but the NFL is a business. They do have to think about how or if this game should be rescheduled. So you kind of do have to have these conversations simultaneously.
Yeah, that is the nature of it. Do you think, I guess, the league and the Players Association handled it as well as they could have last night in that unfolding situation? I mean, from my perspective, in my opinion, it seems like it was very fast-moving, fast-acting. People were making decisions on the fly, and it seemed like it was handled above board. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part it was. What's odd, and maybe people that don't follow the sport as closely, there are, I'd say maybe, at least once a month, there's a moment where players kind of get together in a circle, and they're maybe praying for someone that maybe is not getting up that quickly or whatnot. What happened last night is very unique, right? At least some reports, and again, we're going to wait for confirmation from Mr. Hamlin's family or the NFL. But there were some reports out there, and by and large, a lot of verifiable people are picking it up, where Mr. Hamlin was non-responsive for some extended period of time. That doesn't really happen. So I think do games resume when players are kind of in a circle and a player might have suffered a serious concussion? Yes, they do. It's very odd in football where a game will be suspended. A game of this magnitude as well. I will say, Andrew, if this was a game involving teams without playoff ramifications, maybe we'll say, not to pick on any teams, but the Houston Texans, which are technically eliminated, or a team like the Carolina Panthers, which are eliminated. If those two teams were involved, I think actually probably the decision to maybe even cancel the game would have come out by now. Just don't need to make up that game. But because there are playoff ramifications and millions of dollars at stake, I think this game probably does need to be replayed. But I don't really fault the NFL for kind of taking a wait-and-see approach. I know there's some kind of conflicting reports as to whether the players were told to have a 5-minute warm-up prior to resuming or not. I know it's kind of in conflict, but you can't blame the NFL for trying and exhausting, or at least thinking through all of those potential options before eventually, I think, coming to the right decision.
Yeah, Dan, you and I, we always talk about historical precedents. You were kind of alluding to the fact that there might not be one for this, as far as moving around the schedule in the NFL season. But what about, medical emergencies on the field in the NFL? I mean, we see that pretty frequently, maybe not as seriously as what we saw last night, right?
Yeah, no, the closest comparison, I think, what people should remember, right, back in 9/11, all the games for the NFL were canceled that particular weekend. So the way the NFL has generally worked, there's a regular season, there are the playoffs, and then what we call a bye week between the last round or the semifinals of football and then the Super Bowl. There's just a week off for players to just kind of get their bearings together as they prepare for the Super Bowl. The year of 9/11, they canceled all of the games on that particular weekend, and they moved the season back. So that bye week that used to exist right before the Super Bowl, that was now filled with the last round of the playoffs. So that's a pretty serious move, and that was all games being canceled. Maybe our most recent parallel, Andrew, one that will probably be helpful, is the one that occurred really, less than 2 years ago at this point. It's the football that was played during, the COVID.
All right, we are continuing to listen into this update from LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft. A lot of people still pouring out support and encouragement for Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin, who remains in critical condition following a cardiac arrest during Monday night's football game. Let's welcome Fox's Garrett Tinney to the conversation, who is joining us with a live report. Garrett, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us again. What are the updates? We know that he's still in critical condition, but have you heard any new developments when it comes to his health?
Yeah, Rain, we are learning apparently that Damar Hamlin's heart shut down not just once, but twice after that collision on Monday night. That's according to his uncle, who says the 24-year-old was first revived there on the field and then again later on at the hospital. There are some potentially encouraging signs, though. The uncle says that initially Damar was receiving 100% oxygen and is now down to just 50%. That is a very small step, but it is at least an indication that his condition isn't getting worse. He is still sedated and on a ventilator, and doctors have flipped him onto his stomach to help relieve pressure on his lungs. The next step now is to try to get him off the ventilator and breathing on his own again, which could take some time given the severity of what happened on Monday.
Definitely, and I think that just also speaks to just how far a lot of support can go. Let's talk about his foundation, which initially had a goal of raising $2,500. It has now surpassed $5.5 million. What else can you tell us about the incoming support that Hamlin, his foundation, and his family is receiving?
Yeah, and we are now actually just over $6 million that his foundation has received since Monday night. And a lot of these donations coming from folks across the country, but also from some of the NFL's biggest stars like Tom Brady, Russell Wilson, Matt Stafford. Also, all 32 NFL teams have changed their profile pictures on Twitter to Damar's number 3 jersey with the quote, "Pray for Damar." Landmarks like at Niagara Falls have changed the lights the last night to be blue and red in honor of Damar. The Buffalo Sabres hockey team last night, they honored Damar as well. And we are also seeing this just there in Cincinnati outside the hospital. Last night, a group of fans gathered for a candlelight vigil at 8:55 p.m. to mark the moment that Damar collapsed there on the field, gathering there to pray for him and singing songs. His family members came out to view it, to meet with some of those folks and to thank them. They've also released a statement thanking everyone for the outpouring of support that they have received from across the country. Really heartwarming to see all of this as all of us continue to wait, hopefully, for a little bit more good news on his condition.
Definitely hoping for the best. Garrett, let's talk about the NFL. We know that the league suffered an immense amount of criticism because of its delayed response in canceling Monday night's game. What's the latest from the NFL?
Yeah, well, excuse me. Of course, far less important in all of this is the status of the Bills-Bengals unfinished game. That game has major playoff implications for both teams. The NFL now says it will not be resumed this week and that no decisions have been made as to whether or not it will be played at all later on. Rain.
All right, we will definitely keep in touch with you for the latest on Hamlin's condition. Fox's Garrett Tinney, thank you. Such a pleasure to speak with you this morning.
My pleasure.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking an inside look inside of Capitol Hill this morning. Happening at 12:30 today, the House begins yet another round of votes to elect a new speaker. Just moments ago, we witnessed former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi making her strides through this very hallway as Congress just returning to Capitol Hill on Tuesday. Let's check in with Fox's Lauren Blanchard for more.
Kevin McCarthy needs a majority of votes with his name on it, but now rounds into voting and his grip on the party is starting to slip. Patiently and then not. Newly elected representatives and their families waited through 3 rounds of votes for the Speaker of the House. Instead, the 118th House of Representatives adjourning Tuesday evening with no winner of the gavel and no one taking the oath of office.
I have the record for the longest speech ever on the floor. I don't have a problem getting a record for the most votes for Speaker, too.
The Republican Party's messy infighting spilling over.
The Republican dysfunction is what it is: chaos, crisis, and confusion, along with craziness.
Even the House clerks that have to tally all 434 votes each round started to grow weary.
My hand's starting to cramp.
A small group of Republicans say Kevin McCarthy is too close to the establishment.
If you want to drain the swamp, you cannot put the biggest alligator in charge of the exercise. I'm a Florida man and I know of what I speak.
In the first 2 rounds, 19 Republicans voted for someone other than McCarthy. In the third, 20 Republicans had jumped ship, rallying around Ohio's Jim Jordan, who himself supports McCarthy.
If you can't close this deal, at what point do members start looking elsewhere?
The House will return at noon Eastern on Wednesday to vote for a 4th time. What's unclear is if McCarthy will have been able to sway any votes by then. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News. Kevin McCarthy needs a majority of votes with him.
Moving right along with other top stories this morning, some people who live by the United States-Mexico border are concerned for their safety, and residents see migrants running across the border almost every day. Fox News multimedia reporter Madison Scarpino has more from El Paso, Texas.
We spoke to a man who lives in apartments right across the border. He says migrants have repeatedly tried to break into people's apartments, and recently things got scary when he went to leave for work one morning.
I'm jumping in my truck and I get to the light and all of a sudden somebody jumps out of the back of my truck. I don't scare easily, but that did. I mean, right after it scared me, I could just imagine if I did have my kids. You know, my oldest is not too bad. He's 14, well, 15, 14, and 10. You know, those are my kids' age. And so my 10-year-old was in there.
Thomas Barkley was born and raised in El Paso and has been living in that apartment for almost 3 years. He says things have gotten worse over the last year, and it's not uncommon for migrants to come knocking on his door in the middle of the night. Barkley says he knows most migrants are coming to the U.S. to escape danger or for better lives, but he's also seen firsthand that some are committing crimes, and that's what concerns him. Meanwhile, it's been a cold and windy last 2 days in El Paso, and there are still hundreds of migrants living on the streets downtown. Some migrants have set up tents for warmth, and people are a lot more bundled up with anything they can find. And almost everyone has an American Red Cross blanket at these makeshift camps. Keep in mind, a lot of these migrants are from countries that are warm year-round, and many have never seen cold weather. Migrants like Pilar from Ecuador and Jose from Nicaragua say their recent journey to the U.S. was brutal and traumatizing, and they just want to work and get ahead.
We come by transport traveling through the jungle. We came here because my husband is threatened. He cannot return to Ecuador.
When I got to Mexico City, I took the train for 6 days in the cold and hungry. And thank God I am here and hoping that everything will work out for me now because my family is alone and are waiting. One day I hope to bring me, my family, and my 2 children to this country where we can advance and grow as people and achieve our plans.
Both Pilar and Jose are living at one of the many shelters in El Paso. Pilar is 4 months pregnant and is waiting for her husband, who was detained on the way here. Jose is hoping to find work so he can bring his wife and kids here. In El Paso, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
We're learning more information this morning about how investigators were able to track down the suspects in the University of Idaho murders. Here's more.
New video emerging of Indiana State Police pulling over Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger. At the time of this December 15th traffic stop, the 28-year-old and his dad were in the white Hyundai Elantra at the center of the quadruple murder. The pair telling the trooper they had just been pulled over minutes earlier, both troopers letting them off with a warning. The father and son making that cross-country road trip from Washington to Kohberger's family home in Pennsylvania about a month after the slayings of Xander Kernodle, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Ethan Chapin.
Yeah, it's a long haul.
Tuesday afternoon, Kohberger appeared before a judge in eastern Pennsylvania days after he was arrested at his parents' house wearing that red jail jumpsuit. He acknowledged that he's facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and a burglary charge. The criminology PhD student showing little emotion as he signed papers waiving extradition.
Having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents.
Pennsylvania authorities say they have up to 10 days to extradite Kohberger, but are staying tight-lipped on details, citing security concerns.
We're currently working on that in coordination with authorities out in Idaho.
Once Kohberger is back in Idaho, that's when the documents will be unsealed and we'll learn new details about the charges he's facing. Kohberger's attorney says his client is confident.
And Dan, thanks so much for that report there. Let's talk about this even further with retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Koffendorfer. She has joined us on the program before. And Jennifer, thanks so much yet again, because there have been so many kind of twists and turns and nuggets of news in this story since the arrest of Kohberger on Friday. My question for you first, though, and we're going to kind of work through the timeline here, but let's get to what's going to happen tomorrow. He's waived his extradition hearing there in Pennsylvania, so that will be relatively easy, yes?
Yes, it's just going to be a formality of really both attorneys getting up, introducing themselves to the court. and then the extradition is going to be waived. So it'll be a very quick hearing and, quite frankly, a formality at this point.
Okay, so let's take our viewers back to last Friday. We got the news that he was arrested, Kohberger, 28 years old, in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. And so you have to kind of go from Washington State to Idaho to Pennsylvania. How do you think, because law enforcement officials have not necessarily given us a glimpse of what led them to Kohberger in the first place, do you expect that information? Do you think they'll provide that?
Well, not at this hearing, but we're going to see it as soon as he returns to Moscow to face these charges. We're going to see the release very soon thereafter of the probable cause affidavit. And in that affidavit, it's going to give us a lot of gems as to how we got here, exactly how and when the vehicle was discovered, how and when they got onto Mr. Kohberger, how the evidence led them to having enough probable cause to arrest him for these crimes. So we're going to see a lot of nuggets, but also expect there to be a lot unanswered questions. So it's not going to be completely a reveal, but a partial reveal into this case.
Of course, everyone is waiting for the probable cause affidavit, and that is really the burning question on so many of our minds, because until that is released, that will happen when he is back in Idaho. But maybe that can offer some type of semblance of what the connection was, if any. No one knows that at this point in time, maybe law enforcement. If Kohberger knew any of these four victims, had ever met any of these four victims, that is the burning question.
Well, yes, and we've heard snippets of possible connection to Kaylee from Mr. Goncalves.
Right.
He has intimated that there is a connection there, although he doesn't want to discuss what that is at this point. And I think that that will come out in the probable cause affidavit, likely, at least in part.
Yeah, and I had a question as well, because there are some outlets that are reporting that Kohberger, he stayed in Washington State there on the campus of the university. He kept going to class, and then only until before Christmas did apparently he and his father drive back to Pennsylvania to celebrate the holidays. Does that seem peculiar to you at all, that he would stay that close to the crime scene?
No, not at all. You know, he lived just about 15 minutes from Moscow. He was truly a part of in and around that community. And it would make total sense for me for this type of a criminal. This is the quintessential narcissistic type personality that truly believes he's going to get away with this, that was probably invigorated by committing this crime, with establishing even more confidence in himself, and he would have carried on just as usual.
Okay. You know, Jennifer, you know as well as I do that this element of his background, that he was studying criminology at Washington State, he was a graduate student. You know, do you think we're looking into that too much? Is that just a weird coincidence? Do you think investigators are putting any stock into that? What are we to make of that? It is quite bizarre.
Well, we've seen it with some other notable killers that are very well educated and educate themselves specifically in the areas of criminal law and in criminal justice. So while it isn't, it's not rare, but it's not the usual, certainly. And no doubt he immersed himself in this field, and no doubt that helped him. I try to equate it to, as an example, someone who wants to be a great chef. He goes to a great culinary school, he studies under great chefs, he admires great chefs, and it would seem that he immersed himself in this environment, probably with a very deep burning desire to commit a crime like this for, I would believe, a long period of time.
Okay, so you no doubt have looked into, you know, his character profile, his behavior, his personality, his disposition. What stands out to you? Is this kind of cookie cutter, or were there signs?
Well, I think there were signs based on some of the actions that he had prior to the crime. As an example, he was apparently at a bar and either somehow, I don't know if I want to use the harass, but it was termed as was flirting too aggressively, I think was the exact verbiage. He was not put on a list where he couldn't return to that bar. So he displayed some signs. We're obviously now hearing from some of his classmates the difference between his attitude and outward appearance and so forth before the crimes, and then after the crime, seemingly more invigorated, more talkative. So that to me is a very clear sign of somebody that has had a change in their demeanor and in how they act post such a traumatic type of event that really seemed to invigorate him. And I would expect that for this type of a killer.
Jennifer, you and I both also well know how much criticism the local police department got and law enforcement officials got in the 7 weeks before they made the arrest. I mean, in hindsight, they seem to have been methodical, scrupulous, meticulous. So how do you, I guess, score or rate them now?
Well, I rate law enforcement always on results, and we have a great result here. And, you know, I thought that they were too scrutinized, honestly, through the process. Everybody wanted a law and order type of result in a day or two. Quite frankly, I'm surprised we're here at only about 7 weeks. They've done a tremendous job. There was a tremendous amount of law enforcement on this that they had to manage. 62 agents, there were, you know, couple of dozen of state police, the entire Moscow department was working on this, plus all the behind the scenes FBI analysts and support figures that helped make all this evidence get looked at and seen in the proper order. It was a huge undertaking, and what's really impressive is what was at stake. They knew, we all knew, they had a murderer capable of killing with a knife 4 individuals. This is very rare, and they knew a lot was at stake for the safety of the community. So I score them high, and nothing is ever going to be perfect, but I'm glad to see that they brought this case at least on the road to a conclusion.
Jennifer, we did get a statement in from Kohberger's family, and we're learning there's some reporting to suggest that his parents and 2 sisters will be in court tomorrow. They're in Pennsylvania for this hearing. What did you make of this statement? If you didn't read it, I can read it out yet again. But is this typical? What did you think of the parents' reaction? I mean, they're going through hell on earth, no doubt.
Right, exactly. Well, I try to always look at other parents. How have they reacted? So the closest case that was high profile like this and involved a horrible, vicious killing was the recent Gabby Petito case. And I see a complete juxtaposition in terms of how the parents of the accused is acting. First of all, they gave a statement, the Kohbergers gave a statement regarding their regret, remorse, sympathies, condolences to the families of these victims. And I thought that was very appropriate. They are standing by their son. It is very likely, it certainly has to be looked into, that they had no idea that their son did this. That has to be, that's to me how you have to look at a parent in this situation, unless information comes forward that they were somehow helping him in terms of harboring or aiding and abetting in some way, which we have no evidence of that. So I think it's quite appropriate that they would attend their son's hearing, and seemingly they think he's innocent.
Yeah. We are hearing from our Fox sources that law enforcement told them that, you know, they're ruling out anyone else, you know, connected to this. They're not looking for anyone, at least at this point in time, that they have said, but they are still seeking tips and information from the wider public about, who Brian Kohberger is, more on his background, more on what he was studying, more on who he is as a person, people that he knew, etc. Last question, though, Jennifer, for you. What will you be watching for tomorrow in court?
Well, I want to see the expressions. I want to see the demeanor. I am more looking forward, obviously, the hearings in Idaho, and I really can't wait to hear what was found on these search warrants, particularly the ones that were served in Washington on his apartment. I think that is going to be telling. I would expect, if he committed these crimes, there to be DNA and evidence from the victims. I would expect blood evidence. I would expect possible trace evidence, including fibers. I would expect amazing digital evidence from the computers they've seized. I would love to see everything he has Google searched. I would love to see his phone evidence, text messaging, if, as is being purported in social media, that he has been a part of several groups under pseudonyms that were actually him talking about these crimes. There is a treasure trove of information that should be at that apartment if he committed these crimes.
All right, Jennifer Koffendorfer, we appreciate your time. We'll definitely be speaking again. This story is not going anywhere. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Actor Jeremy Renner undergoes surgery after suffering blunt chest trauma and orthopedic injuries from a snow plowing accident. The rep for the Avenger star said that Renner remains in critical but stable condition, adding that he is in intensive care. In the statement, the rep thanked the first responders and the outpouring of love from his fans. The accident occurred on Sunday outside of Reno, Nevada, near where the Hollywood star owns a home. Local authorities confirmed Renner had been flown by helicopter to a nearby hospital. He was the only person injured in this accident, and police say that they are still investigating. Here's more.
ARINBALAAM. Sheriff Bailey.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I'm Sheriff Darren Balaam. We are here as law enforcement this afternoon to provide some information regarding the accident involving Jeremy Renner and clarify some misinformation that is circulated. Myself and all the members of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office family.
Again, we are listening into an update from the Washington County Sheriff's Office, bringing us a little bit more information as to what exactly took place and the possible prognosis of Jeremy Renner. We'll bring you all this full update right after this commercial break.
Well, appreciate everybody being here today. Thank you very much. Here at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, I'm Brian Samudio, Public Information Officer of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. It's my privilege to introduce to you Darren Balaam, Washoe County Sheriff. For proper spelling, it's DARIN BALAAM. Sheriff Balaam.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. I'm Sheriff Darren Balaam. We are here as law enforcement this afternoon to provide some information regarding the accident involving Jeremy Renner and clarify some misinformation that is circulated. Myself and all the members of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office family and first responders send our thoughts and prayers to Mr. Renner, his family, and friends, and we share our sincere hope for a full and speedy recovery. With that said, here's what I can tell you today. On Sunday morning at 8:55 a.m., a 911 call was received for a 1050 or a crash involving a snowcat versus pedestrian. The subject had been run over by a snowcat in the area of Mount Rose Highway. At 8:57, Washoe County Dispatch advised some units and they started en route. Here's where I want to elaborate on the weather and the road conditions at that hour. The previous evening, we had seen approximately 3 feet of snow fall in the Mount Rose area, and multiple cars were abandoned on the multiple roads, including Mount Rose Highway. Additionally, while it was not snowing at the time of the accident, Mount Rose Highway was closed at that hour because of severe winter weather of snow, which had not been yet removed from the highway. At 9:30, the first Washoe County Sheriff's Office unit arrived on scene. The delay again was a direct result of the weather, the traffic moving around abandoned cars in the roadway, and the closure of Mount Rose Highway. When the first Washoe County Sheriff's Office unit arrived on scene, Medical, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, and North Lake Tiles Fire Protection District were on scene. At 9:37, care flight landed in the vicinity of Mount Rose Highway. At 9:56, Mr. Renner was taken via care flight to a Reno area hospital. Now for some details of the accident as we currently know them. I want to be clear here, as well as going on a major accident investigation, and we are handling it as we would any other major accident investigation. We are still conducting interviews and processing items from the scene. Based on our investigation, Mr. Renner's personal vehicle, which was being driven by a family member, had become stuck in the snow near his home. Mr. Renner went to retrieve his piston bully, or snowcat, an extremely large piece of snow removal equipment weighing at least 14,330 pounds, in an effort to get his vehicle moving. After successfully towing his personal vehicle from its stuck location, Mr. Renner got out of his piston bully to speak to his family member. At this point, it was observed that the piston bully started to roll. In an effort to stop the rolling piston bully, Mr. Renner attempts to get back into the driver's seat of the piston bully. Based on our investigation, it's at this point that Mr. Renner is run over by the piston bully. An eyewitness detailed seeing Mr. Renner getting into the piston bully and not seeing him again until the piston bully came to a rest in a pile of snow in front of his driveway. At this point in the investigation, we do not believe Mr. Renner was impaired at all, and we believe this is a tragic accident. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office is in possession of his piston bully, and we are analyzing it to rule out any potential mechanical failure of why it may have started to roll. This is part of our normal investigation process for any major investigation. As I mentioned earlier, this investigation is ongoing. However, we do not suspect any foul play. I want to repeat that. We do not suspect any foul play. We believe this was a tragic accident. On behalf of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, I want to thank Chief Summers from North Lake Tahoe and all of his personnel, and Chief Moore from Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, Care Flight, and all of our regional partners who assisted in responding to this accident. And with that, if there's any questions, I'll answer a few questions. Otherwise,
could anyone drive a snowcat? Is that something you need a license for? Or
it was on a private road, so he can drive that snowcat. And in this instance, as Mr. Renner always does, those private roads, he was being a great neighbor and he was plowing those roads for his neighbor because up there, again, they had 3 feet.
Sheriff, I just wanted to make sure I clarified on something you said. You said the snowcat started to roll. I presume that means it was rolling over.
No, it started just to move forward.
Okay.
You're welcome.
How many more details on these injuries?
For that, we're going to refer to the family. I believe they made a statement earlier today on his well-being. And again, all we want to say from all of us here as first responders, we are keeping him and his family and friends in our thoughts and prayers.
So you're looking at the plow thing to see if it had a mechanical issue. Was it run? It was still running. You don't know if it was like, does that device have a park?
It has a park, and so like we would because of this having such severe injuries, we want to make sure that with that mechanical machine, that was there any mechanical failure, had he put in park or whatever. So that's anything we would do on any major investigation that we had. And so this is just something that we'll impound. We'll have our mechanics and our major accident investigation team go through and rule out that.
Was medical, did anyone here up or any of the officers who responded provide any kind of medical treatment when you arrived?
You know, I would say they all did. And after Mr. Renner was run over by the piston bully, there were some neighbors that also brought out some towels to help. So, you know, I want to thank them as well for their quick response in helping Mr. Renner while all of us first responders were responding. But first aid was rendered to him.
Was it hard for the helicopter to land given the conditions?
It was, and that's why it took them a little bit. As I know, there's a video already out there on social media. Just because of the weather, all of the snow that we had just gotten, they had to find a safe landing zone for it.
There was an early report that a neighbour who's a doctor, medical doctor, administered a gave a tourniquet. Is that correct?
What I can tell you was there was no doctor on scene. It was some good neighbors of Mr. Renner's that came out with some towels and rendered some aid. And that's what I can say.
Did they tie a tourniquet?
That part I do not know. I just know that they came out with some towels and helped them until all of first responders could get there.
Do you know how much snow there was up there at the time?
There was about 3 feet that we had just received on top of whatever else they'd received prior to this big snowstorm, but 3 feet of fresh snow.
Did that complicate the rescue?
It did because Mount Rose was closed. And as you may have noticed during that time, we had about 13 to 20 cars that were abandoned from the bottom of Mount Rose all the way to the top. So trying to get them and get around for the fire engines, the ambulances. That's why, again, for fire, they collaborated from both sides of the Mount Rose Highway and came together to help.
I just wanted to clarify, you said he was trying to get back into the snowplow. Was he able to get back in and then was thrown out? Or
That part we don't know. We're waiting to talk to Mr. Renner.
What sort of condition was he in when you guys arrived? Was he conscious?
He was speaking to the first responders.
And I've seen it reported that he suffered chest wounds and some orthopedic injuries. Can you comment on whether or not
That part I don't know. I'd have to refer you to the family and let them answer those, or the hospital.
do you have any details on how common an accident with a snowcat is?
No, not off the top. I would have to tell you probably there's always at least, because this type of snowcat is one you'd see at ski resorts, that there's always these type of injuries or accidents that occur. But the exact number I do not know.
So it was on his property, not on Mount Rose Highway?
It was on a private road.
On a private road, and then the neighbors that he helps dig out are all part of that private road?
They're all on a private road.
So he never has to go on to public property.
No.
And approximately how far from the summit, roughly, would that be?
A couple miles.
Who called 911?
That one I don't know if it was the neighbors or his family member.
I know a lot of people have talked about the impact he has had in the community, donating to things and charity drives. What has been your relationship with him?
You know, he is a honorary deputy sheriff. And so when I took office in 2019, he came, and with his popularity amongst kids and the marbles, he has a huge impact. Those kids that he touched during Shop with the Sheriff, he showed up and shopped with our kids. I can guarantee they will never forget that moment that they got. He shared his time with us there and not only shopped with a few kids, but interacted with the kids. So he's had a huge impact, not only in this office in helping us with our outreach with Shop with the Sheriff, which is our biggest event, but throughout the community, he has been very generous. And he's one of those individuals that I can tell you most of the time you don't know that he's doing it, but he has made a tremendous impact on this community.
Did he do Shop with the Sheriff this year?
This year he did not.
And what's kids' reactions when they do see him? They know who he is?
They know exactly who he is, and they call him Hawkeye. And they are super excited. Even sometimes the parents may be a little more excited than the kids, but for us, that's a great thing with the Shop of the Sheriff when we do that, and to see those kids and the impact he has been truly impactful.
Is it common for people in that area to own piston bullies or snowcats?
Absolutely, or plows or something, because they're private roads, and so they get a lot of snow, and they're on roads that are not maintained by the county, so they have their own means to plow their driveways and their roads. Okay, with that, I want to say thank you again for coming. I appreciate you taking the time, and again, our thoughts and prayers are Mr. Renner and a speedy recovery. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. One more question.
The time here, 10:25 a.m. You're streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a quick commercial break, but when we return, we'll check in with Fox Weather, continuing to monitor the threat of damaging storms that has now reached the southeast. We'll check in with our colleagues, our news partners, in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The threat of damaging storms has now reached the southeastern portion of the United States. NOAA's Storm Prediction Center has issued a pair of tornado watches in the following regions. So a tornado watch is in effect until 12 p.m. Eastern for parts of southeastern Alabama, the central Florida Panhandle, and southwestern and central Georgia. Let's check in with our colleagues over at Fox Weather for a live update.
The zoo says it's dealing with thousands of dollars worth of damage from the flooding. And then to make matters worse, overwhelming draining systems caused a sinkhole to form right underneath the vehicle entrance to the zoo. The zoo officials hope to reopen by mid-January. Thankfully, no people and no animals were harmed during all of this flooding, but boy, quite a concern. I want to give you a live shot right now in Los Angeles at LAX International Airport. A lot of pockets of low clouds, visibility down to about a mile or so. Meantime, up in Oakland, oh boy, the rain is coming down. It will be heavy, and the winds are going to be a major concern as we look ahead to this atmospheric river. You say atmospheric river out west, and people say, yeah, we know what that means. It means heavy rain. It's going to mean a lot of rain in a short amount of time. By the way, in South San Francisco Unified School Districts, they said that they're going to be closed tomorrow, and their afternoon school sports and extracurricular activities are going to be canceled today as well. There's the atmospheric river. The moisture extends all the way to the Hawaiian Islands. Every atmospheric river has a lot of moisture. It's down from, say, right near the surface to about 6 miles above the surface. All of that water vapor is moving to the coast. Once it hits the coast and it's got some lift from the coastal range, it wrings all of the moisture out just like a sponge. Same for the Sierra. Snow levels starting off at 6,000 feet. Cold air arrives and then those snow levels drop to 3,500 feet. Look at this compact storm. The northern side of it all the way up to Vancouver, BC. The southern end of it getting closer to Point Conception with some gusty winds, and wrapped in this, the water vapor shows all of the moisture, the bright pinks and the blues headed right to California. Every part of the state will get drenched. We're also going to be talking about some gusty winds. The temperatures have been in the 50s. Heaviest rain right now moving into the Bay Area and into the central San Joaquin Valley. Shades of yellow moving over portions of Sonoma County, Solano County, Marin County just got hit pretty hard. Right along the Monterey through the Santa Cruz Mountains, you're getting some heavy rain. And then down through Madera County, Fresno County, where we do have some burn scar areas as well. To the south, notice it hasn't really had quite an impact over Southern California yet. It is moving over portions of Bakersfield, eventually going over Kern County and Tehachapi. Then it gets to your direction. The flood watches are in place through Friday morning from Southern California all the way up to Redding. We talked about the burn scar areas. Major concern for burn scars that happen, wildfires, not just this summer, but going back at least 3 to 5 years. Remember, we've been in a mega drought, 3 years of drought across California. This is not going to bring us out of drought just yet. It's going to help, but it's just too much at one time. Santa Maria has been seeing some gusts, 35 miles per hour. The sustained winds at 23 miles per hour. I think that's why we're easily going to see some power outages here. Watch for debris flows, rock slides. Amy, also mudslides, a major concern as we go through the days ahead.
And the thing that makes this storm so potent, so different than what we've seen already, is because it's coming not only after loads of rain, which we have been measuring anywhere from a half foot to pushing 9 inches. Look at that amount in Oakland. It's just shocking to see the amounts of rain that have come in. And some of these totals at the official reporting stations have actually been historical amounts of rain. Sometimes you can get more rain in between some of the official reporting stations, and that makes for real disaster situations. But the atmospheric river gives you a lot of rain. Now you add to that a low pressure system that has the potency of a Category 3 hurricane, and all of a sudden it's more than the moisture. It's that saturated ground, more rain coming down, and all of a sudden a blast of wind that can take down trees and power lines. Look how it approaches the shoreline, rolls through the Bay Area and slides down to the Southland. LA is going to be a mess today. A little bit of rain can slow down Californians. We're talking about several inches, and potentially over the next week as much as another 6 inches to a foot of rain, of moisture. Up in the higher elevations, yeah, they're measuring in feet for snow, but still with moisture over a 7-day period, those oranges and reds indicating we're upwards of a half foot of rainfall still to come. Areas in blue are looking at snow. This pressure drop that we saw was significant, 24 millibars in 24 hours. That's an explosive drop in pressure with a storm, and it gets that nickname, bomb cyclone. But what it does is it has the intensity here of powerful winds. That's why you have the alerts up. Keep in mind that there are a lot of places, including Oakland, that are already under high wind warning. So what kind of criteria are we looking at? We're looking at wind speeds that gust 40 to 50 miles an hour easily, and in some spots could go up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's getting near the hurricane force wind that we're talking about, right? The future track over Los Angeles, there it is, orange and red, showing drenching downpours overnight. So the problem with that, you have low-lying flood-prone areas that start to pool and pond water that you don't see in the darkness. So traveling over the 405, over the 10, you've got issues here for traveling that people aren't used to traveling where it is rain, you know, they don't drive in rain a lot. Then you've got areas that are ponding water, standing on roads. So Malibu and the Simi Valley through Saturday, 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. Same for Los Angeles and Burbank. Santa Clarita also getting 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. That is a lot. And this is just in the parade of storms. They've already seen some rain come through. San Francisco still gets another intense wave of rain coming through for Wednesday, and that is going to be incredibly problematic for these areas that have already seen so much moisture.
Fire no!
Fire in the hole. Look at that. Caltrans crews detonating several large boulders that were blocking a section of Highway 50 near South Lake Tahoe, California. The torrential rains triggering that rock slide on New Year's Eve. But an even bigger storm is having an impact on the entire region right now. And this was not far from where they had that fire in 2021.
Well, California is on alert for problems just like that. Boulders, mudslides, flooding, other life-threatening hazards can pop up. We're going to bring in Public Information Officer Matt Robinson from Sacramento County. Matt, it was deadly rain just a few days ago. We had loss of life in a car during the flash flooding. This storm looks more powerful. Is it going to be flooding or the tree and power line issues that concern you the most?
Well, for this storm that's just starting here in this area, our issue will be the winds that are coming in. We'll be bringing in heavy winds that are going to hit saturated ground with trees on them, knocking the trees over. But one thing we're also looking at is this storm is expected to be a little colder, which means that the snow level will drop. During the first storm, we had a nice snowpack to the mountains to the east, and we had a warm rain coming through, which ended up melting some of that snow and sending it down the Cosumnes River, which is what caused.
Matt, can you hear us? I believe we lost you for a second.
Pick him up right there because he's talking about how the water actually came down, flooded out the river. That's what caused the flash flooding.
Yeah, when you talk about atmospheric rivers, originally they tend to be warmer source, right? So the snow levels are pretty high. The snow levels will start at 6,000 feet, dropping to 3,500 feet this evening. That's going to be a concern. You've got all of the snow up there. All of that rain melts the snow, right? So all of that water is going to fill the hillsides, go down into the foothills, and that'll be a major concern, not only over burn scar areas, but everywhere. When you think of the Sierra, that's a huge mountain area that extends all the way across the state. So all of these areas are going to be dealing with not only the rain coming down, but all of those boulders that you see there, they line a good chunk of the state of California, not only the Sierra, but close to the coastal range. Where
so those fall down, that blocks out traffic. Yep. Unfortunately, people can sometimes be on these roadways. Yep. Matt is back. Matt, we kind of picked up where you left off about the problems with the river. Talk a little bit about the thresholds for emergency services, because I think during this storm, when you have widespread concerns, people might see a tree coming down and they get very concerned and want emergency service, but maybe a power line is the bigger issue. How do you handle that and get that messaging out to people that only dire situations are priority right now?
Well, we actually start trying to educate the public back in September. We send out information to residents in the unincorporated area, reminding them that they live in a flood-prone area. And so if we see heavy rains in the area, we always tell people, you know, if you're driving and you see puddling water, turn around, don't drown. You know, we want to make sure that people don't get stuck in the water. And if we have heavy winds and rain and we see a downed tree line, we tell people to call our 311 service and have them let the experts take care of the situation. We don't want the public to put themselves in a dangerous situation. So it's important for us to educate the public year round on what they need to know for this area. You know, we've had 3 years of drought, but we can always end up in a situation like this. This is exactly what happened in 2017. We had years of drought, and then all of a sudden we ended up with a flood concern. And then people were stuck in roads with their cars in water. And so hopefully people remember 2017 and are doing what they can to protect themselves this time around.
And if you don't mind, Matt, let's talk about the levees. Just over the weekend, a levee broke right along Highway 99. That is a main artery right through the Central Valley over the weekend. Are you guys monitoring the levees, and how do you get messages out to people once they get close to maybe overflowing or even breaking?
Well, in our area, we have reclamation districts, and they oversee the levees and work with the county to make sure that we patrol them and that they are able to protect the public. If we do have a situation, we work with those reclamation districts to make sure that they have the materials ready for what we call a flood fight. And so we also monitor the National Weather Service, and they talk with us about whether or not the storms coming in are going to be potentially raising the creeks and river levels in our area. While we have a lot of levee systems in our area, we do also have a situation where we have street flooding. And a lot of folks in the unincorporated areas that aren't farmland also have to be concerned, because we also educate them to get rid of the leaves and debris around the gutters around their home, because that can cause street flooding. And that can be a real problem for residents in the area, because they all of a sudden have water next to their home, which could go into their home.
Simple measures. You make some great points there, Matt, that people can take to protect themselves and their own properties. Stay vigilant is the main message during this storm. We're going to check back in with you there in Sacramento County. Matt Robinson, thanks for being here on Fox Weather with us.
Thank you.
Want to get to also the other top story,
Yeah.
which is severe weather.
Yeah, no kidding. So we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in place. And Amy, we now have
Right, that was the latest from our Fox weather team, continuing to cover the severe flooding that we are seeing across Northern California. Some communities still underwater after that serious and historic atmospheric river storm, which dumped several inches over the northern portion of the state. Fox's Ted Linder is bringing us a closer look at the damage as communities brace for yet another bout of severe rainfall later this week.
Cleanup continues across swaths of Northern California. After this weekend's historic and deadly weather system called an atmospheric river storm triggered flash floods.
The whole creek kind of overflow, everything in our backyard got filled with water, a lot of trees break down.
The storm, categorized by long bands of water vapor that produce heavy rainfall and snow, washed out roads, submerged cars, generated mudslides, knocked out power to thousands, and damaged infrastructure. The storm's intensity prompting evacuations and rescues as drivers were caught off guard.
The truck lost traction, it floated. Luckily it perched on something. I'm not sure what it really perched on. Allowed us to stay on top. We waited on top of the vehicle for what felt a couple hours. EMS saved us.
The rain also resulting in sinkholes.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we take a look here at our live radar right here as San Francisco and really the whole Bay Area right now just getting a lot of rain right now. You can see the system that is just sitting on the Bay Area as this bomb cyclone that could definitely bring flooding, winds, and mudslides. All warnings right now as California is bracing for a life-threatening Pineapple Express storm that is expected to bring whipping winds, flooding, power outages, and heavy rainfall into tomorrow. The storm and bomb cyclone targeting the region could become one of the most impactful storms to strike the state in years, according to Fox Weather, with some evacuation orders issued already. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on this right here for everyone on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here as we are building up to the noon Eastern hour, because that is when the House will reconvene after yesterday McCarthy going through 3 ballots and could not hit the mark for 218, the number of votes needed to become Speaker of the House. Now, there is some talk that maybe they will try to table and recess today. That is still to be seen, to give McCarthy some more time to try to rally his GOP members to come back to his side and vote for him to become Speaker of the House. So we will be monitoring all of that here for you on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out right outside of the White House from earlier today, just moments ago, actually, as President Biden, before leaving for Kentucky, where he will be talking about infrastructure, spoke to reporters and even spoke about the speaker race.
That's not my problem. I just think it's a little embarrassing it's taking so long in the way they're dealing with one another. And the rest of the world's looking. They're looking at, can we get our act together? And what I'm focused on is getting things done. And the one thing I'm going down to Kentucky and Ohio today is to demonstrate we can get things done. We passed an enormous bill, bipartisanly, and it worked. And we're starting off the first major initiative. We're announcing today is $1 billion. We can't be the #1 economy in the world unless we have the #1 infrastructure in the world.
Who do you think is your first priority in Congress?
In time.
And why is it so important to go to Kentucky today?
Why is it so important?
Yeah.
We worked like hell to get the most significant infrastructure bill in the history of the United States other than the Eisenhower interstate highway system. And we're about to change. Look, I think our administration has begun to move the economy in the direction where we're investing in America again. We're the leading economy in the world. How can you remain the leading economy in the world absent having the greatest infrastructure in the world? And it's just beginning.
And how worried would you be if the stalemate in the House goes on after today about the ability of Congress and you to govern?
Well, not me. Congress to govern.
Sir, Pope Benedict, what do you mean? What did Pope Benedict mean to you as a Catholic?
A little bit harder there to hear with Marine One in the background there, but you could see that President Biden calling it an embarrassment that it's taking so long to find a Speaker of the House for Republicans. He is traveling to Kentucky to talk about infrastructure. Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Chicago today to talk about infrastructure in the economy. We'll have all of those events here for you on Live Now from Fox coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Here's what we have coming up this hour. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will be making some remarks. And of course, we will be waiting for the next hour at the Capitol to see the showdown between the Republicans to see if they could find a Speaker of the House today. In the meantime, let's keep you at the House right now and hear from House Democrats on this issue.
On the chaos and confusion taking place on the other side of the aisle could not be more clear. For the first time in 100 years, there was not an agreement for Speaker of the House on the first ballot. Multiple ballots, and almost 24 hours later, there's still no clear sign of a speaker. Let's hope that this isn't a rerun of 1855 and 56 when it took 133 ballots. What we saw was the true character of the modern-day Republican Party. Obsessed with power and their own personal advancement at the expense of working families and the needs of everyday Americans. That makes it harder for us to find common ground, but that's what we seek to accomplish. We want to work with reasonable Republicans and continue our record of bipartisan legislative achievements in this Congress, but we need willing partners in order to do that work. And right now, those willing partners are in short supply. I now have the privilege of introducing, for the first time in this role, caucus vice chair, my colleague and friend from California and classmate from the class of 2014, Representative Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. And I first want to say that the chairman gave a terrific nominating speech for Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. And I know that Chairman Aguilar had to give that speech 3 times, and we only nominated 1 person because Democrats are unified. And if you saw what Democrats did when we were in control of the House, we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. We passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America, and we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and tackle climate change. And in contrast, when Republicans are in control, you get chaos, confusion, and crisis. Now, yesterday, many Americans saw this confusion and crisis. And look, for one day, I think it was unfortunate. We can deal with that. But now it gets serious because we effectively don't have a House of Representatives. This can't keep on going. You can't have one branch of federal government simply not function. And so I hope that Republicans are able to nominate and unify behind one person, whoever that may be, because we need Republicans to govern if they can. If they cannot, then they should let Democrats govern.
Questions to start? Javier from Telemundo.
Would you be willing to support a change in the rules for a plurality vote?
Look, these are all, hypotheticals. Something like that has been done, historically in the past. We're not going to, entertain that from this podium. Right now, our caucus is prepared to advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries, the lead vote getter for the first 3 ballots. That's what we plan to do right now. But look, we understand the options, in front of us, but we're not going to engage in any, hypotheticals, at this point. Go.
For a House that is not making agreements in the basics, what does that tell to the American people about the new Congress?
I think it's unfortunate. As the vice chair said, this is who they are. Crisis, confusion, disarray. It's unfortunate. That's what the modern day, House Republican conference looks like. But, we knew that. We knew that going in to this, and they've delivered exactly who we thought they were in that respect. It's unfortunate, and as the vice chair mentioned, this is going to start to impact, operations, of the House moving forward. We want to find that common ground. We hope that there are Republicans that we can work with in the future, but this is the key organizing principle of Congress, which is the first item of business before our members can take their oaths, and it's unfortunate. I feel bad for the relatives, the spouses, partners, and family members who came to town for new members. Some of them might have to depart town. We remember being new members and what that was like, to take a picture, even with the speaker of the opposing party. Like, a lot of people spent so much time and energy to win these offices on both sides of the aisle. And so I feel for those family members who now have to navigate those travel plans. Max?
Have you heard reports from any of your members being approached by moderate Republicans about potentially backing a unity candidate for Speaker?
Again, these the hypotheticals. I haven't been approached about any of that. We know that some of those have been reported, and some of those I don't think there's a lot of basis. In fact, we've been very clear that we want to work. We want to work to deliver legislative achievements to the American public. If there was something that was real, we would look at that. But I haven't seen any proof that Republicans are willing to engage. Lisa?
Sort of an easy one, but we're at this point where there are no committees, there are no House rules. I believe you all are not members of Congress yet. I believe you are. Tell us about what your status and what is this time like right now, and what does it mean for your ability to get things done as members?
We haven't been sworn in. We're representatives elect. I'm told that the rules, the laws still apply to us, but we're representatives elect waiting to take an oath. But there could be a point at which it does mean something to the constituents that we serve, whether we can engage in casework on their behalf and help individuals navigate the federal bureaucracy, back at home. We want to do everything we can to help.
Are there typical things that you guys can be doing that are limited right now?
Right now, our focus and we're working with our staffs to make sure that we're following the letter and the spirit of everything that we're allowed to do. But we don't have status as members until we organize. And that's unfortunately as a result of this Republican chaos. And so, there will come points where other things are impacted. Committees can't hire their staff members as well because there are no committee chairs and ranking members. This is a crisis of the Congress. And it's a crisis at the hands of the Republican dysfunction. And so that's where we are until we have the main organizing principle, which is electing someone to lead this Congress and taking our oaths, which is so important. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on what Chairman Aguilar said. Because we haven't been able to negotiate ratios with the Republicans, that they've said they can't do that until they have a speaker. We can't even appoint any of our own members to any committee. So that slows everything down for a pretty long time because we can't even constitute committees. So this is having a very real world impact. And again, it's because of the Republican chaos and dysfunction that you're seeing.
In the front.
Looking forward even further, assuming eventually somebody ends up being the speaker, is there a different way that House Democrats in a minority are going to have to approach legislating when it comes to, must-pass bills to fund the government, the debt ceiling, and working across the aisle with Senate Republicans who still hold a filibuster over there? Is there any thoughts on how you guys will approach that?
Our legislative achievements of the last Congress are very clear, and there is important work to be done to implement that agenda. Our focus is very clear, but the House of Representatives at its core, and as you saw yesterday, is a majority-run institution. There are bills that we need to get done. There are bills that historically have and continue to be bipartisan. I think of like the Farm Bill, and I think of the National Defense Authorization Act. Those are things that likely, could get done if we had willing partners on the other side who wanted to work in a collaborative way. Those are things that historically have gotten done, and we look forward to working with our colleagues. But the key organizing principle in front of us is that we have to have a speaker, and you can't have committees, ranking members, and chairs until you have that key step, and that's where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given your concerns, have you had any conversations or has there been any outreach from the other side of the aisle, and would any of your members be willing to vote present?
No, we haven't had those conversations with our colleagues. Our colleagues, as you saw yesterday, are committed to support Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. I plan to nominate him again at the top of the noon hour, and we'll have a roll call vote, and we'll see what's changed. But that's on our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to determine if something has changed. But I'm not aware of any outreach. Mariana?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I know you don't want to engage in hypotheticals, but we're obviously still at a point waiting to see if McCarthy has enough votes. Jordan, obviously getting votes. Scalise is obviously the number 2. If McCarthy can't get there, maybe he throws his hat in the ring. What is your relationship with both of those men, or all of your Democratic leaders now? How do you see yourself maybe working with Scalise or Jordan if we get to that point? I understand it's hypothetical, but you have relationships with them.
I can tell you that the Representative Scalise, reached out to members of our leadership team. After our internal caucus organizing, he reached out and congratulated us on the positions. I think he reached out and talked to Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark and I. I've had a cordial relationship with him. Obviously, is an adversary on the baseball field, kind of grounded in that. But it hasn't been a working relationship. It's just been very cordial. We respect the office that all of them hold, but we look forward. This is on them. Whoever they advance, I hope it's someone we can work in a positive way for the American public. But I don't know if that's going to be Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, Jim Jordan. Chaos and confusion is the rule of the day over there. And so, we just don't know what that will lead to. And many of us individually have come from delegations, worked with members on the other side of the aisle in committees, sometimes on social things like the baseball stuff, obviously. And so some of us have these, relationships where we can disagree. I know the vice chair as well, has relationships where we are going to disagree with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but we can still be, cordial about it. I look forward to more of that in the future. But the key organizing principle in front of us is we've got to elect a speaker and take an oath.
I was in the California State Legislature with Kevin McCarthy at the same time. I've known him for many years. Whether or not he's Speaker, it's very clear that that position has already been significantly weakened because of what happened yesterday and what happened before. Essentially, Kevin McCarthy has agreed that if he were to be Speaker, he could be fired at any time if 5 members basically said they wanted to have a motion to vacate. So that puts a significant leverage opportunity for the caucus and the Republicans to do whatever they want to fire their own speaker. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I know they've already weakened that position just by having that agreement.
Amen.
Mr. Chairman, given all the uncertainty going on right now, January 6th, the 2-year anniversary is coming up on Friday. I wanted to know if you had any thoughts, given your role on the committee and with everything going on right now with the speaker's race, there is that cloud of January 6th. The 2-year anniversary on Friday, so I want to know if you had any thoughts on Friday.
Yeah, it's not lost on me the week that we obviously have this in front of us and the organizing that this Congress has to do, but it's not lost on anyone on our side of the aisle the importance and significance of January 6th this Friday. I look forward to participating in events or in any opportunity that allows me to reflect on that day. All of us in the chamber have our experiences personally from that day, but what that means to the officers who protected this chamber and held that last line on our behalf, and the threat that democracy faced that day. But for me personally, the wind down of the January 6th committee, the respect and reverence that I hold for Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney and the other members of the committee for the work that they did in advancing that final report. It's something that I still, probably haven't taken in as much, given the aggressive schedule that we've had and the importance of the work that is in front of us. But my belief is that, Leader Jeffries will in some way demonstrate that House Democrats are committed to remembering that day and the sacrifices of those who protected this place, this chamber, and this democracy. Scott.
Last question we have,
Scott.
I know the committee itself has disbanded now in the new Congress, but do any of the committee members have any plans to promote the report itself, the findings of the report in any sort of public fashion, speeches, or any public appearances?
The vice chair has been keeping me busy doing this job, so that's my focus. The caucus work and the caucus role that I occupy is the primary focus of me and my office. We spent so much time, and some of you I've said this to privately, and I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but it kind of feels like camp. The 9 of us spent so much time together. I also feel like maybe we needed a little bit of time apart this holiday season. We just spent so much time reading documents, sitting in depositions, trading texts and emails. We still have a group text thread. We still communicate happy holidays. We're very mindful that a couple members have moved on. Very thankful for their service and wish them all the best in their future endeavors. And I look forward to staying in contact with those members, the retiring members specifically, Liz and Elaine, Stephanie and Adam. The time and space we occupied 18 months doing that work just personally means so much to me. is a legislator. But at the appropriate time, look, if there's invitations, if there's things, if those members want to get together, whether it's in a social occasion or whether it's in something more formal to talk about the work that we did, I'd welcome that opportunity. But right now in front of us, this is the job I have. This is a job the vice chair and I asked for, and the thing that I want to do, and I want to do it well. Thank you, guys. Yeah, on January 6th.
First, I just want to say Chairman Aguilar did an amazing job on the January 6th committee, as well as the entire committee. And the significance of January 6th wasn't just the attack on our Capitol. It was why it was that day. It's because it was a certification of the Electoral College results. Imagine if we had to do that right now. We couldn't, because we don't even have a House of Representatives that's been sworn in. So I asked the American people, 2 years from now, would they want a Republican majority in the House who couldn't even get together and swear in members? I don't think American people are going to want that. I hope they consider that 2 years from now.
Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox as House Democrats there speaking just an hour before they are about to reconvene with their Republican colleagues as well. So we will see what happens today on the House floor. Could we see a fourth ballot, or will they go to recess before voting on a fourth ballot? Those are really the two options that we could be seeing here, and we'll be bringing it to you live right here starting at noon Eastern, right there on the House floor. We're going to slide away for a first break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. Welcome back here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here on this Wednesday edition of Live Now. We take you to the Capitol here. We are just about, less than an hour away from Congress, House Democrats and Republicans coming back together after 3 ballots came and went. For Speaker of the House, no majority was hit. Kevin McCarthy could not hit that 218 votes, and it was the House Democrat, Representative Jeffries, that was able to get more votes, actually, than McCarthy, but wasn't able to hit the 218 as well there. So we'll continue to see what happens later today, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to go out to Tampa, where Tampa police were coming together along with other agencies, including the U.S. Attorney's Office, talking about results of violent crime efforts. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
life for every person impacted. Every community member has the absolute right to feel safe in their homes and in their neighborhoods. Project Safe Neighborhoods was developed to bring key stakeholders together and to work to reduce crime together. To target some of the Project Safe Neighborhoods core principles, the Tampa Police Department increased outreach efforts, notably our violent crimes forums, so we could build on community relationships and shared solutions. We partnered with community-based organizations like Rise Up for Peace and Children with a Vision, allowing us to amplify the message that crime reduction is a shared vision and a common goal for all members of the community. We also decentralized our officers, allowing them to rapidly reinforce efforts in response to violent crime. The partnerships we have with our community, our U.S. Attorney's Office, the State Attorney's Office, the FBI, the ATF, and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office support our common goal of violent crime reduction in Tampa Bay. In fact, our crime gun detectives meet monthly with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the State Attorney's Office to review cases and determine the best courses of action to prosecute the most violent of offenders in the city of Tampa. These partnerships not only result in successful prosecutions like the ones you will hear about, but also reassure the community and send a clear message that the criminal element will be apprehended, arrested, prosecuted, should they decide to commit a crime in the city of Tampa. These joint efforts and our continued focus on crime reduction also resulted in violent crime with a firearm being down by 5% in 2022 and a 17% reduction in non-fatal shootings. I'm proud that the work of every Tampa police officer has led to these results. In fact, in 2022, we had an 18.9% increase in the number of guns seized, taken off the street. That number is approximately 243 more guns out of the hands than the year before. Our goal is to make every community member and resident and visitor alike feel safe in our city. These federal prosecutions are another way we are making that happen together. We can still use help from the community to make Tampa even safer. In 2022, we had 198 firearms stolen from unlocked vehicles. We ask that you keep your vehicles locked, and most importantly, keep your guns secure out of the hands of those who should not have them. Working alongside our federal, state, and local partners as we keeping our community engaged and informed, we continue to result in making Tampa safer together. It should be clear to anyone with the intention to commit crime in Tampa, especially a violent crime, that we will hold you accountable and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Now I'd like to bring up U.S. Attorney Roger Handberg from the Middle District of Florida for some remarks.
Thank you, Chief Burkaw. I'm honored to be joined here today by two of my office's federal law enforcement partners, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, so that our three agencies can jointly recognize the important work that was done last year on violent crime cases by the Tampa Police Department. The reduction of violent crime is a top priority of ATF, the FBI, and the United States Attorney's Office. Today, we want to take this opportunity to express our thanks to the Tampa Police Department and its federal task force officers for their tireless efforts and dedication in reducing violent crime in our community. This thanks is very well deserved. For many years, the Tampa Police Department has been an excellent partner in Project Safe Neighborhoods. Launched by the Department of Justice in 2001, Project Safe Neighborhoods is a nationwide initiative that brings together law enforcement officials, prosecutors, community leaders, and other stakeholders to identify the most pressing violent crime problems in a community and develop comprehensive solutions to address them. Project Safe Neighborhoods is built on several core principles: fostering trust and legitimacy in our communities, supporting community-based organizations that help prevent violence from occurring in the first place, setting focused and strategic enforcement priorities, and measuring the results of our efforts. Since its inception, Project Safe Neighborhoods has been a success in Tampa, due in large part to the excellent partnership and teamwork between the Tampa Police Department and its federal partners at ATF, FBI, and other federal agencies. This teamwork includes close collaboration between investigators and prosecutors. As you heard Chief Burkhaw say, on a regular basis, federal prosecutors from my office meet with the investigators with these three agencies, along with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and our counterparts at the State Attorney's Office. The purpose of those meetings is to identify those individuals who are the drivers of violent crime. In most communities, the number of such individuals is rather low. By way of example, the National Network for Safe Communities has estimated that members of violent groups typically constitute less than 0.5% of a city's population, but that those individuals are typically involved in 60 to 70% of a city's shootings and homicides. Experience has shown that effective prosecution of those individuals can result in dramatic reductions in violent crime in a community. That is the approach that we employ here in Tampa. Working together, we start by using the best available information to focus our efforts narrowly on the most violent offenders. Once focused on those violent offenders, we use every statutory tool in our arsenal to dismantle violent groups. This is not a new approach in Tampa, but it is one that the United States Attorney's Office and our partners have been employing for several years. For example, in response to shootings in the Tampa Park public housing area several years ago, the Tampa Police Department and the FBI initiated an investigation into the gang that was operating there, known as the Bird Gang. Ultimately, over 25 gang members were federally prosecuted for firearms and drug trafficking violations, and they were convicted. In addition to dismantling the Bird Gang through those federal prosecutions, the gang's drug house was shut down through a condemnation action. These focused efforts were successful. For more than 18 months following the initiation of those federal prosecutions, there were no shootings in Tampa Park. It is because of successes like what was seen in Tampa Park that the Tampa Police Department is known as a leader in the design and implementation of violent crime prevention strategies. And 2022 was another successful year for the
Tampa police and other officials talking about the arrests that were made in 2022 and what they are doing for this year to try to combat crime as well. We are going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to the State Department, where it is just about to begin there. Secretary Blinken will remark at the U.S. strategy on global women's economic security. And then, of course, we'll take you out to the Capitol at the top of the hour to see all of the action and drama that could play out on the floor once again as a bid for Speaker continues.
We need concerted attention to improve women's economic security, from limiting women's access to safe and quality employment to addressing the unfair and unpaid care burden that prevents women from fully participating in the formal workforce and forced women who withdrew in disproportionate numbers during the pandemic. To also addressing the lack of access to digital technology, capital, investment, and to the persistent and pervasive gender-based violence in the workplace, at home, and in online spaces. The systematic exclusion of women and girls, especially those from marginalized and underserved communities, in key decision-making spaces, these are all areas that need immediate attention as we globally build back. Many of you here today also attended the December launch of our update to the U.S. strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. All right. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, members of Congress, esteemed guests, speakers, and partners both here and in the field. Watching online from all over the world, welcome. I am so delighted to be here with you all today in celebration of the critical work that the U.S. government and its partners are doing to advance women's economic security. My name is Kat Fotovat, and I'm the senior official and acting ambassador at large for the Office of Global Women's Issues here at the U.S. Department of State. My office leads the department's efforts to elevate the advancement of gender equity and equality as a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy. To achieve this goal, we count on all of you to help us identify the opportunities and address the challenges impeding women and girls' participation and leadership in the economy, political systems, and society. Over the past year, we have consulted with members of Congress and over 200 organizations and groups from civil society, academia, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector, both here, at home, and in the field. We thank you all so much for helping us identify the challenges to economic participation and the need for leadership by women and girls around the world. And your recommendations, please know we heard you, on ways to advance gender equity and equality and to improve global security and increase women's financial stability, grow our global economy, and better respond to global crises. The challenges of COVID, climate change, and crisis, and conflict all over the world have both short and long-term effects, which are detrimental on our international markets, our local communities, our schools, businesses, markets, and our homes. We need concerted attention to improve women's economic security, from limiting women's access to safe and quality employment to addressing the unfair and unpaid care burden that prevents women from fully participating in the formal workforce and forced women who withdrew in disproportionate numbers during the pandemic. To also addressing the lack of access to digital technology, capital, investment, and to the persistent and pervasive gender-based violence in the workplace, at home, and in online spaces. The systematic exclusion of women and girls, especially those from marginalized and underserved communities, in key decision-making spaces, these are all areas that need immediate attention as we globally build back. Many of you here today also attended the December launch of our update to the U.S. strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally. We are so proud to be building a mutually reinforcing policy infrastructure as we work to implement the national strategy on gender equity and equality. With this first ever women's economic security strategy, we are committed to the strategic engagement and action to ensure the full economic participation, leadership, and contribution of women and girls in all their diversity. This will require diverse voices, tools, and ideas, some of which we've captured here, and some of which we will come from you in years to come, as we implement this strategy. And thank you all so much in advance for stepping up and being a part of the solution. We are grateful to our many partners who are already doing tremendous work to advance women's economic security. For example, the OECD's partnership in expanding the quality and quantity of gender data related to gender digital divide, teleworking, taxes and benefits, parental leave, and other areas which are so important to making informed policy decisions and meaningfully support women's economic security. And now, I have the honor and privilege of welcoming Jennifer Klein, Assistant to the President and Director of the White House Gender Policy Council, which she has led since President Biden first established the Gender Policy Council by executive order in March of 2021. Director Klein is no stranger to the challenges outlined in the strategy, having worked on domestic and global gender policy throughout her career. And on a personal note, I am so grateful for her incredible leadership and championship of this strategy and so much of the work that my office does. Director Klein, welcome.
Thank you so much, Kat, Acting Ambassador Fodovat. Good morning, and thank you for joining us here in Washington and virtually from around the world. As Kat said, I'm Jen, and I lead the Gender Policy Council at the White House. I'm really proud to be here today alongside Secretary Blinken, Administrator Power, and leaders from across our administration at the launch of the first ever U.S. strategy on global women's economic security, which is testament to the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to this critical priority. Women's full participation in the economy is essential to economic growth and the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms for half the population. This first ever strategy is grounded in the wealth of evidence that advancing women's participation promotes economic prosperity and stability, and it addresses the significant persisting gender gaps in economic security. Studies show that closing gender gaps in the workforce would add between $12 and $28 trillion in global GDP over a decade. And expanding women's access to markets and finance fosters entrepreneurship and innovation, with estimates suggesting that gender parity in entrepreneurship could add between $5 to $6 trillion in net value to the global economy. Despite the clear evidence of the benefits of women's economic participation, too often social, legal, and financial barriers remain. We know that on average, women spend more than twice the amount of time than men do performing unpaid care work, and that the annual value of this work is approximately $11 trillion globally. We recognize that 2.4 billion working-age women still face legal obstacles to their full economic participation, and that dismantling these systemic barriers is necessary to unlocking economic gains. And as Kat has just said, we know that the global COVID-19 pandemic has had a disproportionate effect on women's employment, with devastating effects on their families, their communities, and economies. The strategy on global women's economic security that we're issuing today will advance women's economic participation as a key strategic objective of our domestic and foreign policy. The strategy lays out an ambitious agenda to advance women's economic security globally by reducing wage gaps, improving care infrastructure, promoting entrepreneurship and financial and digital inclusion, and dismantling legal, social, and cultural barriers to women's economic participation. And it calls for the partnership with other governments, NGOs, and local groups, multilateral organizations, and the private sector, among others. A critical example of our commitment to advancing women's economic security globally is our investment in the Gender Equity and Equality Action Fund, which the administration announced at the UN Generation Equality Forum in Paris. This fund is specifically dedicated to promoting economic security for women and girls by increasing their access to resources, services, and leadership opportunities, and by addressing the barriers that limit their ability to participate fully in the economy. The fund invests in local and civil society partners around the world, prioritizing programs that address the disproportionate impact of COVID, climate change, conflict, and crisis on women and girls. Through this fund, the U.S. government has supported vital projects across the globe that advance women's economic security, including investments in child care infrastructure in low and middle income countries, support for women's economic resilience in Afghanistan, promoting access to green jobs in Kenya and South Africa, strengthening regional networks for businesswomen in Eastern Europe, and supporting women's access to sustainable value chains in Latin America, to name just a few examples. Administrator Power and our USAID colleagues will share a bit more about this critical work in just a bit. The strategy we're launching today is the product of close collaboration among 12 U.S. departments and agencies, and was informed by consultations with over 200 civil society actors and external stakeholders from more than 30 countries. I'm grateful to all of you who gave your time and your expertise to this effort and are joining us today to recognize this first ever interagency policy. As we turn to the important work of implementing this new strategy, we'll continue to rely on collaboration within and outside of the U.S. government to achieve our shared vision for women's full and equitable participation in the global economy. I'd like now to turn to a critical partner and introduce a champion for global women's economic security, Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the State Department. A Happy New Year to everyone. This is actually the first event that I've had an opportunity to do in this new year, and I think that's very fitting and only underscores the importance that this department attaches to it and that I attach to it personally. Director Klein, Jen, thank you for the introduction, but also and especially for your leadership, for the Gender Policy Council's leadership in developing the U.S. Global Women's Economic Security Strategy that we are, in fact, launching today. Jen and I have been colleagues, friends, going back, a few years. I think we both started out together in the Clinton administration in grade school, right? But I am just grateful for the collaboration that goes forward every day. And Kat, I'm so grateful to you for your remarkable leadership of GWE in this very consequential time. And especially for the remarkable collaboration that we have between the White House, the State Department, and the other agencies in our government. That is a big difference maker. This strategy would not be possible without the vital contributions of so many, starting with another dear friend and close colleague, Administrator Power. Her team at USAID has done remarkable work on this, and you're going to hear more from Samantha in a short while. The GWE office here at State, besides Kat, an amazing team doing great work, and again, across our entire government. We're also deeply fortunate to have the collaboration and leadership of the United States Congress. And I'm told that Sheila Jackson Lee may be in the House somewhere. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Andre Carson, in the House anywhere? I think was going to join us. But to you, to Barbara Lee, who was going to be with us this morning, but I think got tied up on the Hill, so grateful for this collaboration, for the leadership that you've demonstrated over so many years, and which is coming to fruition in this strategy. I especially, though, want to say to our partners in civil society, the private sector, other governments, women from all walks of life. Some of you are here in person, some of you are tuning in virtually. Thank you. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the collaboration. Thank you for ensuring that this strategy reflects the breadth and the depth of our vision for women's economic security. President Biden came into office with a commitment to gender equality and equity because, as he put it, and I quote, governments, economies, and communities are stronger when they include the full participation of women. It's as simple and as straightforward as that. As you've just heard from Jen, he has put that commitment into action, including through the first ever national strategy on gender equity and equality, which brings a whole of government approach to supporting women and girls, both here at home, but also around the world. At the State Department, the idea that every woman and girl should be able to reach her full potential is central to our diplomacy. Whenever women's rights and fundamental freedoms come under threat, we speak up, we mobilize others, we take action. Promoting gender equality and equity is also an affirmative part of our approach because we recognize that doing so is essential to addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges. We need women's full economic participation to actually lead an inclusive recovery from the COVID pandemic. As you've heard, we need their leadership in resolving conflict. We need their ideas and their innovation to tackle the climate crisis. The strategy that we're putting forward has at its heart a simple vision: creating a world in which all women and girls everywhere can contribute to and benefit from economic growth and global prosperity. That's a world in which we will all be better off. Closing the gender gap in the workforce by 2025, as you've heard, would add up to $28 trillion to the global economy, especially at a time when we are working to recover from COVID, deal with the impact of climate, address the many conflicts that are also holding back the global economy. That contribution is more vital than ever. The strategy focuses on breaking down some of the barriers that stand in the way of women to full economic participation. Jen and Kat alluded to some of them: discriminatory policies that perpetuate unequal pay or limit access to credit that women entrepreneurs and innovators need to start and grow businesses, laws that ban women from energy, manufacturing, and other industries in certain countries, attitudes and practices that drive women out of education and out of the labor market. The strategy that we put in place is focused on supporting women and girls in all of their diversity, including the women who most often face the greatest and highest barriers, such as those from marginalized backgrounds, from religious minorities, those with disabilities, LGBTQI+ persons, and we're committed to standing up for women wherever their rights are threatened, including in Afghanistan, as unfortunately we continue to see deepen and get worse. Let me just spend a few minutes addressing in a little bit more detail the 4 key lines of effort that are at the heart of this strategy. First, we will advance women's economic competitiveness so that more women can fully participate and lead in all sectors and all industries, including as CEOs and board members. One way we're helping to do that is through programs like We Champs, which will provide technical assistance and training to women's chambers of commerce and business associations in 18 countries across Europe to support women-owned small businesses. That's one practical example of how we will bring that first pillar of the strategy to life. Second, we will strengthen the foundational support, child care, elder care, that allows women to participate equitably in the economy. As you know, as you've heard again this morning, COVID-19 forced millions of women around the world to withdraw from the workforce, to take on caregiving responsibilities for their families. So we will expand access to options so that caregivers, most of whom are women, can actually return to work. To do that, we're supporting programs like the World Bank's Invest in Child Care initiative, which will help improve access to quality, affordable child care in low and middle income countries around the world. Third, we will promote women's entrepreneurship by addressing some of the challenges that too often hold women back, including a lack of mentorship, and training opportunities. We're working to both create and also, as appropriate, replicate efforts like the U.S.-India Alliance for Women's Economic Empowerment. That connects the private sector and civil society to provide Indian women with technical skills and networking opportunities to help them grow their businesses. At the Alliance's launch, Google India committed to mentoring 1 million Indian women entrepreneurs. We're working with other partners to increase that number. That would have a remarkable impact. Finally, we will work with partners to help dismantle some of the societal, legal, and regulatory barriers that stand in the way of having a level playing field, like laws that make it more challenging for women to work in certain roles, limiting their career progression. Now, if you look at some of the work and studies that have been done, for example, the World Bank, women have equal legal economic standing with men in 12 countries around the world. 12 countries around the world, including through equal pay and legal protections in the workplace. So there's a huge amount of work to be done there, and looking at the glass half full as opposed to half empty, a tremendous amount of opportunity as we grow the number of countries that offer genuinely equal opportunity. We'll encourage countries to repeal discriminatory laws. We'll advocate for reforms that promote gender equality, in part by showing the opportunity posed by closing these gender gaps. Across each of these lines of effort, we will work in tandem with partners around the world. Indeed, we'll be working with all of you, because we need all hands on deck if we're actually going to make a difference, if we're going to build sustainable, long-lasting change. That includes, for our part, working with counterparts from other governments to develop their own domestic and global strategies for women's economic security. It includes applying the lessons from this work across the United States government as we build out action plans for each agency and each department to advance women's economic security. At the end of the day, if you sort of cut all of this away and go to the heart of what we're talking about, there's also something very simple and straightforward. Promoting women's economic security is the right thing to do, but it's also the smart and necessary thing to do. When everyone can contribute to their full potential, our economies are more prosperous, our societies are more full of opportunity, our nations are more peaceful, and everyone is better off. There too, it's as simple and as straightforward as that. There's a huge amount of work to be done to make this real, to take the strategy that we've now put in place and to implement it. That's going to take, as I said, all hands on deck. The work that so many of you have done to bring us to this moment when we have a strong strategy on paper has been absolutely essential. That's the good news. The bad news is we now have to get to work to make it real, and we're counting on all of you to help us do that. Thank you very, very much.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken at the Global Women's Economic Security meeting. You're watching live now from Fox. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now, including at the top of the hour, we wait and see just how many more ballots it will take to find a Speaker of the House.
I don't know what to expect at noon today. I had expected by today that we'd have a speaker, actually. So I think this is not an unhealthy process. I know people are quick to criticize. I think within the Republican Party, there's 222 of us. We have to come to a conclusion at some point who the Republican speaker is going to be. I do believe it'll be a Republican speaker. Every Republican member has said they will only vote for a Republican, so I am not concerned about a Democrat speaker. I think that's misinformation that's been pushed by some. But I think it's healthy to go through this, have this disagreement within the family, hopefully work it out. I haven't had any meetings with anyone since yesterday, so I don't have any new intel in that regard. But I suppose at noon today we'll see some new information.
How do you suppose Mr. McCarthy could shift a few votes? Is there anything he could say, perhaps anything he could do that might help his opponents, might gain him some support?
Well, I do think there's been a lot of, in my view, unnecessary arguments over this motion to vacate the chair issue. Since the founding of our country until 4 years ago, when Pelosi changed it, a member can make a motion to vacate the chair. Now, it doesn't pass unless you get the majority vote. That's how things run around here. You can make a motion, but if you don't have the majority vote, it's not going to pass. That's true for a bill or amendment or any other procedural motion. So in my view, leadership should allow that motion to stay, the motion to vacate the chair. Any member should be able to make that motion. That would, I think, be helpful. I don't know why, to this point, folks have not wanted to do that. It seems like an easy one. That motion existed when Paul Ryan became Speaker. Remember, we went through this when Kevin McCarthy withdrew before. We didn't know who was going to be Speaker. Paul Ryan stepped up, became Speaker, and that motion was available the whole time Paul Ryan was Speaker. It was never used, but it was available. So that would be one issue, I think, that they could work out on. There's other, I mean, it's all been written in letters that people have signed, so you can see what their concerns are. Of course, I voted for Kevin 3 times yesterday, so I'm not part of that discussion.
That's my question. How long are you willing to stay with Kevin McCarthy? If it goes down ballot after ballot after ballot, are you going to be there with them?
I mean, I'm taking it one day at a time and one vote at a time, frankly. And I think everybody should do that. I think that, I don't know if that's true of everybody or not. I've seen some of the only Kevin stickers around there, but I don't know among his 202 at this point, or 202 voters, if they're all 100% all the time.
Are you only Kevin?
Oh, no, I've not said that. No, I'm taking it one vote at a time. I told him I voted for him the first time, and I did. And I stayed that way yesterday. I plan to stay that way today, but we'll see. I don't know. You know, there's other motions that occur. I mean, remember, the motion to adjourn, actually, that's a majority vote motion. One person doesn't, this is back to the vacate the chair motion. Anybody can make a motion. It has the majority vote to pass. That's the way this place works, majority vote. So even the motion to adjourn yesterday, I wasn't sure that was going to pass. We could have voted no on that. Frankly, I would like to have kept voting. I would have voted no on the motion to adjourn. But apparently Democrats wanted to adjourn and Republicans, I guess, so nobody contested it. So we adjourned. I mean, at some point today, we might adjourn again. I don't know. So
do you think the opponents are negotiating in good faith here?
I think they all. I think, well, the opponents. I mean, I think everybody's been negotiating in good faith. I really do. Even Kevin McCarthy, I think he's made some concessions. He was very passionate yesterday when he spoke, and I think he feels he's made a lot of concessions. But I think those who still want to see, it's not even concessions. I just think folks want to see this place work the way it's supposed to. Pass appropriations bills. Everybody says they want to pass appropriations bills. When's the last time we've done it? From the House and the Senate, and signed by the President. I mean, that's what the House of Representatives should do. We have something here called the power of the purse. And my state, West Virginia, is a coal state. And the Obama-Biden war on coal has been very harmful to my state. I think we should have funded that in the appropriations bills. But if we don't pass those bills, I can't defend my state. So I would say it's just regular order that I would like to see. I can't speak for everybody, but I think that's a concern I have.
Do you think George Santos should step down?
I'm not going to pile on that. That's up to his constituents. Good? All right. Thanks.
Well, a couple things. One, I'd signaled to people I would vote for Kevin on ballot 1. I was possible on a ballot 2. I made that vote. At that point, we were basically deadlocked, and it was pretty clear that he didn't have the votes. So my thoughts is, okay, if he doesn't have the votes, what are we going to do as a conference to either find someone who can get to 218 or at a minimum adjourn what we were doing, get off the floor so the needed negotiations can happen. I think that it was actually not in a good place for the Republican conference to stay on the House floor yesterday and continuously vote. Look, a lot of people back home are trying to figure out what's going on Capitol Hill. But what we are really having is a deliberative process about House leadership and about what is needed to get Washington back on track. For too long in the nation's capital, everybody has just gone along with the next wave of leadership. And that's not an anti-Kevin McCarthy statement. That is a statement about what a deliberative, open process means for the constitutional republic that is the United States of America. Every time there's something going on, we find a way to make it happen. And I firmly believe we're going to elect a speaker and find a way to make this happen. But you have members who are no's against Kevin. Now, I think that right now what needs to happen is some of those members need to have one-on-one meetings with him and hammer this stuff out. I don't know if that's happened or not, but from what I'm hearing, that's probably further apart than it needs to be. So after I talk with you guys this morning, I'm going to sit with some members, try to find ways that we can hammer out a resolution so we can go ahead, elect a speaker, and get down to the business that the American people sent us here to do. If you're trying to have the job and you're going to lead, you shouldn't be afraid of one person. And I've been very clear about this. I think too much has been made about the motion to vacate. That was a rule here for 100 years or more about one member being able to file it. But in the real world, not the political world, in the real world, if you are going to lead a company, the board of directors at any time can hold a vote against you. It only takes one member of the board to bring a question about the CEO or the chairman of the board. That happens all the time. So in politics, we are taking Pelosi's rule and saying, oh, well, Pelosi's rule that she changed is now okay. That's not true. There's nothing wrong with having a one-member motion to vacate. I think that any leader who wants to be able to stand firm and say, look, I'm the guy, shouldn't be afraid of that. No, I don't blame Kevin per se for $30 trillion in debt. What I do think is that it's the institution itself as to why we are where we are. We know Washington isn't working, so there are members here who want to make fundamental changes to it so we can get the nation back on track by getting the House of Representatives working and functioning again. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be negotiated out. I want a resolution. I want us to elect a speaker. I want to get down to the business of the American people. But I can tell you what I saw yesterday on the floor, we were not there. We were deadlocked, and it was not looking good for the Republican conference, and we needed to get out of that room and really have those conversations. And we're going to continue to do that. No.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, and we are coming up at close to the top of the hour, and that is when the U.S. House will meet once again, and we will see if they will have votes there on the floor or if they will go for a recess to try to give McCarthy more time to try to get more people on his side. We'll continue to follow it right here for you on Live Now from Fox, but let's take that final break of this hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. A little bit ago, House Democrats coming together to talk about the dysfunction with House Republicans and how they continue to try to find a Speaker of the House.
There's still no clear sign of a speaker. Let's hope that this isn't a rerun of 1855 and 56 when it took 133 ballots. What we saw was the true character of the modern day Republican Party. obsessed with power and their own personal advancement at the expense of working families and the needs of everyday Americans. That makes it harder for us to find common ground, but that's what we seek to accomplish. We want to work with reasonable Republicans and continue our record of bipartisan legislative achievements in this Congress, but we need willing partners in order to do that work. And right now, those willing partners are in short supply. I now have the privilege of introducing, for the first time in this role, caucus vice chair, my colleague and friend from California and classmate from the class of 2014, Representative Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. And I first want to say that the chairman gave a terrific nominating speech for Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. And I know that Chairman Aguilar had to give that speech 3 times, and we only nominated 1 person because Democrats are unified. And if you saw what Democrats did when we were in control of the House, we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. We passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and tackle climate change. And in contrast, when Republicans are in control, you get chaos, confusion, and crisis. Now, yesterday, many Americans saw this confusion and crisis. And look, for one day, I think it was unfortunate. We can deal with that. But now it gets serious, because we effectively don't have a House of Representatives. This can't keep on going. You can't have one branch of the federal government simply not function. And so I hope that Republicans are able to nominate and unify behind 1 person, whoever that may be, because we need Republicans to govern if they can. If they cannot, then they should let Democrats govern.
Questions to start? Javier from Telemundo.
Would you be willing to support a change in the rules for a plurality vote?
Look, these are all, hypotheticals. Something like that has been done, historically in the past. We're not going to, entertain that from this podium. Right now, our caucus is prepared to advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries, the lead vote getter for the first 3 ballots. That's what we plan to do right now. But look, we understand the options, in front of us, but we're not going to engage in any, hypotheticals, at this point. Go.
For a House that is not making agreements in the basics, what does that tell to the American people about the new Congress?
I think it's unfortunate. As the vice chair said, this is who they are. Crisis, confusion, disarray. It's unfortunate. That's what the modern day, House Republican conference looks like. But, we knew that. We knew that going in to this, and they've delivered exactly who we thought they were in that respect. It's unfortunate, as the vice chair mentioned, this is going to start to impact, operations, of the House moving forward. We want to find that common ground. We hope that there are Republicans that we can work with in the future, but this is the key organizing principle of Congress, which is the first item of business before our members can take their oaths. And it's unfortunate. I feel bad for the relatives, the spouses, partners, and family members who came to town for new members. Some of them might have to depart town. We remember being new members and what that was like, to take a picture, even with the speaker of the opposing party. A lot of people spent so much time and energy to win these offices on both sides of the aisle. And so I feel for those family members who now have to navigate those travel plans. Max?
Have you heard reports from any of your members being approached by moderate Republicans about potentially backing a unity candidate for Speaker?
Again, the hypotheticals, I haven't been approached about any of that. We know that some of those have been reported, and some of those, I don't think there's a lot of basis in fact. We've been very clear that we want to work. We want to work to deliver legislative achievements to the American public. If there was something that was real, we would look at that. But I haven't seen any proof that Republicans are willing to engage. Lisa?
It's sort of an easy one, but we're at this point where there are no committees, there are no House rules. I believe you all are not members of Congress yet. I believe you are. Tell us about what
Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour and noon out on Capitol Hill, and here we go again as soon the U.S. House will reconvene as they try to find the next Speaker of the House. It is expected to go to a fourth vote. How many will it go to find the next Speaker of the House? Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We'll have full coverage on this today and bring you all of the events that happen at right there on the floor, right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here as we continue to really showcase. It almost seems like it's Groundhog's Day, but a little bit early because it's only January. But yes, once again, for the first time in 100 years, we saw yesterday that they had to go to a second vote, then a third vote, and they still could not find 218 votes for the next Speaker of the House. Here is what Chad Pergram, our Fox News Capitol Hill reporter, is saying in his latest report, saying McCarthy allies may move to adjourn when the House meets at noon Eastern. This will require a vote by simple majority. It's unclear if the House would approve such a motion there. However, a motion to adjourn is a bad sign for McCarthy. It could mean he didn't gain any votes and that Trump's backing failed to move the meter. And so we will, of course, bring all of the events on the floor to you. It looks like they are about to begin at any moment. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox. That all coming as Kevin McCarthy did get the support once again from the former President Donald J. Trump. But will it be enough to go to the finish line today? We will wait and see right here on Live Now from Fox.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, in these days of uncertainty and change, we turn to you who are the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Regardless of the circumstance, Lord, you are not just present, but provisioning, supplying us all that we need to forge into and navigate the unknown ahead. Give us reason, then, to cling to faith and to trust your guiding hand in this liminal period of our chamber's leadership. Offer us the gift of perspective. Bring to our minds the upheaval taking place in countries like Ukraine. In the face of chaos, they yet remain resolute, ever committed to the defense of their country and the strength of their government, bound together and upheld by their faith that you will sustain them. How can we possibly succumb to our own disquiet and frustration when we reflect on the challenges governments around the world struggle to resolve in the name of democracy? Even as we seek to establish this new Congress, remind us that we have a building not constructed by human hands. In our momentary distress, may we never lose sight of your divine hand that guides our own nation. Call us to live this day in faith, if not by sight, and seek always to make it our goal to please you as we serve the nation you have entrusted to us. We lean on you, our rock, and pray in the name of our sure Redeemer. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Representatives-elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
From what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Clerk, I have a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentlewoman makes a point of order that a quorum is not present. The chair will count for a quorum.
If you want to take that row there.
All right, so right now they will be counting in today for the members there that are on the floor. What we want to do, though, is take you out from earlier today. House Democrats were speaking on the issue of really the turmoil on the Republican side. We'll listen to that while they do count these votes as far as who's present on the floor right now, and then they will get to voting possibly here, right here on Live Now from Fox.
House Democrats on the chaos and confusion taking place on the other side of the aisle could not be more clear. For the first time in 100 years, there was not an agreement for Speaker of the House on the first ballot. Multiple ballots, and almost 24 hours later, there's still no clear sign of a speaker. Let's hope that this isn't a rerun of 1855 and 56 when it took 133 ballots. What we saw was the true character of the modern-day Republican Party, obsessed with power and their own personal advancement at the expense of working families and the needs of everyday Americans. That makes it harder for us to find common ground. But that's what we seek to accomplish. We want to work with reasonable Republicans and continue our record of bipartisan legislative achievements in this Congress. But we need willing partners in order to do that work. And right now, those willing partners are in short supply. I now have the privilege of introducing, for the first time in this role, caucus vice chair, my colleague and friend from California and classmate from the class of 2014, Representative Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. And I first want to say that the chairman gave a terrific nominating speech for Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. And I know that Chairman Aguilar had to give that speech 3 times, and we only nominated one person because Democrats are unified. And if you saw what Democrats did when we were in control of the House, we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. We passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and tackle climate change. And in contrast, when Republicans are in control, you get chaos, confusion, and crisis. Now, yesterday, many Americans saw this confusion and crisis. And look, for one day, I think it was unfortunate. We can deal with that. But now it gets serious, because we effectively don't have a House of Representatives. This can't keep on going. You can't have one branch of the federal government simply not function. And so I hope that Republicans are able to nominate and unify behind one person, whoever that may be, because we need Republicans to govern if they can. If they cannot, then they should let Democrats govern.
Questions to start? Javier from Telemundo.
Would you be willing to support a change in the rules for a plurality vote?
Look, these are all, hypotheticals. Something like that has been done, historically in the past. We're not going to, entertain that from this podium. Right now, our caucus is prepared to advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries, the lead vote getter for the first 3 ballots. That's what we plan to do right now. But look, we understand the options, in front of us, but we're not going to engage in any, hypotheticals, at this point. Go.
For a House that is not making agreements in the basics, what does that tell to the American people about the new Congress?
I think it's unfortunate. As the vice chair said, this is who they are. Crisis, confusion, disarray. It's unfortunate.
And while they continue to vote who is present on the floor, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
They've delivered exactly who we thought they were in that respect. It's unfortunate, and as the vice chair mentioned, this is going to start to impact, operations, of the House moving forward. We want to find that common ground. We hope that there are Republicans that we can work with in the future, but this is the key organizing principle of Congress, which is the first item of business before our members can take their oaths, and it's unfortunate. I feel bad for the relatives, the spouses, partners, and family members who came to town for new members. Some some of them might have to depart town. We remember being new members and what that was like to take a picture, even with the speaker of the opposing party. Like, a lot of people spent so much time and energy to win these offices on both sides of the aisle, and I feel for those family members who now have to navigate those travel plans. Max?
Have you heard reports from any of your members being approached by moderate Republicans about potentially backing a unity candidate for Speaker?
Again, I mean, the hypotheticals. I haven't been approached about any of that. We know that some of those have been reported, and some of those I don't think there's a lot of basis. In fact, we've been very clear that we want to work. We want to work to deliver legislative achievements to the American public. If there was something that was real, we would look at that. But I haven't seen any proof that Republicans are willing to engage. Lisa. We haven't been sworn in. We're representatives elect. I'm told that the rules, the laws still apply to us, but we're representatives elect waiting to take an oath. But there could be a point at which it does mean something to the constituents that we serve, whether we can engage in casework on their behalf and help individuals navigate the federal bureaucracy, back at home. We want to do everything we can to help.
Are there typical things that you guys can be doing that are limited right now?
Right now, our focus and we're working with our staffs to make sure that we're following the letter and spirit of everything that we're allowed to do. But we don't have status as members until we organize. And that's unfortunately as a result of this Republican chaos. And so, there will come points where other things are impacted. Committees can't hire their staff members as well because there are no committee chairs and ranking members. This is a crisis of the Congress. And it's a crisis at the hands of the Republican dysfunction. And so that's where we are until we have the main organizing principle, which is electing someone to lead this Congress and taking our oaths, which is so important. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I just want to follow up on what Chairman Aguilar said. Because we haven't been able to negotiate ratios with the Republicans, that they've said they can't do that until they have a speaker. We can't even appoint any of our own members to any committee. So that slows everything down for a pretty long time because we can't even constitute committees. So this is having a very real world impact. And again, it's because of Republican chaos and dysfunction that you're seeing.
In the front.
Looking forward even further, assuming eventually somebody ends up being the speaker, is there a different way that House Democrats in a minority are going to have to approach legislating when it comes to, must-pass bills to fund the government, the debt ceiling, and working across the aisle with Senate Republicans who still hold a filibuster over there? Is there any thoughts on how you guys will approach that?
Our legislative achievements of the last Congress are very clear, and there is important work to be done to implement.
All right, we are going to go back out now live to the House floor. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let's all take a second, take a look around. I know people are getting frustrated. Take a look at this chamber and realize how lucky we are to serve this country in Congress. How lucky we all are, Democrats and Republicans, to be citizens of the greatest country in the history of the world. He's definitely out of order, Madam Clerk. I say that because I know last night people were frustrated. They wanted to go to parties. They wanted to take pictures with their families. But honestly, we find ourselves here in this chamber for the second day, and we know we got work to do. But in some ways, there's no place I'd rather be. With the possible exception of Lambeau Field on Sunday, no place I'd rather be. But maybe with the excitement, some of you hadn't had an opportunity to check what's happening online, let me fill you in, or what's happening on Twitter, what the press is writing about. In some ways, they're salivating. There's headlines about the chaos, this and that. Yesterday, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle were tweeting their bags of popcorn that they had out. They love it. The schadenfreude is palpable. But I think my friends on the Democratic side misunderstand what's happening here. Sure, it looks messy, but democracy is messy. Democracy is messy by design. By design. And that's a feature, not a bug of our system. We air it all out in the open for the American people to see. Because at the end of the day, the president's not in charge. The Supreme Court's not in charge. The Speaker of the House is not even in charge. The American people are in charge. And I'm proud to be part of a party that welcomes debate, that invites different views, that isn't afraid of that. Now, I listened to some of my colleagues yesterday. Mr. Roy from Texas, my good friend, he knows I respect his views. I have been his partner in anti-proxy voting crusades, pro-regular order crusades. I understand. I know that his intentions are pure. I know a lot of people are just frustrated with the way Congress works. But, and Chip, you know I believe that in my bones, nobody has done more to lay out a plan for how we restore the basic functioning of this institution than Kevin McCarthy. Nobody. Nobody has done that. Now, you may not have gotten everything you wanted. There are things I want that I know it's just not possible to get done in this Congress. But Mr. McCarthy has gone above and beyond in terms of listening to people with concerns and laying out a plan for how we restore the basic functioning of the House of Representatives. Furthermore, I believe no one has done more to bring us into the majority than Kevin McCarthy. Listen, I wish we had a bigger majority, right? I wish we could do everything over the next 2 years, but the American people gave us an opportunity. They gave us, Republicans, an opportunity to inject some basic common sense into the federal government, to pull the emergency brake on a lot of the crazy we've seen in the last few years. They're asking us to do a job, and nobody has laid out a plan, a proactive policy agenda for the direction we want to take this country in more detail than Kevin McCarthy. You all had an opportunity to provide input into that plan. And the irony of this current moment and this debate we're having is that on the big stuff we all agree, right? We want to secure the border. We don't want the executive branch to do everything through a pen and a phone. We want to work with our Democratic colleagues when it comes to standing up to our enemies abroad, right? There are basic things we know we need to do. It is time to get to work. So you might tweet out some more popcorn emojis. I get it. You might write your headlines. But what I see right now is energy. A tremendous amount of energy in this Republican caucus who want to do the work of the people. Mr. McCarthy is not asking you to endorse business as usual in the House. He's laid out a plan to renew the House of Representatives and once again make it an institution that we can credibly look ourselves in the mirror and say, we are working in the people's House. For that and many other reasons, I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of this House.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, make no mistake, there is no frustration on our side. We are focused on serving the American people. In order to do that, we have to unite behind a speaker, and Democrats are united behind a speaker who prioritizes putting better-paying jobs in industries of the future. Growing up in a working-class family, he knows that a good-paying job and a good education are key to economic mobility. He knows that to tackle the affordability crisis in this country, we need to make sure that everybody gets paid enough to live and work in any zip code. And he knows that by creating these jobs, we can once again make it in America. Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by that vote of the caucus to present for election to the 118th Congress the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect for the state of New York, for the office of Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I seek to place a nomination for Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yesterday, my first vote for Speaker of the House was for Byron Donalds. Today, I'm rising to nominate Byron Donalds for Speaker of the House of Representatives. Byron is a dear friend, a solid conservative, but most importantly, a family man who loves dearly his wife Erica, his 3 children, has a proven track record as a businessman, public service in the Florida legislature, and now as a member of the United States Congress. Now, here we are, and for the first time in history, there have been 2 black Americans placed into the nomination for Speaker of the House. However, Madam Speaker, order. Madam Clerk, order. We do not seek to judge people by the color of their skin, but rather the content of their character. Byron Donalds Donalds is a good man raised by a single mom who moved past adversity, became a Christian man at the age of 21, and has devoted his life to advancing the cause for his family and for this country. And he has done it admirably. But there's an important reason for nominating Byron, and that is this country needs a change. This country needs leadership that does not reflect this city, this town that is badly broken. The House of Representatives is the people's house. It represents the entirety of our country, and we each represent some 750,000 people. And we come here, and here we sit in a room filled with those representatives. And my friend, Mr. Gallagher, and he is my friend, and I agree with him on many things. And I agree with almost everything that you were talking about. But we should be in here having this kind of a conversation with this many people in the room about Ukraine. And we should debate the merits, and we should debate the ups and downs of being involved. We should debate the $45 billion. We should debate whether it should be more or less. We should debate whether it should be paid for. We should debate what the result we should demand. The only way you're going to get that is if you change the rules and have the leadership to advance the rules to make sure that we can do that. Now, we've had a conversation for 2 months to try to advance the ball, and we have had success in doing that. But we're not there. We're not at the place where we need to be to guarantee that we're going to be able to stand up in the face of the swamp that continues to step over the American people on a daily basis and spend money we don't have, and to continue to leave our borders open, and to continue to fund bureaucrats that are stepping over the freedoms of the American people. Byron will stand up and do that. Byron has a track record of doing that. And importantly, when we're sitting here today and we continue this debate and we then have a vote, I just ask my friends on this side of the aisle, do you think that the American people support the status quo? Yes or no? Do you think that the American people want us to continue down the road of what we've been doing? Do they want us to continue to do the things since the leadership that's currently in place have been in place? Do you think they want us to continue down that path? And the argument that I would make is that they want a new face, new vision, new leadership, and I believe that face, vision, and new leadership is Byron Donalds, and I'm proud to put his name into nomination, and I yield back.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Ready? Yep. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy.
And as the fourth House Speaker vote is underway, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break as they tabulate this time around, and we'll see if that magic 218 number can be hit, or will it have to go to a fifth ballot. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
State of West Nevada, Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington.
McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Weiss. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy.
Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. McCarthy. Shifrellis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. McCarthy. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elzie. McCarthy. Emmer. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
4th District of Texas votes for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. Ferguson. McCarthy. Feenstad. McCarthy. Fischbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi.
As the voting does continue there, and you can see that Kevin McCarthy will not make it on the 4th ballot there, so we will see a 5th. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates.
Proudly cast by historic vote for Byron Donalds.
Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
Madam Clerk, and still I rise on behalf of those who were victims of convict leasing, which was slavery by another name. 95 of whom are buried in a common grave in Sugar Land, Texas. And I proudly press my vote.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kim Lager-Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa.
Day 2 of 117,
McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
Until the last vote, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace.
As the voting continues, some of you will see a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. Macbeth. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles.
The gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds.
Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pepis. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds.
You're watching Live Now from Fox as McCarthy has suffered defeat on the fourth ballot there. So we'll go to a fifth here. And of course, we will continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But I do want to go right out now live to Kentucky. President Biden is there. And if we do get any news on the House floor in the meantime, we will bring it to you. But President Biden is in Covington, Kentucky as part of the new Brent Spence Bridge project. The visit comes days after the $1.6 billion in federal funding was approved for the project. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
He is Covington, I think. Joe Mayor and the mayor of Cincinnati. And I make sure I got to do this right. Aftab Ferval, did I correct it? Because I want to get it right. He's a hell of a lot bigger than I am. Look, newly elected Representative Greg Landsman, he couldn't be here today. He's dealing with trying to figure out who's going to be the next Speaker of the House of Representatives. And I wish him a lot of luck. He may be the first freshman ever elected Speaker of the House of Representatives. But it's great to be here with two individuals who are among those who worked the hardest and the longest to get this done. Sherrod Brown and Rob Portman, both men of significant integrity and people who do what they say. They've been fighting this for years to get the funding to repair the bridge. Sherrod 16 and Rob about 28. They never gave up. They got it done. And a big thanks also to Governor Andy Beshear and Mike DeWine, who worked hand in hand to help get this done. Folks, I'm especially happy to be here with my friend and colleague in many years, and I might add, longest-serving leader in the United States Senate, Senator Mitch McConnell. Mitch, it's great to be with you. I asked permission if I could say something nice about him. I didn't want to. I said I campaigned for him or against him, whichever helped him most. But Mitch, it's it wasn't easy, and to get this done, and it wouldn't have gotten done no matter all the work so many others have done, and by writing the legislation and dropping it in, it wouldn't have happened without your hand. It just wouldn't have gotten done, and I want to thank you for that. And we have to find common ground to get major legislation done in any circumstance ever, but particularly the circumstances we've been in the last 4 or 5 years have been less than cooperative. And Leader McConnell and I don't agree on everything. In fact, we disagree on a lot of things, but here's what matters. He's a man of his word. When he gives you his word, you can take it to the bank, you can count on it, and he's willing to find common ground to get things done for the country. So thank you, Mitch. Thank you. And that's exactly what we did in the bipartisan infrastructure law, which got done in no small part because of Mitch's leadership. Folks, look, I wanted to start off the new year at this historic project here in Ohio and Kentucky with a bipartisan group of officials because I believe it sends an important message to the entire country. We can work together. We can get things done. We can move the nation forward. We just drop a little bit of our egos and focus on what is needed in the country. For decades, people have talked about the Brent Spence Bridge. But folks, talking is over. The bipartisan infrastructure law, we're finally going to get it done. And the law, it's the most significant investment. This whole bill is the most significant investment in American roads, bridges, since the Eisenhower Interstate Highway System. Over $1 billion from the infrastructure law for this. It's going to upgrade the bridge, and the delegation has fought so hard to get done for so long. And here's why it's so important. This bridge connects Ohio and Kentucky, carries Interstate 71 and 75 across the Ohio River. It's on one of the nation's busiest freight routes. Truck traffic on I-75 alone carries $2 billion of freight. $2 billion of freight per day between Florida and Canada. $2 billion. The bridge was built in '63, as you all know, designed to carry 80,000 vehicles a day. Today, 160,000 vehicles cross this bridge. 30,000 of them, as you can see, about 10 of them already passed, are trucks. Think about it. A bridge built over half a century ago, handling double the volume it was built for. It's the second most congested truck bottleneck in the entire United States. It doesn't take an engineer to tell anyone in this neck of the woods that the recipe for dangerous accidents, delayed shipments, and notorious gridlock, you're looking at it. Folks around here understand. You all saw what happened 2 years ago. 2 years ago when the bridge was closed for weeks because of the damage from a crash. Lost revenues to local businesses, congestion on alternative routes, nightmare commutes. One company called it what everyone else felt, total chaos. Folks, this is the United States of America, for God's sake. We know, and now we're proving we're much better than we've been of recent past. The funding from this infrastructure law is going to upgrade the current bridge and to build a second new bridge right next to it for interstate traffic. Look, that'll keep local traffic from competing with those massive trucks and freight. Look, it means folks around here will actually be able to use the bridge again to work, for school, for emergencies, without bumper-to-bumper traffic. And it'll be safer and easier commutes. First responders will get to folks who need help without delay, and our nation's commerce can flow more efficiently through this area because tractor trailers and other large vehicles will be able to move products to their destination without so much congestion. Look, it's not just here that the infrastructure law is being used, and we're just getting started. We're doing it all across America, from coast to coast. As I speak, the Vice President of the United States is in Chicago today. We're rebuilding 4 drawbridges in the South Side, so barge and ship traffic will continue to move in and out of Illinois' International Port. We're going to move product faster and from ships to shelves. Secretary Pete Buttigieg is in Connecticut. We're renovating the Gold Star Memorial Bridge so traffic along the busy northeast corridor of the United States can move smoothly along I-95. Tomorrow, Mitch Landrieu, our infrastructure coordinator, is going to be in San Francisco. We're upgrading the iconic Golden Gate Bridge so it can withstand future earthquakes and be around for generations to come. It's not just bridges. Already over 1 million households across Ohio and Kentucky are getting access to high-speed internet through the infrastructure law. Didn't exist before. Right across the river in Cincinnati, we're going to award $127 million to replace the old Western Hills Viaduct with a new structure to make freight movement by road and rail more reliable and efficient, a critical piece right at the beginning of this entire corridor, and I know a big priority for you, Mr. Mayor. And on the Tennessee River here in Kentucky, we're investing $465 million to finish building the Kentucky Lock and Dam to clear barge traffic. And we're going to lead to more economic growth in this area. In Louisville, transforming 9th Street from a 6-lane thoroughfare into an area of large pedestrian zone, bicycles, bus lanes, better public space. In Lancaster, Ohio, and Hopkinsville, Kentucky, the infrastructure law is helping companies that make batteries for electric vehicles build new manufacturing sites, create more jobs. So our electric vehicle future is going to be made in America, all of it. And we're doing all this with American workers and American products that are made in America. It's a simple concept. I can sum it up in 2 words: buy American. I don't sign anything that the Congress passes unless it's buying something American. With Sherrod Brown's help, we're making sure that the iron, steel, construction materials that they're building this bridge are made here in America, in the United States, made in Ohio, made in Kentucky, employing thousands of people all by itself. And that's the work we're going to do largely, and it's being largely done by unions, not labor, union. I can say the word, union. Laborers, electricians, carpenters, cement masons, iron workers, steel workers, communication workers, auto workers, and so much more. These are good jobs you can raise a family on, and most don't require a college degree. All this is about making an investment in America's heartland, and America's people, and America's future. It's about making things in America again. It's about good jobs. It's about the dignity of work. It's about respect. And folks, it's about damn time we're doing it. For too long, we've talked about asserting American leadership, about building the best economy in the world. But to have the best economy in the world, the reason I pushed this bill to begin with, you have to have the best infrastructure in the world. You can't have the best economy in the world without having the best infrastructure in the world to get products to market, creating thousands of good-paying jobs. For most of the last century, we led the world by a significant margin because we invested in our people, we invested in ourselves. But along the way, we stopped. We used to rank #1 in the world in research and development from the federal government's funding. Now we rank #9. China used to rank #8. Now China ranks #2. We risk losing our edge as a nation. And China and the rest of the world are catching up. Communities in places like Ohio and Kentucky saw factories leave, towns hollowed out, infrastructure start to crumble. Just between 1990 and 2020, Ohio lost more than 350,000 manufacturing jobs. 350,000 lost. Kentucky lost 20,000. Now we're back on track. Folks, where is it written? Where is it written that the United States cannot and will not lead the world in manufacturing once again? We're going to do it. Just since I got elected, we've created 750,000 new manufacturing jobs. Today, just a few hours from here, Intel is investing $20 billion, $20 billion near Columbus to expand what I refer to as the field of dreams, expanding semiconductor manufacturing. That's 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 full-time jobs, paying an average of $135,000 a year, those full-time jobs, and you do not need a college degree. Micron is investing $100 billion in semiconductors factory in Syracuse. TSMC is investing $40 billion in Phoenix to do the same. $20 billion in Poughkeepsie, New York for IBM. Altogether, there's a commitment to close to $300 billion in major private investment in American manufacturing. And to bring semiconductor manufacturing back to the United States, by the way, we invented the semiconductor, the United States. Then we got back on our heels. No, think about it. Think about why the recession got so bad 2 years ago. Cars got so expensive. We didn't have semiconductors. Scores of them are in the engines of every automobile. We invented them. And then we went to sleep. We exported jobs. Now we're exporting product and creating jobs. And it's happening in no small part because of another bipartisan effort, the CHIPS and Science Act, which Mitch and all these folks here with me today, they all supported it. It's about revitalizing American manufacturing. It's about America, once again, being the leading edge, the technological innovation. It's about America's national security. Folks, it's about one more thing. It's about pride. Simple pride. Pride that I know all of us here today can feel. Pride in our country. Pride in what we can do and what we can do when we do it together. Folks, let me close with this. After years of politics being so divisive, there are bright spots across the country. The Brent Spence Bridge is one of them. A bridge that continues and connects different centuries, different states, different political parties. A bridge to the vision of America I know we all believe in, where we can work together to get things done. And thanks to those here today who are in the Congress, who are willing to cross the aisle to get something done. They know passing these two bipartisan laws just by themselves are more important than partisan politics. It's going to make a gigantic difference. Together we're proving our best days are ahead of us. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've been doing this a long time, folks. Our best days are ahead of us. They're not behind us. I've long said, and I mean this, I have never, ever, ever been more optimistic about America's prospects than I am today. Never, never. I've traveled over 140 countries around the world. I'll paraphrase the phrase of my own neighborhood. The rest of the countries, the world's not a patch on our genes. If we do what we want to do, we need to do. It's never been a good bet to bet against America. It's never been more true than today. I can honestly say here today, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who in the hell we are. We are the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. And I mean it. Think about it. Name me another country in the world that sets its sights and didn't complete it. So, folks, thank you all for your local officials. Thank you all for the Congress and senators that are here. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Keep the faith. Every time I'd walk out of my grandfather Finnegan house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandmother yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Let's go spread the faith. Thank you.
President Biden wrapping up there in Kentucky. Now, this bridge project is expected to begin by the end of 2023, and it's expected to cost $1.6 billion as it's all part of the federal funding in that infrastructure package. Of course, we got you covered as always right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out. Live look at the House floor here as McCarthy lost his fourth speaker vote there, 212 to 201. There was 20 votes for others and 1 in the present there. And right now, you can see, take a look here as we have Representative Matt Gaetz speaking as they are talking to the Republicans right now as they're all huddled here and trying to get maybe some sort of really messaging going here as they go into the fifth vote. So we'll keep an eye on this one right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break before they get back to more voting right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are covering breaking news right here. This is in the D.C. area. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez reporting there of a shooting that left 5 people shot, and unfortunately a child was killed as well. And right now we are learning a little bit more as they do have a suspect in custody, and we are going out to police here for the latest in this shooting.
Everybody ready? Okay. Thank you for being here. My name is Jared Phelps. I'm the Deputy Chief of Police for Prince William County. Here to update you on what transpired today. I'll answer what questions I can answer, which isn't a lot right now. About 10:51 this morning, we received a call at the 17900 block of Milroy for a shooting. When officers responded and arrived, they found a female outside, victim of a gunshot wound. Upon searching the residence, we've located an additional 4 other victims suffering gunshot wounds. At this point, 1 person is deceased, and that individual appears to be a young individual, very young. I can't confirm the age at this point. We're still investigating that aspect. We do have a person of interest in custody at this point. The incident does appear to be isolated to the residence and a domestic, some type of domestic relation. But again, that's information we still need to work out with the investigation, and we'll move from there. I want to take the time to just tell everybody that is watching, neighbors especially, you see we'll have a lot of officers doing canvassing. If anybody has any information, please reach out to us. With the incident unfolding outside as well, we know there's probably witnesses, people who need to, we would ask that you come forward to talk to us about it so we can get more information about what transpired here. I do also want to thank all the officers as well as fire and rescue who performed life-saving measures for those individuals, and ask that everybody just keep the family in their thoughts and prayers. This is a very traumatic incident for them to be dealing with right now. We're going to do everything we can to bring this person to justice for them. So that'll answer any questions.
Deputy Chief, the victims, were they all family members, all in the same home?
One was located outside, the rest were located inside. The relationship status of each of them to each other, we're not sure yet. We're still working on that.
And the person in custody, any relation?
We're still trying to confirm that, but we believe this is to be some type of domestic related incident.
So there was a shooting that happened outside as well? Or was that person shot inside and then went outside?
We need to confirm that. We're not entirely sure of the circumstances of how that transpired. We got to work through that.
Firearm recovered?
We do have a gun, but unknown if that's related. So we're still looking into all that aspects of that.
When you say update on the condition of the four?
At this time, I do not.
When you say young, are we talking younger than 5 years old? Are we talking about a baby?
I can't. It is definitely not an infant. I know that, but we can't confirm the age at this point. It does appear to be a very young individual, though.
So definitely a child.
I would classify it as a child. Yes.
Sir, your thoughts on what happened here, given this is domestic and a child is dead?
Very, very tragic. Any type of domestic situation has a potential of being very emotional and gets out of control very, very quickly. And if you introduce guns to the situation, you never know what's going to happen. The fact that we have a young individual being the victim of an argument is tragic, absolutely tragic. There's no sense for this young individual to have lost their life, or anybody to be a victim of gunshot over an argument, if that is the domestic relation, how it transpired. Domestic violence is a huge issue, and we're doing everything we can to protect the victims and bring those people to justice.
Can you also talk about what kind of firearm was found? I know you said it's not clear.
I can't confirm that information right now. It's all going to be all part of the investigation.
So there was some kind of argument?
We believe there was some type of argument. Again, the detectives need to piece together a timeline and still interview those that are involved. It's a very preliminary investigation right now. A lot more details will be coming forward.
And you guys got a lot of assistance from another department at least?
Yeah, Dumfriestown Police responded as well. Actually, one of their officers was the first on the scene, and then Prince William County also arrived. So this is a multi-agency, multi-department incident.
Does that have anything to do with how the person of interest was found? Can you say where they were found and taken?
They were found in close proximity to here, but the coordination led to our ability to bring that person and bring them into custody. Absolutely.
The deceased, is the deceased an adult or a child?
The deceased individual is a very young individual, yes.
The person of interest that you have in custody, you mentioned that they were in close proximity. I mean, were they in the residence or were they out in the community here?
We located them out in the community.
At this point in the investigation, are you able to release the ages of the 4 individuals that got taken?
At this time, no. A lot more confirmation. Like I said, we still have to do an in-depth interview with them, and they're still being treated for their injuries. So that when we're able to, we will push that information out. Anything else? Well, again, Jonathan will...
Sad update there in Virginia. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover the top stories of the day, top headlines, and, of course, breaking news when it happens, all right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here. As always, all eyes right now on the U.S. House floor as Kevin McCarthy has suffered a fourth ballot loss. And now these are the different shots that we have available here to us of congressional members there on the floor as they try to figure out, okay, just how much longer could this go and how many more ballots could be before they have a consensus for the next Speaker of the House. We'll continue to monitor the House floor, and as soon as we get more votes coming in or speakers, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to showcase some of the weather updates that we have here as well. This is a look at California, especially the Bay Area, as the bomb cyclone winter storm continues. Another brutal weather drop here of rain, high winds, and flooding concerns. Let's go out to the Bay Area where officials talking about this storm.
Want to be clear, the proclamation provides us the emergency powers needed to respond to the storm events, including, and most importantly, to ensure evacuations and the safety of our unhoused community and waterways in San Jose. And as the mayor mentioned, that is our primary focus. And with that, I'll hand it back over to the mayor.
Thank you, Lee, Assistant City Manager. Next up, we have Field Operations Deputy Chief Brian Schaub.
Good morning, everybody. Brian Schaub with the Bureau of Field Operations. I'd like to briefly talk about the police department's role as it relates to the larger coordinated response by the city with regard to this weather event. The police department's role in this event is right now, as it stands, limited to the messaging of and the assistance of the evacuations from the emergency proclamation order that was released yesterday. That evacuation is narrowly focused right now, as the mayor mentioned, within our waterways within the city, where we're trying to assist our unhoused community and getting them out of danger in those areas. Those efforts began yesterday afternoon, continued into the evening, and then resumed again this morning and are ongoing as we speak. That work is being done by our patrol folks as well as our special operations divisions, and they're using lots of resources that we have available to us, whether it be all-terrain vehicles, as the Assistant City Manager mentioned, our LRAD devices, We're also using our aircraft, as well as we have a rescue vehicle that has the capability of fording into several feet of water on standby in case that is needed as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. I'm going to just share a few words in Spanish and then we'll open it up to questions. Speaking of Spanish, I was told that our former Mayor Sam Liccardo volunteered this morning, is out along the Guadalupe River doing outreach. We needed more Spanish speakers out there, so he has not missed a beat. He's still giving back to the community, which I really appreciate. So just a few talking points in Spanish. Apologies for this being a little rough. La ciudad ha proclamado estado de emergencia y la orden de evacuación. Estamos requiriendo.
What we'll do here is they go into the Spanish portion for just a little bit. We will take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
La seguridad de todos los residentes, en particular de nuestros residentes vulnerables sin viviendas. La ciudad está preparada para continuar monitoreando y respondiendo durante las próximas 2 semanas, ya que se prognostica que continuarán las lluvias. I think that's it for now, but why don't we go to questions? Oh, and we're going to have Councilmember Bien Don say just a few words in Vietnamese as well. Great time to knock on your neighbor's door, let them know you're there for them, exchange phone numbers, ask them if they need anything. Let's pull together as a community, make sure everybody is safe and has somebody to lean on if they need help. So with that, we're going to take questions, and I guess I can kind of moderate here. Who's got a question? We'll go to Jonna first. And
Thank you. So what areas are you particularly focused on? Any specific creeks or rivers?
you know, we have a few hot spots, and Lee, do you want to cover that one? Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so right now we're targeting mostly the Guadalupe, Coyote Creek, and Penitentiary Creek, where there are known encampments, as well as those are possible hot spots, you know, based off of forecasts from Valley Water. So those are main targets. But again, based off of redeploying city staff today and doing outreach, we're trying to hit all of the waterways throughout the city.
And we will, just as a follow-up on that, when the rain picks up, we will have staff out at some of those hot spots to be monitoring water levels, just so we know in real time what's going on.
Two questions for you. One, do you have a sense of how successful the city has been in getting people from the river to higher ground? And then second question, I understand that you're not forcefully evacuating people at this point in time, but what is the threshold in which you would end up doing so?
So I'm going to refer the second question maybe to our deputy chief, but on the first, I can tell you, at least this is anecdotal, but I just walked a few hundred feet with our outreach team along the creek, and many of the makeshift encampments appear to have been abandoned for now. So that's a good sign. Looks like a number of people closest to the water are not currently there. Hopefully they're here in the parking lot or in the library or at one of our warming centers. So that's good news. That being said, we did make contact with a few folks who were in the process, one of whom was in the process of moving a tent up to a higher part of the embankment. So, you know, there are risks. We want everybody out of the waterway, at least 150 feet from the water. But why don't I refer that second question to Deputy Chief, if that's okay?
Sure. So, as you stated, right now we are not doing any type of forceful evacuations. It is a mandatory evacuation order, so we're going down there and we're messaging that, and we're encouraging them to the best of our abilities to get out of the waterway. If it gets to the point where it becomes a life safety issue, I'll be honest, it's going to be difficult for even us to get back in there and do those. So I don't anticipate us getting to the point where we're going to be using physical force to do any type of evacuations. It's just going to be trying to encourage and show the seriousness of the situation and help them get out as they need to.
Let's go back here. Yeah, I want to actually first refer that to the assistant city manager, and there are some significant differences between today and 2017 and a number of lessons learned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so big difference, and I would follow up with more details officially with Valley Water. But in 2017, obviously Anderson Dam was full. In addition to their release pipe being open, this spillway, water was going over the spillway about over 13 feet over the spillway. So both of those things together. Obviously now Anderson Dam is almost empty based off of the retrofit of the dam. So we have a different set of conditions. 2017, big learning lesson for the city. We've made substantial internal and external improvements related to emergency management, as well as locating our Office of Emergency Management within the city manager's office. We also have a joint operations or joint emergency action plan with Valley Water that we're closely coordinated. So our Emergency Operations Center is in close coordination with theirs over the last several days, and they'll be through the night as well. And we've also dedicated, as we've talked about, resources within the city, redirecting them to help with this emergency and closely monitoring not only through the data around the river flow and the creek flows, but as the mayor mentioned, we have personnel out at those hotspots right now monitoring on a real-time basis and providing feedback into our Emergency Operations Center so that we're ahead of those issues.
Right. Thanks. Sure.
So I know at the flood of 2017, the Office of Emergency Management we all have learned to be better prepared for emergency. And I know that the city have funded the fire department with more equipment, and I know that both the USAR and the hazmat team, they are ready to respond to any type of emergency. Thank you.
Cool. Good. Anything else? Yeah.
You're watching Live Now from Fox there. Officials, they're bracing for the impacts there of this bomb cyclone in the Bay Area. What we are going to do is take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. We're back here on Live Now from Fox, back on the House floor as the Speaker of the House vote gridlock continues. We are now entering the fifth ballot here as once again Kevin McCarthy did not make it to the first four. Now on to the fifth, where he is now just being nominated on this 5th ballot here for Speaker of the House here. Just want to go right out to Chad Pergram's reporting here as well. Capitol Hill reporter saying House officially fails to elect a speaker on the 4th ballot, now going to the 5th right there. This is Ohio Representative-elect Warren Davidson making the nomination here for McCarthy. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Trust is a fragile condition and easily broken. As I've listened to my friends, 20 of whom have opposed Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House, and others, the root issue is this: they do not trust Kevin McCarthy. What can heal that divide? Right now, there are a lot of colleagues that don't trust 20 or more of my fellow Republicans. Right now, though we remain divided, an actual majority of the House Freedom Caucus members do support Kevin McCarthy. This summer, a unified House Freedom Caucus started the negotiations with a proposal for new rules, a different way to govern that empowers committees and regular members. We proposed that a set of tools could be structured to make trust more verifiable and allow recourse if that trust is ever broken. Following the election, Kevin McCarthy engaged in that negotiation. He led the conference to adopt substantive reforms that will make our majority more effective. Let me list some of them. Andrew Clyde's proposal to restore public access to the Capitol, Lauren Boebert's proposal to reduce the linkage between the NRCC and the steering committee process, Gary Palmer's proposal to cap spending on suspension bills, Ralph Norman's proposal to limit leadership reports and make conference more about engaging all members, Chip Roy's proposal to provide a 5-day notice for suspension votes, Dan Bishop's proposal in privileged resolutions, Scott Perry's proposal for additional conference meetings ahead of key votes, Bob Good's proposal on standalone appropriations bills, Andy Biggs' proposal limiting suspension waivers from committees, Chip Roy's proposal to make co-sponsored amendments in order, affirm 72-hour publication of bills before calling for a recorded vote, an end to proxy voting, an end to remote participation in committee work by members of Congress, the Holman Rule, an end to the Gephardt Rule, cut go instead of pay go, an end to unblocked suspension votes, a major reform worked out with Morgan Griffin, what we hope to call the Griffin Rule, on single subject bills subject to germaneness points of order and amendment, diverse viewpoints on every committee. Lastly, a church-style commission was added to the Judiciary Committee focused on the abuses our own big government has unjustly collaborated with big business and big tech to silence, persecute, or even prosecute our fellow citizens. As Thomas Massey pointed out, Elon Musk bought a crime scene. Now that we know and the public knows, the question is, what in the hell are we going to do about it? Well, this select committee answers that question with oversight and leadership by our most effective member, my friend and colleague, the future chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jim Jordan. We, as Republicans, are a big and diverse conference. The real question goes back to strategy. Can we accept incremental progress? Can we work for a victory, one first down at a time? Or can we only accept the high-risk trick plays? Can we set about the hard work of winning debates with our colleagues, as we have done through this process? Can we take a win every now and then and give hope to the forgotten men and women of America who no longer believe this place, this people's house, cares about them? Or having achieved nearly every concession that we've asked for, including a motion to vacate the chair with one privilege resolution, does it really boil down to this, that 20 or more of my colleagues will never trust Kevin McCarthy as Speaker? I feel at this time we risk a worse outcome if we cannot unite behind the man that has helped us achieve these substantive reforms. Reforms that offer all of us, this whole body, hope for change in this broken status quo, reforms that our voters have demanded, reforms that we've worked hard together to achieve, and finally reforms that we risk forfeiting if we do not work together as Republicans to elect the next Speaker of the House. Now's the time for deeds, not words, and I nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House. I humbly ask for your support.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House. Madam Clerk, the lead vote getter in the last 4 tallies, Democrats are united behind a Speaker who will work to codify the right to seek an abortion into law. Like all of us, Hakeem has spoken about consistently the disastrous Dobbs decision. He has spoken time and time again that it is well past time to codify Roe v. Wade into law, and he knows that young women should not grow up in a world with fewer rights than their parents and grandparents. He will ensure that reproductive freedom is enshrined into law. So that's why, Madam Clerk, as chair of the Democratic caucus, I am directed by the caucus to present for election Hakeem Jeffries, representative-elect from New York, as our next Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Congressman Byron Donalds.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to nominate Byron Donalds, my friend, an amazing man of Florida, an amazing leader, someone who almost even took leadership here in our Republican Party and came very close in doing so, and it was a very brave run that he took. He's a man who understands what tough times look like and has come out of those tough times even stronger, more liberated, and as a leader. Now, we just heard from my respected colleague from Ohio, and he stated some amazing rules that we have been able to get an agreement on, I think. We were threatened pretty heavily in conference, saying if we don't do as we ought, then some of those rules may just go away. But even naming the germaneness rule, which is really fantastic, after Morgan Griffith, well, that was our idea too. My question is, why didn't the supposed leader of the Republican Party present these rules? Why were we fought so hard on these rules? The barrier that still stands in the way of these rules is the structure that prevents us from rolling over. And as my friend from Chip Roy stated, we need the tools and the leadership to do our job correctly. And I believe that Byron Donalds is the man to lead us to that path of getting America on track and uniting the Republican Party. My colleagues and I have worked tirelessly for months to build consensus, to negotiate in good faith, to help unify our party on border security, energy security, debt reduction, term limits, earmarks, among other many common sense policies. But too often our efforts have fallen on deaf ears. Our border is wide open. Inflation is out of control. The Senate just passed $1.7 trillion without our input. So let me be clear. Our job is not to coronate the biggest fundraiser or rubber stamp the status quo or keep on going along to get along. It's to use our votes to elect a speaker who will enable us to get our country back on track. Getting the job done is what we were elected to do, and that starts with having a leader who supports Republican principles, builds consensus, and has a proven track record of success. Byron Donalds is that leader. Republicans, including many moderates, have been impressed by Byron Donalds. They're impressed by his ability to work together. They respect his leadership. We see him as someone who can communicate what we are all wanting to do in this House to Americans, and he represents so much more than just his district in Florida. Many millions of Americans all over this nation praise the work and the leadership of Byron Donalds. So let's work together. Let's stop with the campaign smears and tactics to get people to turn against us, even having my favorite president call us and tell us we need to knock this off. I think it actually needs to be reversed. The president needs to tell Kevin McCarthy that, sir, you do not have the votes and it's time to withdraw. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Yield back.
Yes, ma'am.
The reading clerk will again call the roll. Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Midday. McCarthy. Armstrong. Armstrong. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Bice. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert.
Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Brakeem. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherferless McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscomani. McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Cloud. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde. Donalds.
Come again.
You're gonna have to go back. Don't go the second round.
Keep going. They'll come back.
That's what we're doing. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy. Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. Crenshaw. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Davidson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. McCarthy. D'Esposito. McCarthy. Diaz-Balart. McCarthy. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Donalds. Duarte. McCarthy. Duncan. McCarthy. Dunn of Florida. McCarthy. Edwards. McCarthy. Elsie. McCarthy. Emmer. McCarthy. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshue. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. McCarthy. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fischbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood.
And as the voting continues, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Garbarino. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas.
And still I rise because Black Lives Matter. And I cast my vote proudly for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Grothman. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jackson Lee. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Camlogger Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. Lolorda. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler. McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Lukemeyer. McCarthy. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McCain. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Ming. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller.
As the voting continues, some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Miller of Ohio. McCarthy. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Pelosi, Peltola, Jeffries, Pence, McCarthy, Perez, Jeffries, Perry, Donalds, Peters, Jeffries, Pedersen, Jeffries, Pfluger, McCarthy, Phillips, Jeffries, Pingree, Jeffries, Pocan, Jeffries, Porter, Jeffries, Posey, McCarthy, Presley, Quigley, Jeffries, Ramirez, Jeffries, Raskin, Jeffries, Reschenthaler, McCarthy, Rogers of Washington, Rogers of Washington, Rogers of Alabama, McCarthy, Rogers of Kentucky, McCarthy, Rose, McCarthy, Rosendale, Donalds, Ross, Jeffries, Rouser, McCarthy, Roy, Donalds, Ruiz, Jeffries, Rupersberger, Jeffries, Rutherford, McCarthy, Ryan, Jeffries, Salazar, Salinas, Jeffries, Sanchez, Jeffries, Santos, Sarbanes, Jeffries, Scalise, McCarthy, Scanlon, Jeffries, Schakowsky, Jeffries, Schiff, Schneider, Jeffries, Skolton, Jeffries, Schreier, Jeffries, Swikert, McCarthy, Austin Scott, McCarthy, David Scott, Jeffries, Scott of Virginia, Jeffries, Self, Donalds, Sessions, McCarthy, Sewell, Jeffries, Sherman, Jeffries, Sherrill, Jeffries, Simpson, McCarthy, Slotkin, Jeffries, Smith of Missouri, McCarthy, Smith of Nebraska, McCarthy, Smith of New Jersey, McCarthy, Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy. Style. McCarthy. Stubbe. McCarthy. Stevens. Jeffries. Stewart. McCarthy. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. McCarthy. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Tiffany. McCarthy. Timmons. McCarthy. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. McCarthy. Van Drew. McCarthy. Van Dyne. McCarthy. Van Orden. McCarthy. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. McCarthy. Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz. McCarthy. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. McCarthy. Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy. Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy. Zinke. McCarthy.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Armstrong.
Armstrong. McCarthy. Vice. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Crenshaw. McCarthy. Davidson. McCarthy. Garbarino. McCarthy. Grothman. McCarthy. Jackson Lee.
Mr. Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Presley. Jeffries. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Salazar. McCarthy. Santos. McCarthy. Schiff. Jeffries.
You're just listening in as the fifth vote for House Speaker continues on. It doesn't look like Kevin McCarthy will reach that 218 plateau once more. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you here on Live Now from Fox. listening in to this call continuing on as the fifth ballot for Speaker continues to go on, and it looks the count very similar to the way it did the last 4 ballots before this one. 3 yesterday and already 1 today, as this is the second one here on this Wednesday from the House chambers there. And really nothing can get done until we really begin with this House Speaker vote. So we're going to follow this here very closely on Live Now from Fox. You can see just people milling around the room right here, as you can just see different camera angles that we're getting here as different people talk, different representatives and representative-elect talking on the House floor. We saw earlier between the 4th and 5th vote, we saw Matt Gaetz from Florida having a heated conversation. We also saw Kevin McCarthy talking with a variety of different people. Byron Donalds, who was nominated earlier on this Wednesday, was outside talking on TV with our Fox News team as well. So we're just following all of these here on Live Now from Fox. Here is a conversation going on with Matt Gaetz and some other Republicans there on the House floor, just discussing some things going on within the Republican Party. Of course, Kevin McCarthy receiving just over 200 votes, but not quite the 218 necessary to become the House Speaker. We also heard from Lauren Boebert from earlier here on Live Now from Fox. Between the 4th and 5th ballots being decided and potentially onto a 6th ballot, we will continue with this process until a House Speaker is decided, and we do not know when that will be, today or potentially if they adjourn for the day, which was also up for discussion. We're also seeing this picture. You can see Nancy Pelosi on the floor making some discussions with other representatives. She is not the Speaker of the House anymore, and she will not seek re-election for Democratic leadership, so stepping down from those roles. Hakeem Jeffries, now the new leader for the Democrats. He has been nominated several times already in this House Speaker role. He's got 212 votes during this 5th ballot. It is very, very unlikely that he earns the House Speaker role, just based on the number of Republicans and Democrats that were elected, as the Republicans taking control in this Congress starting on January the 3rd, the 118th Congress. But you can see Nancy Pelosi there discussing some things with other colleagues on the House floor. But we're just watching all of this unfold here on Live Now from Fox. We want to give you a good picture of what is happening here. As you can see, just different angles that we're getting in from a variety of cameras within the room. This is something you don't really see during the House chambers, just based on the rules and regulations that are in place to not necessarily have all of the cameras zooming in on the gallery there. But you can see just a variety of different discussions going on the House floor. What are people talking about? What comes next? The 6th ballot for House Speaker likely to take place sometime either today or tomorrow, depending on if we adjourn for the day or not. Of course, this is something we really haven't ever seen before, as this is now going to a 6th vote, 6th ballot, potentially today, potentially tomorrow. Just kind of depends on the circumstances in which we move forward, if they do have a vote to adjourn or not. So, of course, following this all very closely here on Live Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. I want to give us out to a tweet from our own Chad Pergram. This is the House vote that's taking place. This is the tweet from him, as you can see, just giving us an update on who voted for who, as Jeffries receiving 212 votes there in this last vote. McCarthy, 201. Donalds, Byron Donalds there from Florida, 20. And one person voted present. So 218, currently still the number that people need to reach to potentially earn that House Speaker. But again, we're seeing all these different views from inside the House floor there on Washington, D.C., as we're getting as much of an inside scoop as we can, following this very, very closely here on Live Now Fox. We're going to keep you updated on all these things, but first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, the final one of this hour here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Alive and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, we're watching all the scenes from the House floor right now as the 118th Congress cannot officially begin their duties, their work as the new Congress there until they vote on a House Speaker. And that is causing some difficulties there as they have yet to announce the new Speaker, as no one has reached the 218 vote plateau. Of course, that was just the 5th ballot, and Kevin McCarthy out of California coming up short one more time. So we could be heading to a 6th ballot here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take it to you in full as soon as we get any of those updates. And obviously following this very, very closely, we saw some contention within the Republican Party. Byron Donalds receiving 20 or so odd votes there, as we saw Jim Jordan yesterday receive several votes, and also potentially Kevin McCarthy taking that or potentially stepping down, which would be a historic move in its own right. But we haven't heard any of that yet, and we will continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox. We want to give you an update, though, on other stories we're following from around the country. Right now, we were following on Monday night. Monday Night Football was suspended due to the tragic injury of Damar Hamlin. He was transported to a Cincinnati hospital with cardiac arrest. And I want to put up this latest tweet from the Buffalo Bills, as he's a member, a safety for that team, saying Damar remains in the ICU in critical condition with signs of improvement noted yesterday and overnight. He is expected to remain under intensive care as his healthcare team continues to monitor and treat him. So obviously a lot of people reaching out to Damar Hamlin. His GoFundMe plays for a toy fundraiser reaching over $5 million. But people still thinking and praying for Damar Hamlin. Here's more on what we know, the latest on this developing story from Monday, as Damar Hamlin remains in critical condition in the hospital.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin spent another night in an ICU bed here in Cincinnati. He's in critical condition after suffering a cardiac arrest and collapsing on the field during the Bengals-Bills game on Monday night. Hamlin's uncle says he was resuscitated twice, both on and off the field, but he's slowly improving and now on only 50% oxygen versus 100% on Tuesday.
He's on a breathing machine to try and decrease the body's demand for that heart to pump blood. And also, blood is not able to go to the brain and other places of the body.
Meanwhile, support is pouring in from across the country. Hamlin's holiday toy drive is being flooded with donations, raising more than $6 million so far, while fans gathered in both Buffalo and Cincinnati, holding vigils and prayer rallies.
We don't know who God's going to answer, so we're just going to go for it. I'm going to go down swinging for this guy because he deserves it.
To see that happen, obviously it's heartbreaking, but who cares about the game? This is a man's life, and a great man's life, so we hope people see it.
The game had major playoff implications, but the NFL said Tuesday it will not resume this week, and no decisions have been made about when or if it will be rescheduled, underscoring the seriousness of Hamlin's injury and possibly marking a cultural shift within the league.
I think there's going to be a different response to injuries. I think you're going to see, people, fans demand, and I think the league is waking up.
Now support is also extending to social media. All 32 NFL teams have changed their profile pictures to Hamlin's number 3 with the quote, "Pray for Damar." In Cincinnati, Stephen Gowen, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Obviously a lot of discussion around that as the cardiac arrest, but we also wish him the best in the hospital, as improvement is good from yesterday and overnight for Damar Hamlin, the safety there out of Pittsburgh, playing for the Buffalo Bills. Well, another big story we're following here on Live Now from Fox has to do with the weather, as a bomb cyclone continues to move toward Northern California. This from the National Weather Service in the Bay Area, as they continue to highlight weather hazards impacting California today. Heavy rain, flooding possible with stronger thunderstorms, according to the Bay Area National Weather Service. Of course, we're also seeing this, as this is a GIF there from the National Weather Service, as they say, marvel at the satellite imagery this morning. Those asking, where's the storm? It's still coming. The rain this morning is not the main event, so to speak. Heavier rain expected later on the afternoon on Wednesday. So potential lots of rain, lots of flooding potential happening there. I want to take us out to a press conference from earlier today as California state officials are providing an update on preparations made for this major storm heading to the West Coast.
To be busy for quite some time. I agree with you. I agree with you. And probably we'll be adding on crews as we go.
Can you talk about what infrastructure you may be most concerned about? Is it dams? Is it levees? Is it something else? And talk more about what's being done to fortify them.
Sure. So I think the most vulnerable places in California right now are rural levees. They are not required to meet the same standards as the levees that protect our more urban communities. Since this is the most powerful set of storms since 2017, the state of California has invested $370 million in deferred maintenance that we understood at that time. And in addition to that, combined local, state, and federal investment in urban flood control levees has been $1.85 billion. So you get a sense of a lot of activity happens, and that is the time to ready ourselves, is when we have much drier conditions. But it really is those rural levee areas that I think pose the greatest risk. As I mentioned, in terms of large facilities, here in the Sacramento area, the state and federal and local governments have a $1.85 billion flood protection project underway around the levees here after the flood in 1997. We're partway through construction there, which is terrific. It's these kinds of events where we know it puts the system to the test. Up in the Sacramento Valley, that's a part of California. In 2005, the legislature upgraded flood protection needs to 200-year flood protection, and that's a part of California in the Central Valley that's very flood prone, that had deep flooding problems in 1997. They're the first part of the state to achieve that 200-year flood protection, just hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. So we're making good progress, but when we have these kinds of systems, it's very easy for smaller communities to get overwhelmed. And I think the best thing that we can all do, and what we think about when we think about flood protection, is you can't protect against everything. You need to, the flood response strategy to keeping people safe are the levees, but it's also human behavior. So again, stay off the roads if you can. When we have these high wind events, may not be a lot of precipitation, but high wind events, not only do they knock out power, but they create debris that can also exacerbate flooding. So that's what we're asking people to do. But it really is, I think, more the rural levee system that is probably the most vulnerable. And lastly, I want to reiterate that those local reclamation districts do have 24/7 patrols of those levee systems. So when they detect a boil, that's what happened in the Cosumnes area. That local reclamation district detected boils. It's sort of moving water that suggests that there's seepage in that levee that is potentially dangerous. They elevated that concern to the Flood Operations Center, and we have been assisting them with the county to make sure they have the resources that they need and the technical expertise that they need.
Carla, one quick just on that. Are you able to step in now that there is an emergency order on some of those privately owned spots that are more rural levees if there is an issue and that owner or person hasn't reached out for help?
Typically that happens at the county level. Ultimately, if there is danger to life and property or critical infrastructure, then the state does step in. But the responsibility does rest at the local county level.
And they have to request that from you still, the chain of command still. So that would just be the only superseding, where if the person doesn't ask, the county would have to step in to bring you in.
Correct.
Question about the high winds today. So you guys had mentioned staying inside and all that stuff, but also mentioning that some of these trees are very stressed because of the drought. And we saw some people who had really big trees fall into their homes or cars. Yeah. So at what point during this high wind event, what advice do you have for people who have like these big trees in their homes and they may not be aware of what they should be looking out for?
Yeah. Nancy, you want to?
Yeah, I would just say that they should, have someone come out and check their trees to see if they are viable to withstand the kinds of winds that we are going to see. They should know whether or not the tree is distressed at some time. As Carla mentioned earlier, a lot of the trees are distressed just due to the drought. But then if something does happen, it is the homeowner's responsibility to coordinate that removal of that tree.
I would want to do more people at 911 call centers to make sure that calls get answered right away at the right time. And what does that priority list look like?
Chief, you want to take that? That's the answer.
Yeah, to answer your question, for the most cellular 911 calls come into the California Highway Patrol dispatch centers. Some of them will go into local allies, but we are gearing up for that. We're planning for an influx of calls, and we will have staff on. If we need to, we'll hold the additional staff or mandate overtime to field the calls.
I have one more question about levees. So are most of the levees in California rated for 10-year floods? And no?
No.
Okay.
So I don't, right now California has a law that the levees that protect the urban areas need to be at 200-year flood protection. So I can get you the breakdown. I don't have the breakdown of exactly how many are up to that level. A lot of it is in progress. But yeah, that's where California is headed with flood protection and levee certification.
Secretary Crowfoot, this is a down the line question, but I think when Californians see all this rain, some of it is not being captured and stored in the way that I think some would like. Some state lawmakers have said that they wish that there was more water storage infrastructure in California. How would you respond?
Well, I'll start generally, and then I'll turn it over to Carla, which is we know we have to update our infrastructure to keep up with climate change. The fact is accelerating climate change is worsening wildfires, droughts, flooding, and of course extreme heat and sea level rise. And so we need to make the infrastructure investments to adapt to this new climate reality. The good news is the governor, the legislature are investing unprecedented amounts of funding in updating infrastructure. Very important. On this question of water supply, we know we need to modernize the way that we move water across the state. So right now we're getting a lot of rain, a lot of river flows into the Delta. And at the same time, we have very outdated infrastructure in the Delta. And we need to, in order to protect imperiled fish, we need to ensure that a lot of the water now moving into the Delta actually moves through the Delta and is not exported for future use. As we know, a large portion of our state, northern, Southern California, and the Central Valley, get water that comes from these rivers, the San Joaquin, the Sacramento, and its tributaries through the Delta. The challenge is we don't have modernized infrastructure that allows us to fully utilize a storm event like this. It's why Governor Newsom, our administration, is advancing a modernized tunnel under the Delta. That conveyance, which is not only going to be resilient to earthquakes, but it's going to be resilient to climate change. It's going to allow for, in a situation like this, actually getting as much water as appropriate to export for storage and future use. As it is right now, as I'll ask Carla to tell you, despite a remarkable amount of water into the Delta, our agencies have actually had to reduce pumping in order to protect those imperiled fish, which is an important thing. So we need to modernize our infrastructure, not only to protect and help adapt our communities, but protect that fish and wildlife as well. Carla, what would you add?
Sure. Yes, we need to invest in our infrastructure. And in a certain way, I think the dynamic of, 3 weeks ago, we're talking about exceptional drought, and here we are talking about the biggest series of storms we've seen in 5 years. And all of our science indicates we're going to have more of these kinds of, very wet events. I mean, last year, same thing, very wet events in the middle of a drought. So it's really important that we have the infrastructure in place to capture it. As Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, we are moving a lot more water right now than we were at the beginning of December. But we are also at this exact moment with very intense floods moving through the Delta. We are as of yesterday, dialing back the pumps as a way to provide important protections, in particular to salmon and other native fisheries. With a tunnel conveyance system, that's an opportunity to move more water when it's pulsing through this system at this fantastic rate. The other dynamic there is just overall flexibility. Actually, up in the northern part of our state, both Shasta and Oroville, they are at around 75% of average. They're at 35 and 34% of capacity. And that part of the state actually is still just under precipitation averages. So that really just demonstrates, we're holding that water ultimately. We may have a situation that mirrors last year where the storm door shuts and then we have intense, not just dry, but very warm periods, and we are back into drought, which means it's just essential that we have appropriate infrastructure at these moments where there's a lot of flashy water moving through our rivers and streams. I would also add the other piece of that is groundwater recharge. The governor, as part of a drought executive order, directed the Department of Water Resources to work with our colleagues at the Water Board and California Department of Fish and Wildlife to see what we could do in this exact event. If we do get flashy storms during the winter, especially the drought has been so brutal on some of our communities, can we move that water and get it down into our groundwater basins? And we are making progress there. We have about a handful of projects that are happening, but we are going to also need conveyance infrastructure to make sure that we're moving water to the right locations where that kind of recharge is the most efficient. We are definitely still in a water supply drought in California because of our reservoir levels. We do hope that we'll get a series of additional storms. I would also hope that it's not too warm this summer. There's all kinds of things that I hope for that would create sort of this perfect moment to really bump up our reservoir storage. But for our groundwater basins, it takes them a long time to recover. All that percolation is a lot slower, and we need to update our infrastructure so that when we have these events, we're really ready, because we know the storm door is going to shut. We know we will be back into a drought condition, and we have got to prepare for it.
With the continuous rain for the next week at least, what is the threshold to open new weirs?
So a lot of the weirs are passive, so that means the river, reaches a certain state and then it spills over the weir. The Sacramento weir, I want to say it's 29.7. That's the height of the river, and then we actually go in manually and open that weir. So we don't necessarily see that happening over the course of the next 4 to 5 days. It could be the case. It could be the case next week. I would say one of the things about these storms, which was also true in 2017, is sometimes they park over a certain geography. I was in the Bay Area Friday night, and you could just tell that storm system decided to stop in the Bay Area, and San Francisco had 5.5 inches of rain that day. So it is possible as these storms come in, they come in quickly, they start to stall out. That was the case at Oroville in 2017. So it's possible that we would need to open that Sacramento weir as a result of upcoming storms. There's just too much uncertainty at this moment.
You were just listening in there to state officials in California, in Northern California specifically, as they brace for a significant amount of rain and flooding. This was the atmospheric shot you can see from the satellite there. As you can see, where's the storm? Some people might be asking. It is right over the Pacific, heading toward Northern California. We also want to show up this tweet as we're just getting it in here. From just a little bit ago, as there's already evacuation warning. The sheriff's office is issuing an evacuation warning for the following zones in Santa Cruz. Of course, this a media release that says heavy rains and runoff have necessitated an evacuation warning for Weston Road. There's a high probability that the main access to Weston Road neighborhood will be compromised. You should be prepared to be isolated for an extended period of time or consider evacuating the area. Emergency vehicles will not be able to access any areas of Weston Road should the entrance block. The sheriff's office is issuing the evacuation order for that following zones. And of course, you can look up the evacuation zones on community.zonehaven.com. So, of course, heavy rain moving toward Northern California right now. So, potential flooding, potential heavy rain there for that area. Of course, we're following all the top stories on this day, and right now I want to take us right back into the House chamber, the House floor. Still people milling around as this is a live look. We just went through the 5th vote there, on to the 6th vote, and there's just live now looks, as you can see, just a variety of different representatives and representative-elects. They're discussing, having conversations, as a House Speaker has yet to be voted on as of it. You can see there Matt Gaetz there, also nominating Jim Jordan yesterday. Of course, Byron Donalds now was nominated by Lauren Boebert today. So a lot of different calculations being made. Another live now look, as you can just see people there waiting as a potential 6th vote upcoming. We haven't heard anything about an adjournment, but that was also a possibility coming into today for the 118th Congress. You can just see some conversations, some puzzled looks on some representatives' faces as we're still not back into the voting process as of yet, but we will take it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly a historic moment for that. I want to take us out, though, right now to some remarks that President Biden made earlier today as he was talking on his way to Kentucky, was making some remarks there just about this. This was earlier in the day before the 4th and 5th votes. So let's listen into President Biden as he was discussing this with some reporters outside of the White House heading to Kentucky.
Towards the camera.
I just think it's really embarrassing it's taking so long in the way they're dealing with one another. And the rest of the world's looking. They're looking at, can we get our act together? And what I've focused on is getting things done. And the one thing I'm going down to Kentucky and Ohio today is to demonstrate we can get things done. We passed an enormous bill, bipartisanly, and it worked. And we're starting off the first major initiative. We're announcing today the $1 trillion. We can't be the #1 economy in the world unless we have the #1 infrastructure in the world.
Who do you think is going to... When should we anticipate an announcement on the...
In time.
And why is it so important to go to Kentucky today?
Why is it so important?
Yeah.
We work like hell to get the most significant infrastructure bill in the history of the United States other than the Eisenhower interstate highway system. And we're about to change. Look, I think our administration has begun to move the economy in a direction where we're investing in America again. We're the leading economy in the world. How can you remain the leading economy in the world after having the greatest infrastructure in the world? And it's just beginning.
And how worried would you be if the stalemate in the House goes on after today about the ability of Congress and you to govern?
Well, not me, Congress to govern.
Mr. President, our co-president, what do you think the co-president needs to do as a Catholic?
Well, I had an opportunity to spend some time sitting here a couple hours. Reminding me going back to theology.
Mr. President!
We spoke about requirements and about people theologians doing the whole race. I found them to be very rational, and he was more conservative view than the Catholic than I have. I spoke to the Pope, the President Pope, and he was a philosopher. So I admire him. I thought he was...
You're getting a hard here, there, as President Biden talking about a variety of topics, including his trip to Kentucky, but also the vote that's taking place right now on the House floor, or set to take place on the House floor in the coming moments. Of course, the 6th ballot likely upcoming. President Biden has said, quote, about this House vote that continues on, he said, quote, "That's not my problem. It's a little embarrassing that it's taking so long. The rest of the world is looking. We need to get our act together." So that was President Biden on his way to Kentucky as he was there with Mitch McConnell and other Republicans as well, talking and touting about infrastructure in Kentucky earlier today. So we heard those remarks from earlier today. Let's take you right back out to some of these remarks from earlier in Kentucky here on Live Now from Fox as they were just discussing all of this. We'll hear from Mitch McConnell. We'll hear from President Biden. Let's listen to Biden here on Live Now from Fox.
Not quite 1 week ago, we learned the Brent Spence Bridge corridor project.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is a day I think many people in northern Kentucky thought might never happen. For those of us who've run for public office in Kentucky over the years, every time you came to northern Kentucky, the issue was how we're going to get the bridge built. And as all the Kentucky politicians can tell you, the issue of possibly tolling the bridges was very, very toxic. And so today we sit in this wonderful clear day with sun shining down on literally a legislative miracle. How did it come together? Well, Senator Portman, from whom you had a chance to hear, was the active person on our side. Several Democratic senators on the other side came together and began to talk about how we might be able to work together to get an outcome. We all know these are really partisan times, but I always feel no matter who gets elected, once it's all over, we ought to look for things we can agree on and try to do those, even while we have big differences on other things. And this bridge, I think, symbolizes the coming together of both sides on something that both sides thought was important to try to get an outcome. You have a Democratic governor here, Governor Beshear, a Republican legislature led by Senate President Stivers, Kentucky House led by Speaker David Osborne, Chris McDaniel from Northern Kentucky, who took the lead on it down in Frankfort to provide the matching funds that we needed to make this project go forward. So it's not just this project, but the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill that the president.
And just as we jumped into these comments there from Covington, Kentucky, from Mitch McConnell, the senator, we are hearing that there is some movement on the House floor. Let's dive right back into this live picture here on Live Now from Fox and listen in.
Will the House be in order? The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433. Of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 20. With one recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I rise today to nominate Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the People's House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
My colleagues, well, it's Groundhog Day. Again,
Yield.
and if
Will
it's
the
all right
gentlewoman
with you,
yield?
I would like to.
Will the House be in order?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it's all right with you all, I would like to address not you, but the American people, because quite frankly, they are, well, we don't have a speaker yet. So, the American people, well, they are our boss, and we work for them. Yesterday, as we were here on the House floor, our constituents from all around the country made their voices heard. Today, the calls, the text messages, emails, they all continue. People are letting their voice be heard, and that is a very, very good thing. Because that is what we are, after all, a constitutional republic that serves all Americans, not just a select few. To all Americans watching right now, I want to tell you that we hear you. We hear you, and we will get this right. No matter how messy this process is, we will emerge better for having been through this, because nothing great ever comes easy. For the last several months, negotiations have gone back and forth over a rules package to make this chamber, your chamber, a better place to deliver better results for you, the American people. And I want to remind everyone watching, listening here in this chamber, that this chamber and this body, our country, we are bigger than a single person or a single moment in time. We are a nation collectively of great people, great patriots, and great moments of courage. The rules package that has been highlighted by so many of my colleagues dictates how this chamber functions, how bills come to the floor, how much time we get to read these bills, whether or not we will get single-issue bills, and whether or not we can vote proxy. And as you have witnessed from events yesterday, so many people have said, what are the next steps? What will we accomplish if we continue down this current path? Will we wake up tomorrow and be in this exact same place? The people calling my office said over and over and over again, it is time to get to work. Anything less is unacceptable. And you know, as we stood on this House floor yesterday, and again today, over 200 people were poisoned from fentanyl. Fentanyl that came from an open border because of the Biden open border policy. Over 5,000 people were encountered at the border because of Biden's open border policies. These are the issues that people care about. They don't sit around their kitchen tables at night saying, I wonder who's going to be speaker. No, they elect people to come here to do the things that matter, the issues that impact them every single day. And in an era of uncertainty, the last thing they need is uncertainty within this chamber. We were elected to be the voice of our constituents. We are their voice in this chamber. And they didn't send us to be perpetual critics. They sent us to get things done. And as we all know, because after all, we are in politics, the line of critics is always long. But the list of those that are actually rolling up their sleeves and doing the difficult job of leading, of uniting, of delivering results, especially in a chamber like this, well, that list is very short. Kevin McCarthy has proved that he can get things done. He has proven that he is willing to stand up in the face of critics and not only prove them wrong, but work with them. The only thing sovereign in this republic are its people, and they have deemed it right to place a check on the Biden administration and put our party, the Republican Party, in control of this chamber. Now is the time that we take control. I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. I do.
House be in order.
I understand a lack of trust among some of our colleagues. But what I am asking What I am asking is that we all trust the American people who sent our colleagues here. This House is the only part of the federal government that stands for election every 2 years. Therefore, this chamber is an instrument of the people's will, and the people have overwhelmingly voted for Kevin McCarthy. If we continue down this road, if we continue with the actions of yesterday and today, we stifle the will of the American people. The changes to the rules of this place and how it functions have been overwhelmingly positive in the last few weeks. Legislation stands ready. It is time to unite, roll up our sleeves, and get to work doing the people's business. The gentleman, my friend Kevin McCarthy from California, has done more than anyone in this chamber to secure a Republican majority. Many of the people who are members here today are, quite frankly, here because of his leadership, because they have trusted him, and he has gone out of his way to make sure that every single one of us has had a voice at the table. Furthermore, every single returning Republican in this chamber who cast a vote 2 years ago in the last Congress voted for Kevin McCarthy as our leader. We were united then, and we must unify now. That's the only way to start the people's business, the very reason that we're all here. It's to unify and get to work. Because we must commit to unity instead of division, because we owe it to the American people who sent us here. We must choose to lead in the face of a liberal Senate and Obama's JV team in the White House. We owe it to the American people. The American people sent a conservative majority to govern this body, but we cannot even begin to govern because, heck, we can't even swear in as members of Congress. I've traveled the country for the last 2 years as the youngest Republican woman in the 117th Congress, helping to secure a majority of members who are on both sides of today's Republican vote. Diversity of thought is a good thing. It's one of the things that sets us apart from our friends on the other side of the aisle. Yes, diversity of thought is a good thing. But they want us divided. They want us to fight each other. That much has been made clear by the popcorn and blankets and alcohol that is coming over there. The House is not in order. The House is not in order.
Get some order in there.
The clerk would ask all members-elect to abide by the established decorum of the House while making nominations.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
As evidenced by my colleagues' actions, so today I am asking my friends and colleagues, are we the party of Reagan Republicans? Reagan, who said, someone who is with me 80% of the time is a loyal and good friend, not a 20% traitor? Are we the party of Reagan? That is the question that I ask you to answer as we embark on this next ballot. It's upon us to remain a nation of equal opportunity, not equal outcome. That is what is on the line here today, and that is why I am nominating Kevin McCarthy, and I humbly ask for your support. Madam Clerk, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, the lead vote getter in the last 5 rounds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Clerk, Democrats are united behind a speaker who will build safer communities. He's a leader in gun violence prevention. He has worked to make our criminal justice system more fair, more equitable, and more effective, and he's done it working with both sides of the aisle. A leader who has a track record in actually getting things done. And he understands that public safety, public health, and economic opportunity must go hand in hand. That's why, at the direction of the Democratic caucus, I advanced the name of Hakeem Jeffries from Brooklyn, New York, as our next speaker for the 118th Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, no matter what your political persuasion, one thing is universally recognized across this country. Washington is broken. Washington is completely broken. Whether it's a wide open border, millions of people streaming across, terrorists, criminals, fentanyl coming right to your community, not at the border, but into your community. Overdoses happening in your towns, funerals happening in your town because the border's open, because this place is broken. 12 days ago, in the middle of the night, 4,000 pages showed up over here. 1.7 trillion in spending, 7,200 earmarks, 24 hours time to read it, like a Christmas tree right before Christmas, that nobody outside of this town wanted. If you've been here for 1 year, you voted on that once. If you've been here for 3 years, you voted on the same thing 3 times. If you've been here for 10 years, you voted on it 10 times. Washington is broken. We got crime running across the streets, no matter what community you're in, because now this town has decided that somehow the criminals aren't understood, and we've abandoned the victims. This is what people in our country are dealing with. We are funding wars in other countries while we're destroying our own military because this town is broken. We have an administration that has contempt for the American people and is using these big corporations to spy on Americans and using the instruments of federal power to persecute and prosecute them because this town is broken. And this place is literally broken. There hasn't been an amendment on the floor for 6 years in this town. So if you're not on the committee of jurisdiction, but it affects your citizens, well, too bad for you. You just vote yes or you just vote no. That's not how this place was designed to be. We vote on bills that have all kinds of things that have nothing to do with the bill itself. Everybody came here because they said to their constituents, this town is broken, and I want to fix it. Well, how are you going to fix it if you come to this town and just step right in line and keep doing the same things that everybody has done before you? It's not going to fix it, and the American people know it. And I would say this. I think the person that has done the most to make this fabulous, this wonderful Republican majority is Speaker Pelosi and her policies. That's what has achieved this majority over here because the American people are sick and tired of it, and they've had enough of it. Now, this is not about personalities. It's not about personalities. It's about the policies that come out of here. This is not about personalities on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle. We believe, and we want to believe, and we want to believe that every person that comes here, left, right, center, has the best intentions for our country. The best intentions for our country. And it's not about the personalities in this contest. It is not personal for us. But because we all acknowledge and we all know that Washington is broken, we must take a new path. There must be a new vision so that Congress works for the American people. Because the American people are watching what's happening here, and they've watched what's happened here, and they're sure in their hearts, and they can prove it, that this town works for this town. That's who this town is working for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are making history today. We are making history in this process. And we are showing the American people that this process works. Yeah, it's been about 100 years. It's been about 100 years since this has happened before. But we have said we're not going to take any more of Washington being broken. We're going to do something for the American people, and we're going to fix it. And is it going to be painful? And is it going to be difficult? Yeah, it probably is. That's why it took 100 years. It probably is. But we're going to do it. And we can also make history today by making the first...
Will the House be in order?
By electing the first Black Republican Speaker of the House. Yes, thank you. Now, as my colleagues probably know, the first Black members of Congress to serve in this body were Republicans. As a matter of fact, you probably also know that Frederick Douglass, who went and worked with Abraham Lincoln to emancipate the people of color in this country, said he would never be anything but a Republican, I am here to nominate Byron Donalds because he has accomplished many things. He is a man of faith. He is a family man. He is a businessman, and he is a man of community service. He's come from the School of Hard Knocks. Because not all outcomes in life are equal, but America is the place where we can each do great things regardless of our humble beginnings, each one of us. Now, Byron is a product of single family where it's not easy, but he has succeeded in America, and that's a testament to what we have created here and what we're trying to save. He's got a record of accomplishing things. He has a record of being on the right side. He is respected, he is trusted, he is capable, and he achieves results. Now, Byron has a big mind, and he's big in stature as well. He's very nice, but I will tell you this, in a negotiation with Chuck Schumer, I sure will want to be on the other side of Byron Donalds. He knows who he is, he knows what his foundation is, and he knows that Washington is broken, and what Chuck Schumer sends over here isn't going to work out for the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, Washington is broken. Byron Donalds will inspire us and restore our citizens' faith that this institution actually works for them. And it is my highest honor to nominate the gentleman from Florida, Byron Donalds, to be the next Speaker of the House, and I yield.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. McCarthy. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. McCarthy. Allen. McCarthy. Allred. Jeffries. Amodei. McCarthy. Armstrong. McCarthy. Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. McCarthy. Balderson. McCarthy. Balance. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida.
Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Vince. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Bergman. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds. Bilirakis. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bast. Bast. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. Buck. Bouchon. McCarthy. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. McCarthy. Burgess. McCarthy. Burleson. McCarthy. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. McCarthy. Kamek. McCarthy. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. McCarthy. Carl. McCarthy. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. McCarthy. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida, Jeffries. Castro of Texas, Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer, McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick, Jeffries. Chu, Jeffries. Cicilline, Jeffries. Siscomani, McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts, Jeffries. Clark of New York, Jeffries. Cleaver, Jeffries. Klein, McCarthy. Cloud, Donalds. Clyburn, Jeffries. Clyde, Donalds. Cohen, Jeffries. Cole, McCarthy. Collins, McCarthy. Comer, McCarthy. Connolly, Jeffries. Correa, Jeffries. Costa, Jeffries. Courtney, Jeffries. Craig, Jeffries. Crane, Donalds. Crawford, McCarthy. Crenshaw, McCarthy. Crockett, Jeffries. Crow, Jeffries. Cuellar, Jeffries. Curtis, McCarthy. Davids of Kansas, Jeffries. Davidson, McCarthy. Davis of Illinois, Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina, Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania, Jeffries. DeGette, Jeffries. De La Cruz, McCarthy. DeLauro, Jeffries. Del Bene, Jeffries. DeLuzio, Jeffries. DeSaulnier, Jeffries. Desjardins, McCarthy. D'Esposito, McCarthy. Diaz-Balart, McCarthy. Dingle, Jeffries. Doggett, Jeffries. Donalds, Donalds. Duarte, McCarthy. Duncan, McCarthy. Dunn of Florida, McCarthy. Edwards, McCarthy. Elzie, McCarthy. Emmer, McCarthy. Escobar, Jeffries. Eshoo, Jeffries. Espaillat, Jeffries. Estes, McCarthy. Evans, Jeffries. Ezell. McCarthy. Fallon.
Fourth District of Texas votes for Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Feenstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy. Finstad. McCarthy. Fishbach. McCarthy. Fitzgerald. McCarthy. Fitzpatrick. McCarthy. Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. McCarthy. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. McCarthy. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. C. Scott Franklin. McCarthy. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. McCarthy. Fulcher. McCarthy. Gates. Donalds. Gallagher. McCarthy. Gallego. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. McCarthy. Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy. Gosar. Donalds. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana. Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee. McCarthy. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. McCarthy. Griffith. McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. McCarthy. Guest. McCarthy. Guthrie. McCarthy. Hageman. McCarthy. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Donalds. Harshbarger. McCarthy. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. McCarthy. Higgins of Louisiana. McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. McCarthy. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. McCarthy. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. McCarthy. Hunt. McCarthy. Issa. McCarthy. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. McCarthy. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. McCarthy. Johnson of Ohio. McCarthy. Johnson of South Dakota. McCarthy. Jordan. McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio. McCarthy. Joyce of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Kim Lager-Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. McCarthy. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. McCarthy. Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Khanna. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. McCarthy. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. McCarthy. LaHood. McCarthy. LaLota. McCarthy. LaMalfa. McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. McCarthy. LaTurner. McCarthy. Lawler.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Lee of Florida. McCarthy. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. McCarthy. Letlow. McCarthy. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. McCarthy. Lucas. McCarthy. Luke Kameyer. McCarthy. Luna. Luna. Donalds. Luttrell. McCarthy. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. McCarthy. Magaziner. Magaziner. Maliotakis. McCarthy. Mann. McCarthy. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. McCarthy. Mast. McCarthy. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. McCarthy. McCall. McCarthy. McLean. McCarthy. McClintock. McCarthy. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. McCarthy. McGovern. Jeffries. McGarvey. Jeffries. McHenry. McHenry. McCarthy. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Muser. McCarthy. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Donalds. Miller of Ohio. Miller of Ohio. Miller of West Virginia. McCarthy. Miller Meeks. McCarthy. Mills. McCarthy. Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar. McCarthy. Mooney. McCarthy. Moore of Alabama. McCarthy. Moore of Utah. McCarthy. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds. None of Iowa. McCarthy. Obernolte. McCarthy. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. McCarthy. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. McCarthy. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pascrell. Jeffries. Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Donalds. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. McCarthy. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. McCarthy. Rogers of Washington. McCarthy. Rogers of Alabama. McCarthy. Rogers of Kentucky. McCarthy. Rose. McCarthy. Rosendale. Donalds. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. McCarthy. Roy. Donalds. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. McCarthy. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Salazar. McCarthy. McCarthy. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. McCarthy. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise. McCarthy. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. McCarthy. Scott. Austin Scott. McCarthy. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Sherrill. Simpson. McCarthy. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Smith of Missouri. Smith of Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of New Jersey. McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. McCarthy. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger.
You're listening into this House vote on the Speaker as we're on the 6th ballot. 3 ballots yesterday, 3 ballots again today. Unlikely we will have a Speaker as the House his voting, and it's unlikely that Kevin McCarthy gets to 218 votes, which is necessary for him to earn that House Speaker role. Certainly a lot of contention within that Republican Party. This from our Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. The House now in its 6th vote, but it will trigger a 7th vote because enough members have voted for Byron Donalds of Florida in opposition to McCarthy. So potentially another 7th vote, potentially tonight, but also potentially in the coming days, as we saw 3 votes yesterday and 3 votes again today. So it potentially could be heading to yet another vote there on Thursday. Of course, following all the top headlines here on Live Now from Fox. We want to shift gears just a little bit and talk about a college bribery scandal that is finally coming to a close, involving Rick Singer and some celebrities that ended up in prison. Now Singer himself is going to prison. He was sentenced today in Boston, Massachusetts to 3.5 years behind bars. Of course, this is the mastermind of the national college admission scandal bribery scheme that ensnared celebrities, prominent business people, and other parents who used their wealth and privilege to buy their kids' way into the top-tier schools, sentenced to 3.5 years in prison. That was revealed there on Wednesday. The punishment for Rick Singer is the longest sentence handed down in the sprawling scandal that embarrassed some of the nation's most prestigious universities, including Yale, Stanford, Georgetown, University of California, Los Angeles. They also sent people to prison, including Full House actor Lori Loughlin, Desperate Housewives star Felicity Huffman, and now Singer. He did plead guilty in 2019. On the same day, the massive case became public to charges including racketeering, conspiracy, and money laundering conspiracy. We're now listening from authorities there in Boston, Massachusetts. Let's listen in to some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. Today, after nearly 4 years, 2 trials, and more than 50 convictions, the architect and mastermind behind the historic nationwide college admissions scandal has been sentenced. Rick Singer was just sentenced to 42 months in federal prison for his role in a cheating and bribery scheme that rocked the college admissions process across our nation. From the moment my predecessor, U.S. Attorney Andy Lelling, announced the arrests and charges against dozens of defendants in March of 2019, it was clear that this case would change the way colleges and universities did business, and it most certainly did. Nearly 4 years later, as I said, and more than 50 parents, coaches, and associates of Mr. Singer stand convicted. The conduct in this case was something out of a Hollywood movie. Wealthy, entitled parents paying for their children to secure admission to colleges using fake test scores, falsified resumes, and even staged or photoshopped pictures. They gained admission that was not based on merit or athletic ability, but rather on cheating, bribing, and lies. Coaches set aside their responsibility to recruit qualified and deserving athletes in pursuit of their own financial benefit. Standardized test proctors and administrators corrupted and falsified SAT or ACT exam scores to line their own pockets. As a former college athlete myself and the proud parent of an NCAA Division I athlete, I have experienced firsthand the stress, sacrifice, sweat, and tears that go into both the admissions and the athletic recruitment processes for high schoolers hoping to find a match with colleges and universities. I, like millions of hardworking lower or middle class families, have gone through this process. I was never foolish enough to believe it was a meritocracy, but I had absolutely no idea how corrupt and infected the admissions process was until this case exposed everything. Any parent or guardian who has ever experienced the college admissions process should be angry. Any student or student athlete who spent their lives preparing to get into college or to compete in college athletics should be angry. This is not how the process should work. And that is precisely why this investigation and prosecution was so important. Today, the architect of that scheme, Rick Singer, who conspired with dozens of others to corrupt the system on an unprecedented scale, has finally been held accountable. And as a whole, I want to say these cases have not been easy, and the prosecutors who stand here to my left have been subjected to relentless criticism and even personal attacks. But they did what prosecutors do. They kept their heads down, focused on the evidence, and did their jobs exceptionally, I might add. And they held the defendants accountable. I am here to say that charging these cases was the right thing and decision to do, period. And we would do it again. The AUSAs that prosecuted these cases have made this office and me exceptionally proud. I want to acknowledge the fantastic work of our investigative partners in the IRS, FBI, and Department of Education, whose collaboration and support has been immeasurable. And with that, I will turn things over to Joe Bonavalenta, the special agent in charge of the FBI.
Thank you, Rachel, and good afternoon, everyone. Rick Singer was the mastermind of a massive criminal enterprise that undermined the college admissions process at universities at every level all across our country. Fueled by pure and simple greed, Mr. Singer raked in millions of dollars in his corrupt scheme in which he rigged the system, making it much easier for far less qualified students and their families in the country's most elite universities. With every bribe he paid, he sold out hardworking students a little more. There is no question that the detail is profound, and today's sentencing shows that there are significant